You probably know a lot of stories where some loser gets reborn and gets a second chance. But what if I told you that in this story, such a lucky person was the last dragon in the world, which was killed by humans. He is reborn as a child named Ray from a small village and trains to become stronger. Let's start the story from the beginning. Dragons have always terrified the hearts of humans with their power. This inevitably led to them being hunted. He chose his last goal in life to take revenge on the humans. Despite his best efforts, he was slain, defeated by a superior number of humans. But as the darkness closed in, he started to hear voices. And that brings us to a new beginning. You see, the same mighty red dragon who came to despise the humans ended up reincarnated into the body of an infant, a helpless baby that was being coddled and loved by his father. Of course, being held so casually by a human infuriated this guy. But without any wings to fly and without any claws to attack, the little baby only flailed its arms helplessly. The tiny murder machine whined on and decided that it was finally time to unleash its ultimate move, the all-powerful incinerating dragon breath, the one that he previously used to turn his enemies to ashes. Or so he thought. Because the best this little baby can do is blow out a bunch of air, spitting in his father's face. Yes, the godly breath of the red dragon has been reduced to nothing more than a mere spit, while the little fucker is starting to question where his magic went. Dragon then met his final boss, a tiger mom who is going to beat your ass if you don't behave. Even the red dragon feared this woman's wrath, but all she does is soothe his face, reminding him of his new name, Ray. Such a pathetic name for a mighty red dragon is insulting to the beast. He may be a tiny little thing right now, but that wasn't the case for his previous life. At the same time, Ray celebrated the chance of experiencing a reincarnation. After all, he can finally exact his revenge against the evil humans, who slaughtered his kind, channeling his inner genocidal maniac. The dragon promises to annihilate the human race, mouthing off death threats with his little goo-goo, gaga baby voice. He'd barely even moved his mouth, and he's already down for the count. Ray's final thoughts before drifting off to sleep is about the pathetic endurance of humans. The scene shifts to Ray having grown up just a little more and experiencing the life of a human. In his short time living amongst his family, he has learned about his parents a lot more. Scarlett and Jake look after him with love and kindness. His mother is a beautiful woman all around, while his father earns his admiration thanks to his muscular physique. Ray has seen the villagers interact with his family, and they're always treating each other with so much respect, complimenting each other's sword skills. Among other things, this is also where he learns about the adventurers. The little dragon baby crawls up to his mother, trying to seek her attention for food. This simple act impresses the villagers, as they have never seen a baby who is aware of his own needs. Strangely, the villagers quickly start to notice the boy's unusually red hair, which doesn't match his parents at all. The boy's father explains that Ray's hair randomly started experiencing a red color a few days ago. This is a wonderful revelation to the little murder machine, who suspects that he'll recover more of his powers soon. Interestingly, when the villagers leave their house, Ray hears them talking about his red hair. They suspect that this family might be cursed, and it makes the little dragon of destruction proud of his unfathomable aura, of course. That same aura apparently doesn't affect his parents, who treat him like he's a harmless little dude. In his dad's case, no matter how much he tries to piss in his face, they still treat him with care. These two humans love him the most, showing him love unlike anything the dragon has experienced before. To the mighty dragon, living with this family is the definition of hell. It is revealed to us that adventurers are rare in this world, and Ray's mother was a mage, which is even more unique. The dragon kid contemplates that if, in the future, he gets hold of the strongest magic in the world, which is his dragon powers, his revenge will become easier as time passes. Ray gets 2 years old upon hitting this age. Every child gets the chance to join the mage evaluation, and this is the day that Ray gets to see if he has mana energy. While Jake waves them goodbye and wishes them luck, Ray clings to his mother's arms, and they leave in the horse cart. The boy then narrates that Being reborn as a reincarnation of the red dragon and descendant of a mage, he will undoubtedly pass the evaluation test, and if he manages to recover his magic, no one can stop him from returning to the top. Later they arrive in the town, and the red-haired kid stretches himself after a nap, pondering that he only has one thing to worry about, which is this weak human body. A beggar approaches one of the adventurers and asks him for food, but he kicks out the beggar and warns him not to get in the way of his business. As the people think about how unlucky the beggar is, Ray, who seems to have noticed them for a while, reckons that even though they are all humans, they still look down on others and ridicule the weaker ones. He recalls his past life as a dragon, in which he treated protecting the weak as his duty and worked hard, but it still failed in the end. Snapping out of his flashback, they finally reach the Roland Academy for magic evaluation, and there's a long queue in order waiting for their names to be called, while Ray is excited for his turn. He looks around and watches kids burst into tears because they couldn't pass the test, as one of the kids seems to make a fuss about it and cries out that it's unfair. The dragon kid calls that child foolish and ruminates that this world has always been unfair. After a while, he relaxes in his mother's arms. It appears to be his turn as he is called upon as Ray Talon. The mage calls upon Ray and instructs his mother to have his son put his hands on the crystal ball. He explains that if the child has the ability for magic, the crystal will glow and the color of the glow will depict what element he has an ability in. As the kid excitedly straightens out his hands to put on the crystal ball, he anticipates making everyone's jaws drop by being a mighty red dragon feeling confident. He waits for the crystal to glow and thinks that as a dragon, he is versed in every type of magic there is. Abruptly, Scarlet starts sobbing, and the kid witnesses tears streaming down her mother's face. Ray gets startled and ponders that maybe his mother is shocked by his talent in magic, or bursting out with happiness because he has the same element as her. But he yanks out his thoughts when he realizes that the crystal ball isn't glowing. That's when the old wizard bursts his bubble and disappointingly informs them that Ray doesn't have the ability for magic. Upon hearing this, the little guy freaks out and talks in his head, wondering that he was the strongest red dragon in his past life, and that it's absurd to say he's a dragon without magic. To assure herself, Scarlet asks the wizard if he's sure about this, as she graduated from this very academy, believing that the wizard got it all wrong. The wizard immediately picks up the crystal ball and lets out that there's nothing he can do about it. But it seems like the old man hurt the dragon's pride, as the angry boy spits out his pacifier and wonders if the wizard knows that he's the ruler of the magic. Our boy gets mad and tugs at the old man's long beard and pulls his mustache out of frustration, assuming the wizard is lying and trying to hide his ability from his mother to trick them. As Scarlet freaks out and tries to stop her son, Ray becomes a maniac and keeps yanking his beard. The little guy then contemplates that he knows all about magic and being a dragon. There's no way he does not have an aptitude for magic, adding that it's an absolute joke to think that the legendary dragon would not know magic. After reincarnation on their way back home in the cart, Ray presumes that heaven is punishing him for killing many humans, but is baffled as he wonders, what's the point of being reincarnated when he was going to be punished after all? But then something flickers in his mind as he seems to grasp the situation. Our boy concludes that heaven is testing him, so he should find another way to take revenge if he can't become a mage. Later at the table, as everyone is eating, Ray stares at his dad and pleads with him in broken sentences to teach him how to fight, as Jake wonders if he wants to learn swordsmanship from him. Our boy anticipates that even though he cannot learn magic, he can still be a swordsman and achieve his dream of taking revenge on humankind. The next scene takes us to Jake, who seems to be teaching swordsmanship to his son Ray, who has grown a bit bigger. However, it appears that the burning desire for revenge wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. Our boy narrates that he's been learning swordsmanship from his father for the past 2 years, but he failed to defeat him every single time. As Jake and his son seem to be practicing with the wooden swords, Ray prepares his sword and becomes determined to win against his father, observing his father's moves the best. Our boy reckons that he just has to take the chance and turn. At the exact same moment when Jake swings down his sword, so he can attack his side. At that moment, he tries to take the chance and execute his planned move. Unfortunately, Ray fails to do so, as his legs entangle and his father's wooden sword strikes straight at his head, getting smacked once again. Later, poor little fella lying on the bed finally awakes as he blacked out after the bang on his head, and Jake lets out a little laugh. Watching him laugh, Scarlet yells at him for joking around and asks him to hold back a little because their son is just 4 years old, revealing that the night trials are approaching soon. His father mumbles that he won't be able to pass if he keeps practicing this way, but Scarlet, who seems angry, says that he's pushing Ray too hard and affirms that he doesn't need to follow in their footsteps, as there are many good jobs out there besides being an adventurer. But Mr. Talon assures his wife that he's not pushing him, and Ray seems clumsy because of his young age, as he doesn't have enough control over his body yet. He adds that they have an entire year left, and they have to believe that their son can enter the Aryan Knight Academy upon hearing this. Our boy reckons he still has a year left till the night trials, and doubts whether he can do it, speculating that he's a reincarnation of a red dragon, so he wouldn't be as weak as a human. Ray gets high-spirited and assures his parents that he can do it, uttering that he will be the strongest person anyone has ever seen, to take their practice to the next level. Jake gives his son a present, and it turns out to be a real sword, from which they will practice from now on, while our guy is astonished to hold a real sword in his hands. That seems too big to handle. Jake claims that this sword will help him raise his control quicker, and whispers in his ear about another gift he has for him, as our boy speculates why his father is being so mysterious. They reach the storage room, and to his surprise, he is welcomed by a magic puppet. While Ray contemplates what this might be for, his father warns him not to underestimate it, as this puppet is powered by magic, and students of Avery and Academy use it to train their apprentices. However, he suspiciously looks at the puppet and wonders if what his father is saying is true. After that, Jake challenges his son to try attacking the puppet, and he confidently accepts the challenge. After warming his wrist up, Ray strikes the sword towards the puppet with full strength, and it activates to level 1. But as soon as the sword hits the puppet's shield, it strikes back in a flash and makes Ray's sword fly away. As level 1 terminates, the little guy is left disappointed as he gets defeated. Watching his son getting disgruntled, Jake appeases him and lets out that even if he manages to win against the first level, he will be able to pass the night trial exam, adding that he used many of his connections to get this puppet. Upon hearing this, Ray gets as excited as ever and thinks about winning the trial. In no time, it appears that our boy is determined to win this time, and tumbles on the ground after being completely worn out, as he seems to be practicing hard. Ray lets out a deep sigh, as his movements fail to follow up with his brain, and gets annoyed by his weak human body. He further ruminates if he keeps progressing like this, he won't even be able to beat the puppet, let alone take his revenge. Suddenly a voice echoes from behind, and questions why he wants to defeat a puppet, making our boy startled as he prepares to swing his sword, speculating where the voice came from. He catches a glimpse of a girl who sneaks up on him and gets flustered. The blonde-haired girl apologizes to Ray, saying that she didn't mean to startle him, and introduces herself as Amy, revealing that she lives in the village. The girl lets out that Ray caught her eye, as she saw him out in the mountains at this time. Getting a little nervous, he asks her if this place is dangerous, and Amy starts to yap about how this place is fine by the morning. But since this place is too close to the forest, the magic beasts may appear after sundown. While Ray finds this information interesting and is surprised by how much she knows, Amy tells him that she harvests fruits and vegetables, so she's quite familiar with this place. She then offers him to trudge down the mountain together, since it's going to get dark soon, to which our boy immediately agrees to, as they exchange their names. Not surprised to hear that, Ray is taken aback by his thoughts, as he knows the reason for being well known in the village. It is revealed to us that many people admire the Talon family, especially Jake, and often talk to him when he's out for a walk in the village. However, as he wanders in the village along with his red-haired son Ray, some people gossip about his son, claiming that he's cursed, and thinks that the curse might be contagious. It appears that no human has ever grown red hair in this village. Besides Jake's son hearing the harsh words, Ray ponders that people respect his parents, but they have an unfounded fear towards him. And for that reason, he became a foreign entity in his village who was liked by no one. Getting reminded of his past life as a dragon, he then wonders if it's because of the adults, who always use stories of vicious and horrifying red dragons. To scare children, red is a color signifying strength, but according to them, it's evil in human society. He reflects upon this irony of how greedy humans were, the ones who took down their race. But it's always the dragon kind, the ones that are written off as evil, in stories justifying their revenge. Ray exclaims that they did that only to protect themselves, but humans saw this as the proof of their supposed brutality. While our guy is zoned out by these thoughts about how disgusting humans are, he's interrupted by Amy, who asks him what he's thinking about. After that, Ray snaps out of his thoughts and follows her down the mountain. Amy starts conversing about how she's kept seeing him around the mountain lately and questions him if he's practicing. As our boy tells her that he wants to become a swordsman, she thinks that it's cool, since Ray's father is the only swordsman in the village. She then asks him if he's going to join the Knight Academy, and our boy nods to her, continuing the chatter. Amy reveals how her brother is going to take the exam too, since he's really strong and claims no one in the village can beat him. But he's jealous of Ray since his dad teaches him, while normal folks don't have a chance to learn swordsmanship. As Ray asks her if she has a brother, the blonde-haired girl gets excited and implores him if he wants to be friends with her brother. So then, they will be able to practice with each other. At that moment, they both get interrupted by the sound of footsteps. Seeing her brother, Amy blocks Ray's side in a protective way and justifies to her brother that he hasn't done anything to her. Gary steps forwards and interrogates his sister about being together with a red-haired boy, and further reminds her that he's cursed and it's contagious. He then touches her hair to make sure her hair hasn't turned red due to the curse. While she gets annoyed by her brother's rude behavior, two boys who are with Gary walk towards Ray and humiliate him for walking with Amy. Calling him shameless, the two of them bully the red-haired guy and mock him by saying that his parents would have a hard time raising a cursing child. Like him, they warn Ray to move away from the village with his family, mumbling that they're common people, so they don't want to be involved with the curse. One of them adds that these high and mighty adventurers have no reason to sympathize with the lowly civilians. As soon as they utter these words, Ray clenches his fist out of anger and lands a powerful punch in the bully's face. Done being silent, he aims to punch Gary, but with his punch being so forceful, he also blows Gary away. While our boy makes it clear that he just wants to beat the one who insulted his parents. Gary calls him out as Ray Talon, asserting that he knows both his parents are adventurers and his father is a swordsman. Assuming that he was trained, Gary challenges him to a fight and informs him that he won't be using weapons, as he doesn't want to kill him, as both of them throw away their swords. Ray lets out that he can attack all at once, because it doesn't give a shit. Their fight continues as they both strike punches at each other. However, it emerges that our boy sustained severe injuries due to his weak human body, and flings away as Gary whacks a final blow at him, smashing him on the ground. The poor fella collapses on the ground as he bleeds, and Gary asks him if he has admitted defeat. But it seems like Ray hasn't given up yet, as he somehow gets back up. Meanwhile, Gary makes some colorful remarks about him, blabbering that he's disappointed because Ray's father, a great swordsman, trained him, but he still seems useless. The bully flatters himself, asserting that his father is a regular merchant, but still he's a good swordsman to make him low-spirited. The callous boy utters that he should give up on being a swordsman and do something he's good at. Listening to this, the piercing words echo in Ray's mind, and he hopelessly lies on the ground. Getting back to their home, Amy scolds her rude brother, saying that he overreacted. But Gary justifies his act by saying that Ray deserved it, and warns his sister to stay away from that boy in the future, as many fear the cursed red-haired boy. He clarifies that Ray's parents are adventurers, and their parents are ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Amy yells angrily and tells him to get his own food, muttering that she hates him. As his sister storms away furiously, Gary witnesses something on his hand, He looks at the indent and speculates that if he hadn't had his protective gear, his arm would have broken on the very first blow, and Ray would have won the fight. In the next scene, it is revealed to us that Ray returns home, with wounds and scars all across his face, with his clothes all covered in mud. His mom, who is busy cooking dinner, turns towards him. She questions his late arrival and notices her injured and exhausted son, and one look was enough to let her know that he got into a fight. The boy assures his mother that he just got hurt during his practice, but she knew he was lying and ponders if the kids bullied him. However, our stubborn boy denies it while Scarlet inspects the wounds. Ray has always been the one to act strong, and it appears that he was doing the same here, as he claims that he's a man now. Meanwhile, Jake hears his son's wise words and appreciates him for working hard on practice, as it's almost dinner time. Our boy yet once again decides to practice. He manages to convince them by informing them it won't take long. In the storage room, we see Ray activating the puppet to level 1, and he easily dodges the attacks, since he's already used to the way this puppet attacks. As he looks for an opening, he positions his sword, and as soon as he strikes, the sword gets stuck in the wooden pillar. Startling Ray, the sword cracks as he tries to pull it out, and while he is busy with it, the puppet smacks him from behind, and the poor boy screams in pain. The next day, Ray walks up to the mountain, and his eyes land on Amy as he spots her standing at a distance. She looks embarrassed and greets Ray when our boy asks her if she was waiting for him. Meanwhile, she apologizes to him on behalf of her brother. Ray assures her that it wasn't her fault and takes the blame on himself, while admitting he just wasn't strong enough. Amy, being a soft-hearted girl, she's tears up, while our red-haired boy seems to be done with how troublesome breed. After that, he grabs an apple from Amy's basket to let her know that he accepts her apology. From that day onwards, the blonde-haired girl begins to show up at the same place every day, and soon enough our boy gets used to having Amy by his side. Jake and Scarlet appear to be having a conversation with the head, who informs them about the nearby villages that have been attacked by an anonymous thing. Upon hearing this, Jake gets furious over the news, and it is further revealed that there aren't any clear witnesses, but there have already been victims that have been infected, and those people are too disoriented right now to tell anyone what happened. For that reason, the head decides to reach out to the adventurers. Scarlet, who seems to be worried, is a bit confused about those things appearing where humans do, because they don't usually do that. She finds the situation abnormal and insists on going along with her husband. But Jake refuses and lets out that it's just a recon quest, and besides, one of them has to take care of Ray, since he's going to take the test soon. While Scarlet doesn't seem satisfied, Jake comforts her by letting her know that he will be back. Before she knows it, she finally understands and instructs her husband to be careful. In the next scene, Ray appears to be panting as he tries to catch breath while practicing. He still isn't convinced with his moves, as he is unable to coordinate his human body well. He looks behind, and the sight of Amy, who seems to be reading a book, makes his heart rate increase. As soon as he realizes it, he smacks himself in the face to snap out of it, doesn't realize how late it got, and they both trudge down the mountain. On the way, Ray questions her if she gets bullied in the village because of him, since people always say that he's cursed because of his red hair. Listening to this, the girl tells him all about what her friend said about Ray, and lets out that it's their problem if they think like that, because, according to her opinion, she thinks red hair looks cool rather than scary. She then calls out his name and acknowledges him as a special person, regardless of his red hair, and finishes off by telling him to be himself, and excitedly thanks Amy before waving her goodbye. As soon as he gets home, he goes to the storage room and activates the puppet to level 1. He positions himself as he places his hands on the wooden floor while he holds a sword in his mouth. Being himself, our boy starts moving like that. He strikes the sword with full strength, and just like that, he passes level 1. He gets so pumped on his success, but he decides to test his limits. Although he'd be able to pass the Knight Academy exam, since he's past level 1, and activates level 2, it seems to be early in the morning, where we see Jake getting ready to leave for the quest. Ray, who just woke up, watches his dad getting ready to leave and wonders where he is going. His dad apologizes to him and informs him that he will be leaving the home for a while. But he will be back home by the time he takes the test. Jake advises his son to practice on the puppet as much as he can. While he's not around, he brightly smiles towards Ray and believes that he can beat the puppet. As the red-haired boy was about to let his dad know about his little victory, the people who are waiting for Jake outside his house call him out to leave for the mission. As he leaves, Jake tells his wife to take care of herself and lets her know that he will miss her. Meanwhile, Ray stands there and smiles as he ponders that it's all right, since he just defeated a puppet. And it's not a big deal. He decides to surprise Pops with a big shock once he comes back home and leaves to practice on the mountains on his way. He wonders how Jake is going to react when he sees him win. He thinks it will be interesting to see his dad's reaction and realizes that it is all thanks to the tip Amy gave him, that he found a way to solve his issues. As he continues climbing up the mountain, but then he comes to realize that he's being so impatient for her. It appears that Ray has fallen asleep and is snoring when he suddenly opens his eyes. Ray wakes up realizing that it's late, and he's going to get nagged if he doesn't get home soon. While running down the mountain, he presumes that he hasn't thanked Amy and decides to thank her tomorrow upon returning to the village. As it was already getting dark, he witnesses people gathered around and discussing about searching up in the west. It turns out to be Gary and Amy's father, who interrogates the blacksmith who claims to have seen the kids. The blacksmith reveals that those 4 kids came to buy new weapons in his shop this morning, and he heard the blonde-haired boy telling the others that they were going to the forest to hunt magic beasts, while Amy and Gary's parents are left in absolute fright as they're scared to lose their kids. The mother of the other 2 kids, Bob, and Kale, grabs the blacksmith by his clothes and blames him for letting the kids go to the forest on their own. Freaked out, the poor guy tries to calm down the lady and explains that he didn't know they were going to go into the forest for real after that. The father of the 2 blonde-haired kids instructs the blacksmith to call the guards to search together with them, since it's too dangerous in the forest at night. While the old guy does what he's ordered to do, the red-haired boy who was walking to his house wonders about Gary's little gang that went missing. He thinks that it's karma that they got what's coming for them. He wonders if they got killed by the magic beasts, so it would be less of a chore for him, and remains unbothered until he remembers Amy, trying hard not to think about the girl. Ray tries to shrug it off, while he recalls how she treated him pretty decently, and he doesn't want to take revenge on her. But she has a foolish brother. On the other hand, the people collect torches and materials to leave for the forest, as our boy decides to walk away, as he ponders how short human lifespans are, and it's just a matter of time before they get killed. But at that moment, a glimpse of Amy appears in his mind. He reminds himself that he has his own path to walk on and wonders, what's this feeling that's making him rethink his decision? And he still hasn't thanked her for defeating the puppet yet. The scene switches to the forest, where we see 2 of the magic beasts bruised badly, whereas Kaylee and Bob are lying unconscious on the grass. Gary tries to protect his sister from the magic beast as she sobs out of fear. He instructs Amy not to move and prepares to fight the beast with a sword in his hand. Ray runs towards the forest, and as he sniffs, he recognizes the smell of blood. Just as he thought that Amy was in danger, he finds a dead young demonic wolf and inspects the incision from a blade on its stomach, which was still warm, as this gives him an idea that they are nearby. He gets confused because the footsteps and markings around, they're all mixed up. Baffled, he thinks of which he should go, and that's when he hears a scream. It seems to be Amy's scream fighting the beast. Gary is thrown onto a tree by an adult demonic wolf and falls on the ground. Meanwhile, the demonic wolf approaches to attack Amy, who covers her head and closes her eyes, hoping someone would come to help. Just then she hears the sound of a blade striking and opens her eyes, only to witness Ray fighting the wolf and hitting the sword in the wolf's mouth, while he checks on Amy to see if she's all right. But Gary and the others are not in good condition. At that moment, the girl alerts Ray to watch out, but Ray assures her that he's all right and won't die that easily. With that, he decides to lure the wolf away from Amy and jumps onto a tree branch, but he immediately falls off as the wolf bites the tree branch. Worried, our boy thinks that this body is far too weak and he won't be able to hold up with an adult wolf. It appears that Ray is struggling to fight the adult wolf on his own and realizes that his speed is nothing and he can't lure him away at all. In the past, the demonic wolf was nothing for him, but now he can't even manage to injure it. Our boy gets ready for the attack since he can't hold on much longer and aims for the wolf's weakness. Ray holds the sword with his mouth and with full strength. He strikes the sword, wounding on its eye, but he still gets disappointed in himself for doing less damage. He then wonders about his past and how he would have been able to tear it apart with a single blow, but now he has to rely on a human weapon. The demonic wolf attacks yet once again, and this time our dragon boy waits and looks for an opening. He strikes the sword and manages to cut one of its legs off, and the wolf crashes to the ground. Just when Ray diverts his attention to Amy, the wolf attacks out of nowhere, and our boy dodges the sneak attack, holding the sword with his mouth once again. He strikes the wolf with all he's got and finally kills it off. A screen appears and notifies him that he has a new ability unlocked, and he has obtained an intermediate grade beast crystal, gravely injured. He wonders what this useless information is written on the screen, and looks over at the siblings who are lying unconscious, pondering that he has to save them, or else their blood is going to attract more magic beasts. Trembling with pain, he walks towards them and carries Gary on his shoulders and Amy in his arms. When Gary catches a glimpse of the red-haired boy carrying him and passes out, our boy presumes that he can only save 2 people as it is his limit, while the villagers hold fire torches and weapons to look for the kids who went into the forest. They spot them coming out, as they quickly inform the kids' parents. One of the villagers recognizes that it's the red-haired boy from Talon's family, Ray, whose blood keeps dripping along the way. Immediately asks the villagers to help Gary and Amy, who are blacked out at the moment, and tells them that they might need healing. As our boy collapses on the ground, the villagers start muttering about the red-haired boy, who came out of the forest with 2 other kids. They speculate why the kids went inside the forest at night, as it is filled with magic beasts. As they continue gossiping, a mother runs towards them and freaks out when she witnesses 2 of her kids, Bob and Kale, are missing. Panicked, she looks around and peeks at Gary and Amy. That's when their father reveals that his children are the only ones who made it out of the forest. Frantically, she tries to enter the forest, but is stopped by the villagers, who tell her to calm down and that she cannot go there alone, calling them cowards. The anguished mother scampers inside the forest to find her kids. However, chills run down her spine when she sees the terrifying eyes of the magic beasts that scare the hell out of her, as the villagers mumble that she's back. The terrified woman clarifies that she is not scared at all. Raging with anger, the woman grabs Ray with his collar and asks him where Bob and Kale are. She blames everything on the red-haired boy, blaming him that he tricked them into going inside the forest because they're both good kids and have no reason to go there. Certain that Ray must be the one to lure them in, the vicious woman slaps across his face and lets out that she knew that red hair was a bad sign, calling Ray a sign of calamity who brings misfortune. Upon hearing this, the other villagers start whispering and assume that the red-haired boy really tricked those children, as he is the only one who managed to come out. As the villagers blame Ray for all this, they force the poor kid to speak up and start asking where he LED their children. The mother, who seems to be hopping mad, keeps smacking Ray across his face and asks him why he only brought Gary and Amy back with him and where her children are, barely having the energy to say something. Our poor boy informs her that her kids are in the forest, calling him a cold-blooded monster. The woman throws him away and mumbles, "They're just children, so how could he leave them there to die?" saying she won't forgive Ray for what he did. The mother pleads with other villagers to go with her inside the forest, but they refuse by making excuses and mutters that their children are waiting at home. Meanwhile, our boy, who seems to be in bad shape, contemplates if they have forgotten that he's a child too, or if these people don't consider him a human just because of his red hair, adding that these vicious humans think that he's not a child, but a monster, as the woman snatches the fire torch from one of them. She moves toward Ray and says that she will never forgive him, concluding that this red-haired monster should die. Watching these humans, Ray ponders that these people are more terrifying than any beast could ever be, and they're the true monsters. The woman strikes the torch at Ray. However, at that moment, someone leaps in front of him. It turns out to be Gary, who halts the attack with his protective gear, witnessing the blonde-haired guy save Ray. The villagers assert that he must have gone mad for saving the monsters, as it managed to charm Gary too. As they shout to kill the monster who the blonde boy shields, Gary gives them a deadly stare and says that they're the ones who've gone mad and want to kill him, just based on assumptions. Protecting the red-haired guy, Gary stands guard in front of him and warns the villagers not to touch him, as Ray is his savior after that horrible incident. Our boy has a nightmare about the woman, who blames him for everything and smacks him, calling him a star of calamity. He also gets reminded of his past, as the mages leap toward him to kill him, asking him to sacrifice his life, as he dreams of the humans who want him dead. Ray wakes up out of fear and looks at his mother, while he peeks at her mother, who holds his hand and cries for him in her sleep. Our boy ponders how humans are beautiful, yet cruel as soon as he sits up. Scarlet wakes up and bursts in happiness after seeing Ray waking up, wondering if it's a dream. His mother grasps him in a hug and feels grateful, as she thought Ray would never wake up again. As she hugs him tightly, Ray screams in pain, and Scarlet lets out that he is still in pain, adding that it serves him right for acting rashly curious. Our boy asks her how long he has been asleep, to which his mother reveals that he has been sleeping for an entire week. Scarlet cries out of joy, saying she doesn't know how she would have explained things to his father if he hadn't woken up upon hearing this. Ray questions her about the people in the forest, and his mother informs him that the 2 children he saved are lightly wounded but fine. However, Bob and Kale are both still missing, and she assumes that they were killed by the beasts. We are then traveled back to Scarlet's flashback, where she arrives at the forest and witnesses her son beaten up by the villagers. Gary protects him and makes them understand that they went into the forest by themselves and Ray saved them, while the villagers don't seem to believe him. Scarlet watches his son lying unconscious on the ground and bursts into anger as she activates her magic powers. The villagers calm her down and tell her that her son led the children into the forest, so he should take responsibility, adding that, as a mother, she should know how it feels. As Scarlet takes her son in her arms, who seems gravely injured, she gives them a deadly stare, deadly enough to eat them alive. And the woman who beat the crap out of Ray trembles in fear. After that, the woman whose children are trapped in the forest breaks down into tears and pleads with the villagers to save her kids. The villagers sympathize with her, muttering how she will live without them. While Scarlet holds her son, she hears the people gossiping about Ray, as they blabber that they should have kept far away from that curse, as one of the men warns the other, who's gossiping about the Talon's child, that he's being too loud. The gossiper puts on an evil grin and lets out that he was talking about the forest. Upon hearing brutal things about her son, she carries Ray in her arms and walks away, snapping out of her flashback. Scarlet pats his head and tells her son not to blame himself, as everything's over now. Meanwhile, she reveals that the boy named Gary told her everything and encourages Ray by saying he was amazing. His mother goes out of the room to bring him something to eat. After his mother leaves the room, Ray seems to wonder about the thing that appeared in front of him in the forest. While he thinks if everyone has this screen, he taps one of the powers known as the Blessing of the Dragon's Eye. As soon as he touches it, the power activates, and our boy freaks out when he peeks at his mother's energy status, realizing that he had this ability in the past. He reminisces about the time when he was the Red Dragon and had different types of magic, but ever since he failed the aptitude test, he never thought he would get the chance to use them again. Feeling delighted to use his powers once again, Ray assumes that he will unlock his powers one at a time, and peeks at the intermediate grade beast crystal he has acquired, wondering if he got it because he killed an intermediate demonic wolf. Suddenly, Ray notices smoke emerging in his room and starts coughing. Ray opens his window and witnesses villagers shouting that their house is on fire. That's when his mother barges into the room, apprising him of the fire, and tells Ray to get out. As the fire spreads across the house, however, as the flames keep rising, Scarlet saves him with her magic and halts the fire, as Ray clings to her mother's arms. He uses his dragon eye power to spot the target, that burned down their house, inspecting the villagers with his dragon eye. He finds out the culprit, who appears to be Bob and Kale's mom, with a kindled fire in her hand. It appears that the flames engulf their whole house, while the villagers are shocked to see that it is Talon's house, and seem certain that it's because of the cursed kid. Scarlet uses her magic to put out the fire, and impressively scatter the flames like wind, as the fire is finally stamped out. The villagers whisper that it's the curse again, and anticipate that if the red-haired, cursed kid stays here any longer, their entire village will be in ruins. Meanwhile, Ray is crushed after hearing such things about him. He is interrupted by his mother, who asks him if the fire scared him. Shaking those thoughts, he holds his mother's hand and tells her how cool she was when the flames blew away. Immediately, as they make their way to the house, Ray, who seems upset by all the harsh words, ruminates that those humans wanted to burn their home, and even wanted to burn them along with it. Later, our boy leaves for training, and his mother tells him to go easy on himself, as his wounds haven't healed up yet. After that, he reaches the forest and draws out his sword. He then activates his dragon eye. One of the magic beasts, who appears to be a monkey in the tree, plucks out an apple and starts eating it. Ray spots that monkey with his dragon eye and sneaks up from behind, smashing the sword into the beast. It turns out that our boy kills 20 of the beginner magic beasts. After killing the monsters, the dragon system appears and shows him that he has obtained a beast crystal. Looking at the screen, Ray lets out that it's a matter of luck, as he killed 20 of the magic beasts, but obtained only 2 crystals. As he wonders what would happen if he absorbs the crystal, he peeks at the little wolf wandering around its dead family. Ray tries to pat the little beast and asserts that it has to fight on his. From now on, when suddenly the screen pops up and notifies him about the taming chance of the black demonic wolf pup, unaware of what it means. He clicks to take the chance, if there are no side effects, and he can summon it, while Ray annoyingly looks at the little dragon and lets out that he's going to kill him. If it doesn't work, the dreadful dragon system nods its head. At that moment, he unlocks another skill, but he decides to stall it. Later, as he has another business to do, he searches for the 2 lost kids with his dragon eye ability, and finds them as he locates them above a hill. He reaches the place, which somewhat looks like a cave, and witnesses plenty of dead bodies and skulls lying around. Ray then spots 2 dead bodies similar to Bob and Kale, and it appears that the beasts have ripped out their organs, devoured them completely, not leaving anything on their body but clothes and bones. Our guy takes their clothes off as a mark of identity and puts them in a basket. Later at night, Scarlet keeps nagging Ray for not pushing the training much, since he hasn't healed it, telling her to stop being such a nag. His mother lets out that he's being rebellious, and goes on scolding him as he also got his clothes dirty, while Ray informs her that he will be practicing tomorrow. Scarlet seems to be done with him, and reveals that his dad is coming home in a couple of days, so he can train with him. As our guy jumps out of happiness and gets impatient to show Pops his training results, his mother roars with anger, instructing him to put on his blanket properly and go to sleep, frightening the life out of him. He gets to know that instinctual fear from the human bloodline is real. After that, at midnight, Ray opens his eyes and lies awake. He goes into the storage room and picks up the bucket of clothes he fetched from the forest, and another bucket full of blood. On the other hand, someone knocks at Bob and Kale's house, and the mother descends down the stairs, wondering who it could be at such a time as she opens the door, hoping to see her children, and calls out their names to see if they have returned. However, her eyes land on something lying in front of the house, and she recognizes at once that it's her son Kale's clothes. The woman picks up the clothes and notices footprints that seem to be taking her somewhere. To find her kids, she follows the footsteps and shouts that she's coming to get them. However, the footprints lead her deep into the forest. Realizing that it's too dark, she holds her lantern and decides not to go any further in the forest. That's when she spots her son, Bob's clothes hanging on the tree, and calls out their names as she runs to find them. Panicked as the woman comes near the tree where Ray seems to be hiding, he lets go of the rope and a bucket full of blood drops right onto her. Drenched in blood, the woman shouts madly and asks, "Who did this?" That's when our guy jumps off the tree and reveals himself, uttering that she knew it would be the cursed red-haired monster. The mother bursts into anger and asks him to give her children back, calling him the bringer of misfortune. Standing in the forest, they are surrounded by the dangerous magic beasts, while Ray stands in the dark, unaffected by the monsters. He steps back, and the woman is snared by the forest beasts. As he keeps stepping back with a deadly serious expression on his face, he watches the women getting annihilated by the beasts, as the blood splatters all over the place. The next day in the town, the people gossip about the curse being real, and decide not to get on the bad side of the Talon family. Ray, with his training sword, appears from behind and stares murderously at the villagers as they gossip. Scared for their lives, the villagers try their best to act nice and greet him with a good morning, telling him that he works hard at training, while the villagers take a sigh of relief. As he leaves, our boy speculates that there are new rumors about him, and this time he likes them. Upon reaching home, Ray notices many horses outside his house and gets pumped up, thinking that his father is home. However, as he enters the house, he witnesses his mother crying. Thinking that something has happened to his father, he runs to her and asks his mother what's wrong. He activates his dragon eye and reckons that he has never seen any living being have such a high status even when he was a dragon. Suddenly Jake tries to speak something and mumbles that the shadows will kill everyone. That's when the mages reveal that Jake was inflicted with a plague of shadows and was attacked by a shadow beast while trying to protect a villager during their quest. Upon hearing this, our boy presumes that he has seen anything like that before. He is left baffled as he wonders when these beasts appeared and what happened to the world after he died as a red dragon. While his mother thanks the mages for bringing Jake back home, the mage apologizes as they couldn't protect him. Ray peeks at the dragon system and reckons that maybe he will be able to help his father with a spell. After that, Ray thinks about one of the high-tier spells he used to know, which had the ability to dispel all forms of curses and black magic. But he's unaware of how to unlock that spell again, and wonders if he were to unlock that spell as a reward for killing magic beasts, it would most probably be a high-ranked magic beast. He learns the fact that he's weak right now and can't take on a magic beast. The red-haired boy then turns towards his mother and questions her. If he joins the Avianite Academy, will he be able to get stronger? Scarlet, who seems to be crying, lets him know that this is the place where his father studied in the past, so he will become a strong warrior just like him. Upon hearing this, our boy gets all enthusiastic and decides to ace the test and become a student of Avian Academy to find a way to save Jake. His mother, with a heavy heart, hugs him and confesses that she believes in him so he can do this. In the next scene, we see what appears to be a church, where we see the people wearing hooded cloaks who seem to be priests. Among the priests, the Master Elder informs others that the prophecy has been foretold, and a great change will befall this world. While the others wonder what change could it be, the prophecy turns out to be about Ray, as Master Elder wonders whether the boy will bring redemption or calamity. The future is yet to be determined. Just after that, the Elder orders to notify the knights to find the boy as soon as possible, so that if he brings redemption, they shall lead his way, but if he brings calamity, they should destroy him. The next scene takes us to the examination day of Avrian Knight Academy, where everyone is excitedly lined up as they look forward to seeing the knights. As the knights arrive, everyone cheers on them, and they see Knight Delbert, who is very charming, and people are gossiping about how he's just as the rumors said. The girls go crazy over him and find him handsome, as they only get to see the knights once a year, and it's on the examination day. With more cheers and applause, the knights reach the place where the competition will take place, and Winford introduces himself as the Knight of Avian Academy and welcomes the kids. After introducing the well-known Sir Delbert and Sir Bernardo, Winford announces that they will act as proctors of the examination and makes it clear that if they want to join the academy, then they got to show their best skills. After the sword puppet is placed into position, Winford orders the candidates to step up one by one, while his parents cheer for him. The parents who were cheering for their son a few minutes ago grow hushed as they are unable to process the shock. The red-haired boy looks up at the puppet, noticing how it doesn't move. but the speed at which it defends and counterattacks is on par with adults. But our guy yanks out his thoughts as he is interrupted by the voices of Delbert and Winford. It turns out that he's able to hear their conversation from a far distance, which is probably because of obtaining more beast crystals, that his senses are becoming sharper. The knights seem to be chattering about how it is a waste of time to come here, but they have to follow the orders of the elder knight. Delbert utters his opinion that the knight should come from noble blood, as he doesn't understand why they're wasting time on these filthy commoners. Listening to this, Winford, who seems like a nicer guy than Delbert, thinks that he's being harsh and has said a bit too much. Delbert, who is already fed up, gets more disheartened when there is not a single successful candidate. After several rounds just then, Gary shows up and passes the examination test as he flashes a smile to everyone. As Sir Bernardo announces his success, the villagers begin to gossip about how he has potential in him. Meanwhile, Ray gets embarrassed on Gary's behalf, thinking what the hell is he doing? Our boy becomes the center of attention, as he's the next candidate to step up on the stage. Winford and Delbert both divert their attention towards Ray, knowing that he's the child their elder was talking about. On the other hand, the villagers start to gossip about how he's the cursed child, and think what happened to Jake is because of his curse. They think that his hair is red as blood, and it's terrifying to them. The villagers continue to blabber, muttering that Ray is a monster who can only bring misfortune and can't become a knight, and think it's a joke. But our guy doesn't seem to give a shit about it, and takes his hood off as he moves up to the stage. At that moment, Bernardo informs the candidate to be prepared, as the test starts in a minute. That's when Delbert approaches Bernardo and confesses that he doesn't believe in prophecies, as according to him, if the prophecies are true, then the red hair would be able to pass the test at any cost. To test that boy, the knight activates the level 3 of the puppet, while Bernardo objects with a whirl. The puppet starts moving with a lightning speed and moves towards Ray. To alert Ray, Bernardo and Winford yell at him to move out the way, or he can get killed. But before he could say anything more, in a flash, Ray slashes the puppet's head off with his sword. As it happens, a deafening silence takes over the place, while the wooden puppet head falls on the ground, making the knight's jaw drop, while Bernardo seems to be stunned to speak, while Scarlet gets proud of his son, and Gary appears to be in disbelief. After passing the test, Ray leaves the village along with the knights, and wishes his dad goodbye, who lies unconscious. He assures his pops not to worry, and promises to find a way to heal his dad. As he looks at his dad, Ray gets emotional. She seems to have something in her hands, and it turns out to be a pendant. His mother makes Ray wear it as it was passed down in her family, with hope to bring him good luck. After that, he informs his mother that he's leaving, and asks her to take care of herself. Scarlet seems to be worried about him, and instructs Ray to take care of himself, assuring him that she's here for him if he ever feels troubled. Our boy reassures his mother and declares that he's a man now. Just then he leaves while Scarlet sheds tears. As he arrives at the place, he is asked to be seated in the cart, with the other boy waiting for him inside, wondering who it might be. On the way, Gary finally musters up the courage and apologizes to the red-haired boy, admitting that he was mean to him and even smacked him. He admits that he was being an idiot back then, and bows as an apology gesture. Our boy looks shocked at first, but then accepts the apology, thinking that it's fine since Gary is just a 5-year-old kid, and mentions that Gary also saved him, so it's even between them now. Upon hearing this, the blonde-haired boy gets confused about being a 5-year-old and enunciates how Ray is the same age as him. Meanwhile, our boy gets a bit nervous and changes the topic. He asks about Amy and wonders why she didn't come today for the examination. Listening to this, Gary gets confused because he thought his sister told him she's going to the Roland Magic Academy. It seems that Ray hears this name for the first time and wonders why Amy didn't tell him that she had the aptitude for magic. While they're on their way to the Night Academy, suddenly, they hear one of the knights shout to stop the cart, and it halts. Both of them peek outside from the curtains and witness dense fog, wondering what's going on. Winford calls out that they're the knights from the Avian Academy and orders them to tell them who they are. At once, a girl emerges from the fog who appears to be in bad condition, and she calls out for help, introducing herself as in woodwork. an adventurer from the Traceless Guild. While Bernardo asks her the matter, the girl collapses in his arms. To their surprise, she informs the knight that her team was attacked by shadow beasts. Upon hearing this, Bernardo gets baffled and wonders why the shadow beasts would appear here when they didn't even come across a single magic beast on their way here, while Delbert, being overconfident, thinks it's probably because they know how strong they are. Winfred informs the girl that they're heading to Rennie, so if that's on the way, they can take her. Asin thanks the knight and agrees with him. Gary wonders why they're headed to Rennie instead of the Knight Academy. Delbert, standing there, hears him and responds to the blonde-haired guy not to be stupid, because there's no use sending kids to the front line. Meanwhile, they both get baffled as they wonder what he meant by the front line. Knight, Delbert explains that the Aryan Knight Academy is placed at the border, so it may be attacked at any moment. That's when Winfred interrupts that they need to train for a decade in Rennie until they grasp the basics of battle before continuing their studies in the Aryan Knight Academy. Upon listening to the word decade, Ray is left speechless and ponders that for a dragon, it's a very short time, but not for a human, and wonders if Pops can wait for such a long time. On the other hand, just then they hear a crack sound, which makes our boy alert, while Winfred announces everyone to be prepared, because something big is approaching their way. It turns out to be Drop Bear King, the one that became a shadow beast too. As all the three knights prepare for the battle, the Drop Bear Shadow Beast approaches them from behind the bushes, while the Shadow Beast is about to attack Knight Bernardo, who can't seem to dodge the attack in time. Ray shows up at the right time and kills the beast, saving the knight. Bernardo then instructs the kids to protect themselves, while Winfred wonders why the Drop Bear King isn't moving, and is bothered because he thinks it's waiting for something. Meanwhile, Gary is struggling to fight the shadow beasts and gets scratched by one of them, and that's when the Dragon Boy saves him by slashing his sword on the beast's back, and warns the blonde-haired boy to be careful, since these drop bears are much stronger than the demonic beasts. As the Drop Bear King roars, the voice reverberates, and the effect is so powerful that the knight flies away, while the others struggle to stand firm on their feet. Witnessing this sight, Gary wonders what that thing is, but Ray seems to have an idea, that the monster over there is far too strong for them to fight with. The knight speculates that the Drop Bear King is standing in one place, and not attacking them suddenly. That big shadow beast points toward Winfred and begins to speak, uttering that they will never defeat the shadows, and that the shadows will take control over the entire continent, while the other knights fighting the monsters are startled by the talking beast. The shadow monster asserts that he is destined to fail, and that those around him are destined to die. Upon hearing this, Ray is left flabbergasted, and the knights are utterly baffled, as they seem to understand what the monster was trying to warn them about, assuming that it's threatening them. In the meantime, the giant shadow monster rumbles and leaps into the air, escaping away, concluding that the monster left. Winfred lets out that they should be grateful, as the shadow beast didn't choose to fight. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to leave this place in one piece. As Ray's dragon system appears as he obtains a crystal, our boy is lost in the thought of the shadow beast, as he feels like it was talking to him. After that, Winfred appreciates Ray and Gary for how they reacted to the situation, and anticipates that they will become good knights. At that moment, Ray asks the knight if beasts usually talk like that, to which Winfred responds that shadow beasts have never appeared on the border, till now, and it's the first time he has encountered a monster that could talk. Peeking at the red-haired boy's cold expression, the knight ponders that Ray seems so calm, as someone his age wouldn't react like this at all. While they are talking, we see Delbert giving the red-haired boy a deadly stare, as he seems disgusted by him. Later, as they arrive at Rennie Town on horses, they are welcomed by a troop of guards, as there seem to be more guards posted than usual. Listening to this, the knight presumes that things have gotten severe, as the kingdom has issued an Amber Alert, and this continent is on the verge of crisis. Then, he looks over at Ray and ponders if he will be the child of prophecy, who will save them all. Meanwhile, our boy, who seems to be with Gary, thinks about his father and believes that he will certainly become a knight. He adds that everything has just begun, and Pops has to wait for him till he becomes a knight. We are then taken 10 years later to Rennie Town, as the class seems to be going on at the academy. The professor questions the students about what the command over another ability is called, when most knights don't know how to use magic. Gary, who is also in the class, raises his hand and responds that knights use chi. After practicing it, they will be able to enhance their bodies and senses. He adds that some practitioners of chi can even break through the limits of the human body. For a short time, while the teacher appreciates him for the answer and utters that he seems well prepared, she proceeds to ask another question about why chi can be practiced only after the age of 15, pointing towards Ray, but when Gary peeks over his place, Ray's seat appears to be empty. While our boy is out somewhere bunking the class, Gary nervously informs his teacher that he went to the restroom. Moving on, the teacher then asks the girl Sylvia, who appears to be a beautiful girl with silver hair, and she answers responding that practicing chi can put the body under an extreme amount of pressure. The internal organs of a human finish developing after the age of 15, so practicing it after this age minimizes any damage that may be taken to the body, as the teacher reminds students to keep everything in their mind. They've learned. Sylvia stares at Ray's empty seat. The scene then flips to Black Demonic Wolf, who was tamed by Ray a long time ago. While the demonic wolf fights with another magic boar beast and slashes at Ray, earns a beast crystal as a reward. Our boy absorbs the power of the beginner grade crystal beast and pats the black wolf for his good work. Thinking that he hunted enough beasts for the day, Ray decides to head back in before someone lashes out at him for staying out of the class. As he is about to return, Winfred, riding on the horse, emerges from behind and lets out that it's a surprise to meet Ray, as he was wondering who he would have met when he came back. Looking at the beast he'd killed, the knight appreciates him and wonders how he's able to pass that heavy guard. As they stride together, Winfred tells him that he's grown a lot taller since he last met him, and Ray compliments him back, mumbling that he hasn't changed at all in the past 10 years, and gets curious about his age, telling him that it's a secret. Winfred informs that he heard Ray's instructor say that he slips out of classes and hunts magical beasts, adding that he has gotten quite the haul after hunting. Upon hearing this, Ray reveals that it's all thanks to the Amber Alert, which was recently called off, so he's not having a hard time slipping out. Laid back, our guy tells the knight that he enjoys moving around here more than sitting in that classroom, watching Ray be so reckless. Winfred says that he should be lucky not to go any further, because if the guards on the outer lines had caught him wandering, they wouldn't have held back. At that moment, the knight is reminded of something and informs Ray that he's stopped by his house. He informs the boy of his father's condition, asserting that Jake's condition hasn't worsened, since Ray's mother is taking good care of him. Winfred pats his shoulder and delivers the message that his mother had sent for Ray, who wanted to tell him that he should not worry about his father too much. Looking upset, our boy thanks him and contemplates how he continued his training in the past decade and went the extra mile to train hard. However, he failed to unlock new abilities, and nothing has changed in the past years. Concluding that he has no clue what to do about his father's condition, that's when Winfred cheers him up, tapping on his shoulder and grips him tightly close to him, making our boy flustered walking towards the town. The knight tells Ray to buck up, as they're going to head out for Avery and Academy tomorrow, and expresses his excitement to see other kids there. Later, at the Rennie Town entrance, we see the instructor shouting at the guard for letting his student go. Outside, the guard tries to explain that he had no reason to stop the student from going after the Amber Alert was released, adding that he wouldn't go much further. In the meantime, Winfred and Ray walk into the hall and they witness Alan. The instructor grab the guard by the collar and make it clear that the red-haired boy is special, so they need to know where he is at all times. As Winfred calls out his name, Alan, who already seems annoyed about Ray's absence, turns back and notices his special student alongside the knight, testing his last nerve. Our boy mutters that it's been a month since the alert lifted, so he can do whatever he wants, adding that Mr. Allen is too much of a stick in the mud. Meanwhile, Ray hides behind Winfred as he gets a nice beating from Alan. Our boy lets out that he will be leaving soon anyway, and after that his instructor will be free as a bird. Pissed off, Alan clarifies that as long as Ray is a student, he isn't allowed to skip class, while Winford tries to stop them as they continue to bicker. After that, we are taken to Rennie Town Square, where the head instructs the students to gather at once, as they seem to be calling an emergency meeting. As they all gather, Ray returns with a bump on his head, and Gary asks him how he came earlier, assuming he got caught this time, while our guy tells him he got unlucky. Sylvia furtively peeks at him and starts to blush after summoning all the students. The squire named Lancey informs them that he will bring all of them to the Averai Night Academy, and the entire journey will take about 7 days. Looking drop-dead serious, Lancey warns the students if they don't want to get in trouble, they will have to listen to his orders. Later, the guard asks Winford if the path to the academy has been decided, as the knight notifies him that they will go past the swamp. The guard panics and lets out that it's too early for the children to go through that tough path. Upon hearing this, Winford looks over at all the students and asserts that they are bound to face some challenges to become knights, adding that they are not the only ones who are getting tested. The next morning, all the students prepare to go to the Avrian Night Academy as they depart from the Rennie Town gates in the carriages, while Ray seems to be snoring. A bald, red-headed boy named Kyle wonders why they didn't use teleporters, as they can get to the academy immediately if they use it, and some other boy lets out that they would have spared the trouble if they teleported there. Upon hearing such blabbering, a boy named Dan responds to him that it is because the Avianite Academy doesn't have a teleporter, calling him an idiot, as Kyle assumes that the Avian Academy is on the same level as Roland Academy and asks if they can't afford it. A voice echoes from somewhere that utters that someone hasn't been paying attention in class, referring to Dan and Kyle. It appears to be smart-ass Sylvia, who elucidates that the Avrian Academy is right on the border, so not only does it have to stand against foreign invaders, but also shadow beasts as well. She further adds that if they install the teleporter in a place like that, there's a high chance that the invaders would teleport anywhere. They wish if the Academy's guard were broken, as the teleporter would be an open invitation to them. As the students are left surprised to hear such information and think if it was taught in class, Sylvia turns pink as she looks at Ray. However, she nervously turns away when Gary catches her looking this way, while our boy dozes off on his shoulder. Later, they arrive at the castle ruins near the swamps, and the students are instructed to set up their camps, as it appears to be Dawn already setting up their camps. That's when they both turn around and discreetly look at her. Sylvia, who's peeking at her crush, gets caught red-handed and freaks out as she goofs up with her camp. As his friend turns out to be correct, Ray assumes that it's because of his red hair. But Gary reminds him that there are many red-haired people here, like Kyle, Ian, and the twins Sloth and Badger, agreeing that he's got a point. Gary makes a sneaky face and asks Ray if he will ignore it, because Sylvia is a super pretty girl, but our boy seems to be not interested in her. In the meantime, Dan sneaks out and comes behind the castle ruins, calling his friend Monk walking behind the castle ruins. They both are left disgusted by a pungent smell. That smells worse than dead rats, presuming where it's coming from. Looking at the terrifying swamp, Dan lets out that he can't even see the end of this sticky place, as Dan and Monk look around the area, scaring the life out of them. Lancey gives them a death stare, alerting them both that if they don't want to get their legs bitten off by sharp worms in that swamp, they better set up their tents and sleep. The night falls and the fire crackles. It turns out to be Sylvia, who asks him where he is headed at this time of night, telling her the truth. Our boy responds that he's going to hunt magical beasts. Concerned, Sylvia utters if he's gone mad, and reminds him that this isn't around Rennie anymore. She continues to warn him that he can even encounter an intermediate rank beast, adding that the knights won't even have time to save him. Jerking her hand away, Ray tells her that he's going to be fine, and he can deal with the intermediate rank beast, as it's not a problem for him. Watching him act this way, Sylvia gets sad, and he leaves for hunting. The next day, the sun rises. The knights wake everyone up as they jerk the curtain away, calling them lazy bones, announcing whoever wakes up last will be punished. Gary wakes up and freaks out when he sees Ray lying, with his red eyes wide open. scaring the hell out of him. Gary asks him if he didn't sleep the whole night. Our boy, who just lied down after an entire night, assures him that he slept well, mumbling that he's not dumb. Gary realizes that he didn't sleep the whole night and heads outside, as he doesn't want to be punished in front of all the people. Meanwhile, Ray looks at this dragon system with a smile and reckons that if he keeps hunting at this rate, he can get to the maximum amount of beginner beast crystals by the time they reach Aryan Knight Academy. And after that, he will be able to absorb the intermediate ones later. They continue their journey towards the academy, and all the carriages follow the knights, who seem to be leading the way. As they pass through what looks like an eerie forest, Winford stops as he senses something ahead. Sensing danger, Winford nods to Lancey to leave the area, as now the students will face a challenge on their own. Suddenly, something starts popping out of the ground, making the carriages out of balance. While Gary wonders that it's too quiet outside and Ray nods off, the horse screams as it is attacked by something. It emerges that the sharp worms have halted their way as they barge into the carriage, while the sneak attack of the worms frightens the life out of some of them. Gary and Ray prepare for the battle as they pull out their swords and start slashing the monsters. As the worm creeps towards to attack a girl, Gary leaps in front of her and rips the monster with his sword. Witnessing so much blood pouring out of the worms, some of them tremble with fear, while Gary speculates that sharp worms appear in swarms, so there's going to be more of them. He instructs others to not let their guard down and get off the cart, as the other students join in to help him. Gary commands them to fight in an open area and to make a team of 3, staying back to back so that there aren't any holes in the defenses. Meanwhile, Kyle, who seems supercharged to kill the worms, Ray presumes that they are getting a little too excited and activates his dragon eye, watching all of them immersed in the fight. Our boy reckons that all the sharp worms are beginner rank, magical beasts, so he has nothing to worry about, as he thinks his eyes land on the top of the cliff, where he notices the 6 knights who left the group earlier. Our boy, who seems to be going to sleep in the carriage, is spotted by Dan, who asks him where he's going and tells him not to break the formation, letting out a big fat yawn. Ray says that those are beginner rank monsters, so they won't need his help, and with him gone the numbers will be just right. While the knights observe the students from above the cliff, they assume that Ray is scared of the monsters, and he will only get a red belt. The other knight points at Gary, who seems to be doing pretty well, and explains that he attacks with no hesitation and kills with a single swing, adding that he consciously controls his body so that he moves a little without wasting any moment, anticipating that Gary will get a white belt. Winford points at Sylvia and concludes that she doesn't attack proactively, but is extraordinarily observant. As the other knight compliments that her stance is perfect, Sylvia impressively dodges a sharp worm and slashes it with her sword. Observing her moves, Winford lets out that she's steady, and once she finds an opening, it's over for the enemy Lancey, who seems impressed by Sylvia's attacks, says that even her clothes are spotless. That's when something explodes from underground, and it appears to be a giant, sharp bug that has emerged from the ground. All the students are terrified of the colossal worm and assume that they have merged to become a big one. Trembling in fear, the worm leans toward one of the kids, who goes weak and trips to the ground. As the worm is about to attack him, Ian, the red-haired guy, leaps in front of him and rips the worm's tentacles with his strong muscles. In the meantime, Ian tears apart the monster out of anger, as he shouts that no one is allowed to hurt his comrades, while the twins, Sloth and Badger, join him and slash through the giant worms like pros. Kalu seems to be counting how many worms he has killed, pierces through the monster with his sword, concluding that he has killed 45 in total. The knights, noticing them from above, are left surprised, as they do not need to do anything to help them. The red-haired kids seem to have done a pretty good job of killing the monster, except Ray, and they almost seem to be done. After the red-haired kids are done killing the worm, Ian asks his teammate if he's okay, and they're all relieved that the monsters are finally dead, keenly observing the students. After that, they all get inside the carriage, and Gary asks Ray why he didn't join them in the battle. He informs him that it's dangerous here, and if anything happened, no one would have been able to save him. Stretching himself, our guy tells him he was too sleepy, and the knights are watching over them anyway. While Gary admits that he's a lone wolf now, Winford is baffled and reckons who the child of prophecy will be after that. Dan dreams of getting a white belt if they are lucky. Shocked Gary, who doesn't seem to know what a white belt is, asks him about it. He adds that these knights have gotten white belts at one point, which means that their skills have been recognized through tests. And trials Dan then discloses that there are green and black belts that symbolize different skills. However, the red belt depicts the lowest ranked knight. Upon hearing this new information, our boy gets wide awake when Dan lets out that the red belt is given to those who don't do well in the tests. He further elucidates that knights who get the white belts will be given personal instructors, along with other rewards and resources. Meanwhile, red belts aren't as lucky because they will get basic training, but no one will pay attention to them. They can do whatever they want. And since the academy has given up on them, they can wander off anywhere. However, Ray is delighted to hear about the red belt and presumes he can do whatever he wants once he gets one. This means he will have all the time in the world to hunt magic beasts, and he will acquire higher-ranked beast crystals and abilities. Rapidly high-spirited, he clenches his fist and believes he needs to do his best to get that red belt. The next scene takes us to the Avrian Knight Academy, where the students finally arrive after a long journey. The sight of the academy hooks the students. Getting out of the carriage, Gary thinks it's cool, while our boy is left stunned to see a vast, beautiful place. The Avrian Knight Academy appears to be a huge castle. With colossal gates, the students are left in awe, as the place turns out to be just like they thought it would be. They mumble that this academy is a city with only knights living there. Amazed by the mana crystals placed throughout the academy, the students reveal that Arian's energy source comes from mana crystals, and not a single torch is used for lightning. Thinking that the academy is too luxurious, Gary lets out that it's two different worlds from the village grew up in. In the meantime, Lancey orders Gary and Kyle to follow him closely if they don't want to get lost, adding that they will get the chance to wander the place. Lancey the squire shows them around the academy as they walk through the armory. Reaching the library, Lancey instructs them to shut their mouth and keep quiet when they are in the library, while some of the girls peeks at Sir Lancey and think about how handsome he is. Dan asks him if the librarians are knights too. The knight utters that all the graduates of the Avrian Knight Academy need to volunteer in the city for 2 years, then they are allowed to either stay or leave before they head to the dorm. Lancey shows them the last point of their tour, which somewhat looks like a cemetery. That's when Lancey unveils that this place holds the remains of the knights that have fought or died for the Allure Kingdom. He adds that he has come here to remind the students that war has never ended, and they have to remember that as knights. Their first duty is to protect their home. While the students chant they will fight to protect their home, Ray quivers with anger and reckons, how dare these humans use the bodies of dragons as materials to make their armors and weapons. At that moment, Sylvia raises her hand and asks the knight about the sculptures and who they were made after. Lancey responds that these sculptures were made after the founders of Avrian Knight Academy, known as the legendary Dragon Knights. As the students start to chatter and ask questions about the Dragon Knights, Lancey informs them that they will know when they will study the Academy's history. While the students head back to their dorms, Ray loses his cool and Gary calls him out. Activating his dragon eye, Ray witnesses a tomb below the graveyard and senses something is alive down in the tomb. As they walk toward the dorms, Gary wonders who they will be living with and hopes they live with easygoing people. Meanwhile, Ray, who seems to be zoned out by his thoughts about that thing alive in that tomb, speculates that it was not a magical beast energy, but something really strange. But his moment of contemplation is interrupted by Gary, who asks him if he even listened to what he said. Ray responds to him and says that he was talking about roommates. And at that moment, they arrive at their dorm. It turns out they are in the same dorm, and gets curious about who else will be joining them. To their surprise, Sylvia approaches them, and it seems like she will be sharing the dorm room with the boys, while Gary is flummoxed. Sylvia gets flustered when she sees Ray and turns pink, as the girl seems to be uncomfortable about the situation. Gary makes her understand that it's not surprising, as he's heard that the Academy has always treated everyone equally, regardless of gender. adding that she should look on the bright side as they're nice boys. But Sylvia, who seems to be utterly nervous, smacks Gary, who leaps. Our boy presumes that he has red hair too, while Gary looks at the dormmate list and concludes that 2 more roommates will join them. Dan and Marcia woodwork in the meantime. Sylvia seems to be trudging down the stairs and moves towards her room full of boys, while the boys are disowned from their dorm. Gary says that he knew that they wouldn't allow her to change dorms, and in that moment Dan joins them. Asking the boys why they're still standing outside, Gary lets out that they were waiting for him, as they found a big cockroach in there, adding that they are looking for someone to deal with it. Upon hearing this, Dan gets all fired up and utters that, while the boys are shocked and try to hide their laughter, as they pulled a dirty prank on their new roommate. Dan, who got tricked by his roommates, asks them if it was fun, as now he is pissed off that girl, and she can even try to kill him in his sleep, calling her a walking bucket of gunpowder. While Dan has a slap printed on his face, Gary lets out that it would be nice, since many people don't even get the chance to talk to her. As soon as Dan blabs something about the girl, Sylvia hears their conversations and gets miffed at them for what they've just said, while Dan and Gary panic and justify that they said nothing about her. On the other hand, our boy seems to be enjoying to the fullest as he stuffs himself with a variety of food. Sylvia looks at them and mumbles how they could be eating right now, as she gets anxious about being tested. Soon as our boy is only focused on eating, Gary assumes that she's talking about the test for the night belts and asks her what this has to do with eating. While they eat like pigs, Ray utters that it's all for free, and Sylvia looks so done with them both, saying that there's no saving them. In the meantime, senior students look at them and assert that they shouldn't have expected anything else from poor country bumpkins who seem to be stuffing their faces like that, and blabbers that they haven't eaten anything nice in their life, referring to Ray and Gary with their faces stuffed with food. They both turn around and look at the seniors, who still keep mocking them and laughing at them. The annoying seniors then stops at Ian's seat and begins to make fun of the muscular, red-haired guy for how big he is, and blabbers that he takes so much space that the poor chair is going to break, calling him a country boy. Meanwhile, poor Ian seems to be upset as he gulps down his tears. The senior bastards utter they want to puke at the sight of these red-haired freaks who churned out of Rennie. Upon hearing such colorful remarks about themselves, Kyle stops eating, while Sloth calmly sips on his tea and presses his twin Badger's hand as he is about to pull out the knife to rip that bastard's mouth, as they continue to spit nonsense about the red hair curse being contagious, calling them country bumpkins, and asks them to leave them alone, as they don't want to have disgusted red hair like that. Monk, who seems to have enough of this bullshit, stands up and tells the 2 senior bastards to stop it because they're being too much, while Ian stops his friend for defending him. The seniors tell Monk to stay out of this and asks him if he's going to fight for this red-haired freak, concluding that he will get a red belt at the very most, so he should mind his business or else they will beat him up. The over-the-top seniors, addressing Ian as a red-haired monster, compliments him for knowing his place and instructs him to take the long way around when he encounters them in the future. As soon as that bastard utters these words from his mouth, someone throws food at him. The senior gets mad and asks to show himself, whoever did this, calling him a fucker. That's when our boy enters the scene and shows himself. He smacks the senior's face at the table and twists his arm, holding him down the table. Ray asks the senior, who did he threaten about taking a long walk around? And the bastard lets out that he is talking about him, the disgusting red-haired monster. The ruckus at the dinner table grabs the knight's attention, as the kids inform them of the guy who's gone crazy at the table. Meanwhile, Ray, who seems to be raging with anger, beats the crap out of that blabbermouth, and Ian stops him and assures that they didn't hurt him, urging him not to make a ruckus. As the knights are watching, Gary tries to stop him, and Sylvia informs him of the tests that are to be held soon, so it will affect his first impression. Our boy doesn't let go of the senior and holds him tight as he twists his arm. The students call Sir Knight and complain to him about the red-haired guy acting violently toward another student. At that moment, Sir Lancey enters the chaos and commands Ray to release the boy, while the senior screams out of pain and calls out for Sir Knight to save him. Ray, who squeezes his arm harder as Lancey again commands Ray Talon to stop. Our guy confesses to Ian that this is something he learned growing up, that when someone wants to take advantage of him, or treats him like shit, it's important to show them the consequences of their actions. It seems like Ray has broken his arm, and the students are left in shock at the scary sight of the red-haired guy finally releasing the boy. Our boy points at the senior and tells Ian that people only learn when they teach them a lesson. On the other hand, Lancey, their supervisor, glances furiously and asks Ray why he didn't listen to his orders. With a sneaky smirk, our guy apologizes to him and responds that he thought, out of all people, his teacher would understand what it would be like to hear problems that only he wants to hear. Just like him, without a flinch, Ray holds Gary's hand and says to continue eating because they don't want their appetite to be affected by those pieces of trash. Meanwhile, Night Lancey is pissed off at Ray's bold move. The whispers begin to initiate about the seniors, starting to fight first, and adds that they've always been bullying people. So it was about time that they got humbled and got there, but handed to those red-haired fellows. After that, the three commanders arrive at the academy, and the students assume they are preparing for the test. Winford commands everyone to keep quiet as he welcomes the head of their academy. The six elders, the six heads of the academy, emerge in the hall, wearing cloaks and hiding their faces with masks. Watching the heads, the students start to get nervous and wonder if this test is that much of a big deal, as they've heard of the six elders watching the test before. As Ray witnesses the six elders as their footsteps rumble, he ponders if these six people are way too strong, just like the humans who killed him and his dragon kind. While he snaps out of it, Winford continues to elucidate that these six elders, as witnesses, will be testing their new knights-to-be, and according to the test results, they will be given belts of different color that showcases their abilities. But Winford encourages the students with a pleasant smile and urges them that even if they get a red belt, they will still have a chance to stand where he stands today, stirring up their spirits. Winford utters that every single one of them standing has shown their talent from the day they were picked. At the age of 5, he motivates them not to give up. He's encouraging and positive as ever, and gets a little anxious as he thinks, how would he react when he sees him get the red belt? Later, Winford finishes up his speech and leaves the rest to Lancey, while Lancey assures him that he will do his best in the duties. He looks over at Ray and gives him a deathly glare. In the next scene, Lancey announces the trials with 5 different stages, as they will be testing different aspects of a knight's overall ability, including Stone of Power, Blazing Inferno, Undetected Passage, Ion Precision, and Will of Truth. In the first stage, the Stone of Power, Lancey explains to the students that they just need to push the big rock, and once it reaches the goal position, they will be done with this stage. Everyone has 2 chances, and if they fail their first try, they can use the pair of magic gloves on their second try. It will increase their strength and aid in passing this stage, although using it will also affect their evaluation, so they have to keep that in mind. Gary whispers to Ray that the test looks pretty easy, and the red-haired boy thinks it's a piece of cake for him. But our boy mumbles that he thinks someone doesn't want him to pass the test, which leaves Gary to wonder what he means. At that moment, Lancey makes an announcement just before the test begins, asserting that as the proctor of this test, he rejects Ray Talon's participation. Meanwhile, Ray doesn't seem to be affected by this, and confidently crosses his hands over his chest. Gary and Sylvia protest that it's not fair, and speculate why Ray isn't allowed to be tested. Just then, Lancey lets everyone know that it's just to warn all the knights-to-be, that they must follow any orders given to them by their superiors. He adds that if anyone objects to his decision, they can report this to his superiors, and if they tell him to retract it, then he will agree without any objections. After that, he calls out the first student to be tested, and Gary whispers to Ray about being on Lancey's bad side, while Sylvia advises him to report this to higher UPS, because he can't treat him like that. This makes Ray believe that he's guaranteed to get a red belt. It is then revealed to us that both Gary and Sylvia passed the test, as Gary comes back sweaty and is glad that it went well. Ray congratulates him and informs him that the second stage might be hard for him, so he should be prepared, while the blonde-haired boy is confused, who seems to be from Roland Academy. Watching the proctor of the second stage, Gary freaks out and worries that how are they going to be tested when they've never learned magic before? But Ray lets him know that the battlefield does not care whether they've learned something or not, and guesses that they are just going to have to try resisting magic. While it all makes sense to Gary, he wonders if he's an all-rounded genius. But Ray doesn't seem to agree with him. Later, the second stage, Blazing Inferno, begins, and the proctor tests Gary by using some magic on his forehead, and he seems to hold up for 57 seconds. Ray compliments him that he lasted pretty long, while Gary thinks he did a bad job. But Dan encourages him that only a single minute passes in the outside world for every hour in the illusion created by that mage. After all, so he did a good job. Next up appears to be Sylvia. And as the mage starts testing her, she relaxes herself that this is all an illusion, so he can't scare her, as the mage casts an illusion of fire. The girl does a great job as 5 minutes pass already, while others gossip about how good she is. While everyone thinks that Sylvia is a goddess, the proctor informs her that she has proven herself. After that, Ray comes up next, as the mage calls out his name and Sylvia wishes him good luck, while our boy thinks that 20 seconds should be enough, or he should just give up immediately. He gets prepared to be tested, as the proctor casts the illusion. Suddenly a red dragon appears in front of him who breathes fire. Baffled, our guy wonders what is going on, as the red dragon seems to be Ray's past self. And at that moment, the proctor hovers in the air with a sudden force, leaving everyone shocked, eyes wide open. The mage frantically claims that the boy is cursed by the red dragon, and that's when the mutters begin in the crowd about the red-haired boy being a bad news and that he's cursed. Witnessing this sight, Winford rushes to the old man who seems to be unconscious, while Ray stands near him and wonders if he's okay. But the knight assures him, saying he's just tired, and tells the boy to rest. Winford thinks that it is strange that the old mage's mana is completely drained, as it doesn't make sense to him. In the next scene, it seems that the elders are investigating about the strange incident that took place, with Winford who notifies them that it's just a mana disorder caused by using too much mana, and the mage will be able to recover after some rest. This explanation doesn't seem to satisfy the elders. Therefore, they question how the mage from renowned Roland Magic Academy be drained of his mana after a test of degree, while others speculate if it is because of the mage spending too much mana on testing. The students Winford informs them that the mage is resting for now, and he will continue to investigate this matter. He further suggests having another mage take the proctor's place for the remaining tests, and the elder agrees with him. However, as the knight leaves, one of the masked elder calls an armored guard knight and whispers something to him, and the guard assures him that he will have it done immediately. The elder then looks at Ray Talon from afar, who seems to be walking toward his friends. After that incident, Ray asks about the mana disorder, and Sylvia explains to him that it's when a mage doesn't have any mana left, but forcefully casts a magic spell, so it ends up backfiring on the mage's body. While our boy gets the point, Gary seems to find his friend unlucky thinking, and lets out that geniuses always have a hard, as they both joke around. The silver-haired girl seems to be a bit skeptical about the situation, and reckons that it's strange that a mage from Roland Magic Academy would make such a basic mistake, and continues to wonder about the curse that he mentioned. Just then they hear a rumbling sound, and the ground starts to shake, assuming that it's an earthquake. Suddenly the trees begin to appear everywhere, which leads everyone to think that it's magic. While the entire testing area is now filled with trees, Gary seems to be clueless of what's going on. When Sylvia reveals that someone is casting a spell, that's when a proctor shows himself and announces that their third stage of the test is starting now, as everyone is taken aback by the situation. The proctor instructs the students to follow him and replicate his movements the best they can. Just then the third stage begins. Gary seems to be in disbelief about the test starting now. At that moment, the proctor starts to move already with an impressive speed, and the students follow him, while poor Dan, who's still in denial, cries out about his classmates being this fast. Gary challenges his friend that he will not lose to him today, and Sylvia follows behind him, leaving him behind as no one is going to wait for him. On the other hand, the instructor ruminates that he's probably going too hard on those kids, and maybe he should wait, but as he looks behind, he's shocked to see the kids catching up to him. The proctor seems to be impressed, while Gary informs his classmate Monk that they're about to catch up to him, since he's been ahead from the start. The proctor seems to have underestimated the kids and realizes that there's no need to take it easy, challenging the kids to catch up if they can. Meanwhile, the kids follow the proctor. Ray admits that he's not good at this, because he used a move with all his 4 limbs. He then witnesses the arrows coming in their direction and alerts everyone. It turns out to be another proctor who shoots arrows at them. The girl proctor lets out that the 3rd stage. Proctor didn't have to hold back that much, since there are too many kids. But he assures her that kids are pretty good and she'll see. The girl proctor then orders the kids to keep following him, or else they lose him, reminding everyone to grab a bow, as they all wonder about the bow. The proctor of the 4th stage announces that the targets have been set up in the forest ahead, and they will pass after hitting 3 targets under her interference. That's when the 4th stage Eyes of Precision commences, and our guy thinks he's fine with getting a red belt. But he doesn't want to come in last either. Therefore, he decides to show off a little as he activates his dragon eye. As soon as he activates it, in a flash, an arrow with magic moves towards Gary's direction, and Ray immediately senses it, pushing his friend out the way. Ray realizes that he can't dodge the attack in time, but luckily another arrow hits the one that was attacking them. Our boy senses danger and ponders that this arrow is too strong for a single test, as it was a close shot just then. One of their classmates, Marcia, saves them and questions them if they're okay. While Gary thanks her and compliments her that she's good, Marcia mumbles that she is glad that she was close to them, or else she isn't quite sure if she could have done it. After that, Ray senses more arrows coming and warns everyone to be careful. All of them dodge the attack. Meanwhile, our boy grasps the situation and senses that something isn't right, because the arrows that came at them were enveloped in chi and are completely different from the arrows the proctor has shot at them. He realizes that someone wants to kill them, or maybe wants to kill him. Only suddenly another arrow is shot in the student's direction, but Ray watches it and aims his arrow to halt the attack. On the other hand, the 4th stage proctor also senses danger, while our guy, who's just about to release the arrow, breaks his bow into pieces, leaving his classmates stunned, feeling that something isn't right. The proctor tries to follow the imposter after she releases an all-out attack, but is shocked at the speed and the fact that the imposter was able to dodge her attack without leaving behind a single trace. She wonders who in the world wants to attack their students and tosses the arrow out of the tree. The proctor then assures the students that her arrow accidentally went astray and instructs them to continue the test. Ray realizes that the proctor clearly didn't shoot the arrow and that she's just trying to reassure them. While all the students continue their test, our boy speculates if someone dangerous has managed to sneak in here. Upon finishing their tests, they find Monk along with the 3rd stage proctor waiting for them, while Gary and Ray inform Sylvia about the incident that took place. That shocks her that something like that happened, and Gary agrees with him, because the proctor just now didn't tell them the truth, and while she could have been trying to reassure them, she might have been trying to hide something too, which means the person that attacked them could itself be a proctor or a knight. Hearing this, Sylvia seems quite worried about this matter and asks the boys about what they are planning to do now. Ray informs her that they will wait for things, although he gets curious about that bastard who is trying to kill them. It appears that the intruder tries to scamper away after throwing away his bow, but is caught red-handed by a girl proctor, who orders him to stop right there. As the intruder stands still, the proctor aims the arrow at him and asks him why he attacked the new students, threatening the guy with the arrow. She makes it clear not to make movements, as she can kill him at any moment. However, the intruder puts his hands on the sword, but the proctor threatens him not to move, as she can shoot him down on the spot. The guy glares at her, and at that moment they start attacking each other. The next scene then takes us to the 5th and final stage, Will of Truth, to test the students' willpower and their chi manipulation. Holding the sword, Delbert informs everyone that the sword is made from an ultra beast, crystal from a firebird, and it releases flames when they hold. He further reveals that the kids may not have learned how to use QI yet, but they can try controlling it with their willpower by concentrating their spirit. He then calls the students, and the first one appears to be Ion, the red-haired masculine boy. Turning his face black as Lancey is startled by the sight. He calls on the next student. The scene then flips to Elder Gibby, who seems to be having a conversation with the intruder guy. The elder seems disappointed as the guy not only failed, but also got caught by a proctor. While the guy apologizes, Gibby confesses that he never expected to solve this issue immediately. He then wears his mask, with which the user is able to change their appearance, and mumbles that he's glad that at least it has sent a signal to their followers that the Pure Blood Guild has never disappeared. On the other hand, Gary goes up on the stage and flawlessly controls the flames as he holds the sword. Meanwhile, our boy goes on next. Sylvia asks Gary if Ray is actually strong. Listening to this, Gary thinks for a while and reveals that Ray is extremely strong, but the others don't seem to believe him, since his first 4 test results were terrible. That's when the blonde-haired guy lets out that he remembers the last time he fought with Ray. He won easily, but 10 years ago, when he was attacked by an intermediate-ranked demonic wolf. Ray was the one who saved him and defeated it, while the other classmates seemed to think of it as a joke, since they were just 5 back then, and assumed that it must have been a big wolf, instead of an intermediate beast. The test is about to begin when our boy grabs the sword, and suddenly the dragon system appears, notifying him if he wants to absorb the ultra-grade beast crystal. It looks like no flame comes out of the sword, and the gossip initiates among the students, as they mutter that accidents always happen with this guy. They are surprised to see that the sword is not even glowing anymore, while our boy swings the sword left and right. Wondering if it's broken, Delbert is left in disbelief and snatches the sword right out his hands. Witnessing no flames coming out the sword, Delbert seems to be frightened, as he cries out that this weapon is created from Ultra Beast Crystal and is a treasure of the Allure Kingdom. He grabs the red-haired boy by his collar and blames him that he did something to the sword. But Ray, who seems to be clueless about the situation, justifies what possibly he could do to the sword, since this is a weapon made from Ultra Beast Crystal. And before he could say something, the armored knight interrupts him. As he indicates to him about an urgent report, he whispers something in his ear, and Delbert is flabbergasted after hearing the news. He then immediately announces that all the tests have ended, and the kids can return to their dorms now. However, something else seems to bother him, as he manages to hear the conversation between the knights about the proctor of the 4th stage being found to be killed. Furthermore, Winford, who's present on the crime scene, is informed by the armored knights that when they found her, she was already dead. But what shocks them even more is knowing that her body is still warm, which depicts that it hasn't been very long since she was killed, which leaves him to wonder who can do such a thing. The knight then announces to inform the elders immediately. The next scene takes us to the elders' meeting room, where the armored knights inform them about the dead body. They reveal that the proctor seemed to have been killed with a single attack, which means the perpetrator must have been fairly skilled. The guard lets out that they noted something strange, which is that none of the alarms set for intruders were triggered, to which one of the elders responds that it seems like an internal case, since there have always been rumors about certain groups. After all, the elder wonders if it is the Pure Blood Guild or the Dark Guild, while the other think it's outrageous, as the captain of the Green-Belted Knights was killed in an exam, so they should get to the bottom of this matter. Waiting for the head elder of what he thinks of their decision, the head warns them that not a word of this incident should spread outside these doors, and orders the knight captains to continue investigating, to find the culprit as it is dinner time. All the students are gathered to receive their belts, and everyone gets nervous. Meanwhile, Gary and Sylvia seem to be talking to a girl named Marsha Woodwork, and the silver-haired girl gets happy to finally get a female roommate, concerned about her surname. The blonde-haired boy asks Marshall if she happens to know, and Woodwork, and it turns out that she's her daughter. On the other hand, Ray is immersed in his thoughts about the proctor who was killed, and assumes that it's definitely not done by someone common, but one of the higher UPS, thinking that it could be the commanders or the elders. Our guy snaps out of his thoughts when Gary interrupts him and asks him if remembers the adventurer they came across on their way to Rennie. All those years ago, he goes on to tell him about the woman they met. Turns out to be Martha's mother, and wonders what a coincidence this is. But Ray doesn't seem to listen to anything he has said to him. Gary pinches his cheeks as hard as he can. And that's when Ray mutters that he was thinking why that sword on the 5th test didn't respond to him. Our boy refrains from informing them that the proctor was killed, as it would only become more dangerous. While Gary pinches his cheeks, Winfred announces that they are going to hand out to them their night belts. So he orders the students to come up when their names are called. The students whisper how he was the best among them, all predicting that he will get a white belt, while some say the one who did best is their goddess. Miss Sylvia and others think they both will get a white belt, while some of them root for Goddess Sylvia. They conclude that they both will get white belts. However, after the consideration, Winfred declares that Gary will be given a black belt. After that, Ian and Sylvia receive white belts, and some of the students freak out as they see the red-haired guy get a white belt. As Ray Talon gets called upon, everyone seems certain that he will receive a red belt. However, to their surprise, our guy gets the black belt, which leaves him more shocked than ever. While Dan cries out because he's the only one with a red belt, as his friend Monk got a black belt, and even the one who did worst got a black belt. The other student gives him a reality check and states that he can't change the results. Lastly, the Knight Commander announces that from now on, they will be undertaking training from different knights, according to the color of their belts. As Gary wonders what the black belt is for, a guy who appears to be black belt's instructor smokes on a cigarette and holds the list of the names of his students, peeking at the 2 redheads in his group. He hopes that they better not get him in trouble, and calls them future Dragon Knights. The next day, at the training grounds, all the students appear to return to their dorms. However, the Black Belt Knights seem to be waiting for their instructor, while Ray takes a nap and Kyle makes a fuss about their instructor, hoping that he is at least normal. While the red-haired fella hopes for the best, their instructor sneaks up on them and asks if they are talking about him, as Kyle freaks out the instructor, who appears to be a cool guy, smokes a cigarette, and instructs his students to follow him. Meanwhile, Ray, Kyle, Gary, and Monk walk in awkward silence. Kyle asks them if the instructor has mentioned his name at all, assuming that he didn't mention his name. Gary tells him to ask the instructor himself, without any reluctance. Kyle enthusiastically asks the instructor how they should address him, and our boy peaks with astonishment at how straightforward he is. The instructor, walking ahead of him, waves his hand and tells his students to call him K. Upon hearing this, Ray wonders about his weird name, and Kyle assumes it is not his real name. Going on their way, they encounter Delbert, who seems to be approaching him and greets Sir K, already being pissed at our red-haired boy. Delbert pities the black belt's instructor for getting 2 red-haired kids, and mocks at Ray Talon, uttering that he must be over the moon for getting a black belt. The knight further adds, if he were allowed to make decisions, he wouldn't have someone like Ray to enter in this academy in the first place. But our boy doesn't hold back in response to Delbert, saying that it's a bummer as he isn't allowed to make the decisions. Testing his last nerve, Delbert, who seems to be hopping mad, instructs Ray to stay within his limits, reminding him that he will be keeping an eye on him as knight. Delbert is about to smack him. Kate interrupts him with his sword and reminds him that Ray Talon is now a member of the Black Belted Knights, so it wouldn't be good if they let discrimination cause bad blood between them. While the sword holds back Delbert, he smirks and presumes that everyone will find out that their prophecy about Ray is wrong sooner or later. After that, Delbert, who seems to be pissed off, wishes him luck while the students are left baffled and start gossiping about the prophecy thing that the knight mentioned, wondering if they have ever heard about it. While Kay infuriatingly stares at Delbert as he leaves, the instructor asks the student knights to follow him and takes them to a place within the castle, informing them that this is where they will have their special training. From now on, as they arrive at the chamber, it emerges to be a pitch-dark place, and the students are startled when they witness an ominous wind blowing towards them as they struggle to open their eyes, who wonder where Sir Kay went, adding that they didn't notice him as he disappeared out of the blue. While the others panic, Ray activates his dragon eye and speculates that the instructor is gone. But our boy informs him that he can't spot him at all. That's when Kay furtively creeps up on them and scares the life out of the two of them as he holds them from behind, holding the candle. The instructor reveals that they will be training in complete darkness to improve their abilities further and polish their senses. He adds that they will train here until they become one with darkness and turn it into their sharpest weapon. Upon hearing this, Gary, who seems a little worried, asserts that he has heard that black belted knights will be consigned for assassination missions, in the future asking Kay if it's true. While Ray realizes that his friend is worried about the assassination, the instructor, puffing on his cigarette, says that they have gotten abilities that make them more suited for assassination missions than others. He concludes that Gary has to accept this fact, even though he doesn't want to, as that's how things will be looking. Disgruntled, Gary questions why they can't fight fair and square like the others. That's when the instructor steps forward and makes him understand that they were chosen because they have special qualities that others don't. He pats Gary's shoulder and lets out that if he wants to fight fair and square, he certainly could, so he doesn't have to worry. After tossing them the black belts, the next day, Ray looks at his watch, which shows his rank as 300. And he presumes that this watch depicts the current rankings. Lying down on the bed, he ruminates that according to Sir K, the rankings would be renewed every day after practice. Meanwhile, students of the same grade can challenge each other at will. And if the lower-ranked students win, they will take the place of the higher-ranked students, which means the higher the rank, the more resources they will get. Our boy then gets up and asks Gary about the number of students in their grade, to which he responds that there are 300 or more students. While Ray disappointedly thinks he's close to last in the rankings, Dan glances at Gary's watch and freaks out when he finds out that he has achieved first place, saying that they were guessing who would take first place. Overjoyed, Dan feels nice about being in the same dorm room as the first and third ranked, and laughs, hysterically mumbling that he can do whatever he wants. While Gary is pissed at him for flaunting others' ranks, Sylvia, the third ranked knight, seems to be chattering with Marcia, looks over at Dan being so overly excited, and lets out that boys are foolish. After that, Ian asks Monk why he looks so happy. Monk stares at his watch as he is ranked 65th and gets low-key, thrilled, high-spirited. He believes he will continue to work and tells Ian that it's nothing. 10 days later, Ray appears to be walking through the hallway and contemplates that he's so close to 100 points for beginner beast crystals, but he didn't get too much from hunting. Reaching his dorm room, he snaps out of his thoughts when he listens to someone arguing inside, as the noise echoes out of the room. It turns out Monk frantically argues with Gary as he utters that he can only go up in rankings because of his special training. On the other hand, Gary quarrels with him to prove his points and tells him that he thinks training stuff is a little deceptive, as it's useless to him. While Monk angrily explains that special training is not useless. Instead, he's just bad at it. Gary fires back, muttering that he can keep his ranking without it anyway. Watching them argue, our boy gets confused at what's happening, and Dan lets out that he has never seen Monk so agitated. He adds that they're arguing about whether special training for the black belts is helpful, and asks Ray what training the guys did regarding the special training. Ray reckons it is a given that Gary isn't good at stealth, assassination, and hiding one's trace, but Monk has shown great talent for it. As they continue to bicker, our boy speculates that Gary is not wrong either. He is better than Monk in all basics. And even though Monk is becoming strong quickly, Gary is still stronger than him overall. Meanwhile, Monk yells that he can't just put down his hard work like that. Gary angrily shouts that he can think whatever he wants, as he just gave his opinion, concerned about them fighting. Sylvia jumps between them and tries to stop the feud, asking Ray to help her, but our guy, who doesn't seem to be interested in their matters, responds that she can fight it out herself. And Dan excitedly lets out that it's a great idea, while Sylvia is annoyed and tells Dan not to fan the flames here. Monk claims to have a rank battle to end this once and for all. Gary agrees to the battle, saying that he's okay with it, and challenges him to see if those skills he loves so much are helpful in the battle. The next scene takes us to the training grounds, where the students chatter that someone's challenging the first ranker in the battle, as the word seems to spread already. The kid wonders if it's the blonde one, as they have heard that it was another black belt ranked pretty high, hearing about the battle. Sebastian, who turns out to be Delbert's youngest son, gets curious about it, but a silver-haired boy assures him that it's nothing to look at, as they're just some country bumpkins from Rennie. On the other hand, the bald, red-headed guy Kyle energetically calls everyone to place their bets in the wooden box for the top star Gary versus the Black Horse Monk to guess who will eventually succeed, while Dan seems to be the first person to bet. He bets for Gary for 10 pieces of silver, and Sylvia loses her nerve and shouts at Dan for betting on his roommates. But to her surprise, her roommate Martha also bets on Monk, thinking that maybe he will surprise them. And poor Sylvia is shocked to see her bothered. Sylvia asks Ray if Monk has a chance to win this battle. At that moment, the fight seems to begin, as Gary and Monk hold their wooden swords, while Kyle acts as a referee. Witnessing this moment together, Kyle excitedly commands them to begin. Meanwhile, Ray asks Sylvia if she thinks Gary's going to win, and the battle commences as both opponents strike at each other, as they continue to have fierce competition. Sylvia elucidates her point of view by asserting that Gary is definitely gifted, has a great technique, and stands out among all of them. However, Monk has worked harder than anyone else on the special training, and he's most likely Gary's greatest current rival. Monk strikes a powerful blow at his opponent with the sword, and it creates smoke all around, as he thinks that his training worked. The smoke disappears, and Gary manages to block the attack. On the other hand, Ray concludes that Monk has certainly improved a lot, and Gary has to deal with him carefully. All the people in the training ground seem to anticipate Gary as the winner, and it turns out to be the truth, when he strikes one last shot and breaks Monk's wooden sword, which shatters into pieces. As Gary wins, Monk is left in disbelief with his defeat and utters how this could happen. He melts in breakdown, and Gary apologizes to him, saying this is how it works. But Monk, who is not happy with his defeat, grabs his broken wooden sword with a sharp edge and loses control when he runs towards Gary, who appears to be standing on his back. Meanwhile, Monk acts frantically and moves towards him with his sharp-edged sword, saying that it's not over yet. Watching Monk, who is about to backstab Gary, Sylvia shouts at him to watch out, and Martha yells at Monk to stop. The sword, which seems to be a second away from Gary's neck for being slashed, is stopped by someone, and the blood begins to drip out of his hands. That's when Gary looks back, and Sylvia is shocked as she wonders when Ray got there. He immediately drops the sword and apologizes. Sylvia, on the other hand, reckons that Monk was quick just now, as she couldn't even catch his movements. Yet Ray managed to get up there in the blink of an eye, wondering how he did that. In the meantime, Monk keeps saying sorry, as he witnesses blood dripping out of Ray's hand, as he halted the attack earlier. While our boy assures him that it's just a scratch, Monk says that he was acting too rash, and that if he hadn't stopped him, it would have gotten worse. Despite the deathly moments, the students who bet on the fight begin to cause mayhem, as they ask Kyle who won the battle. Predicting it was Gary, Kyle calms them down and informs them that since someone stepped in, the results won't count, and they will get the money back they bet on earlier. But the crowd doesn't seem to take this well, when they start cursing him and accusing the red-headed guy of doing it on purpose, as they would have won the money. The situation worsens when the students throw things at him, and poor Kyle assures them they will get their money back. Try to calm things down at the moment. The chaos in the ground turns frantic when they call them trash and start pelting stones, as they continue stoning the students, insult them, and force them to get out of the academy, calling them a bunch of red-haired freaks, mocking them by calling them red-haired monsters, and kicking them out with stones. Abruptly, the rocks hit Ray's head. Meanwhile, Gary asks Ray if he's okay, as his head seems to be bleeding. Sylvia and Martha try to stop everyone, but the crowd seems to go berserk. On the other side, the silver-haired guy, Sebastian Spoonie, grabs a big brick and plans to throw it at the red-haired guy. But Monk arrives at the scene and throws the stone at him, making his brick fall when Monk asks him to stop and tells him that it has nothing to do with Ray. The silver-haired boy lashes out at him and threatens him that he will remember this. As he calls him a brat, Sebastian also seems to lose his cool. It is revealed to us Ray is once again ridiculed by the humans, as they call him a red-haired freak. as nothing good happens when he's around, calling him trash. They wish he would have never been born, and he's a walking disaster, urging him to get out of the academy. As the brutal whispers, sharper than an arrow, reverberate in Ray's mind, he ponders why it always happens to him. And these filthy humans never fail to disappoint him, every single time, while their voices echo in his head, as they curse him for being red-haired, and crush his soul with their piercing words. That's when Sir Winford arrives at the scene, and finally the situation gets controlled. Gary informs the knight that Ray is bleeding a lot, and he needs to be healed immediately. Meanwhile, Winford urges to help with injuries. Our guy lets out that he's fine, and it's just a scratch, asking if the knight needs anything. Winford reluctantly informs Ray that his mother is here to meet him, as Scarlet waits for her son. She greets him and tells him that it's been a while since they met, noticing that he is all grown up, telling her that he's got taller. Ray excitedly holds his mother's hand and asks her if Pops is doing well, since she's here. But it appears that his mother had some bad news for him, as she reveals that his father is gone. Ray freaks out as he thinks that he died, but Scarlet assures him that it's not what she meant, and informs him that his father left the house and the village, bombarding her with questions. Our boy asks her if that is even possible, because he's been confined to bed since he was infected, and gets shocked that how could he move all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Winford, who stands outside and hears their conversations, contemplates that he could not muster up the courage to tell Ray the truth about the plague of shadows in the past, but those who are infected usually die within a year, and very few manage to hold back like Jake did. But in the end, those strong survivors end up losing themselves to the shadows and become their slaves, becoming vectors that spread the plague even more. Concluding there has never been an exception to this, Scarlet then reveals that Jake had fought enough from the plague of shadows. For the past decade, she narrates that one night she heard a noise and saw Jake sitting on the chair. She realizes that he's awake and is able to move. While she hugs him, Jake, who seems to be turning black, mutters that he cannot hold it much longer, and pleads with Scarlet to kill him as soon as she hears. Scarlet bursts into tears and tells Jake that she can't do it. Suddenly his condition gets worse as the plague takes over him, and Jake bursts into flames. As he keeps asking Scarlet to kill him, she witnesses him turning into a black shadow, coming to the present. Ray's mother tells him that she couldn't kill Jake, and pulls out a letter uttering that his father left him this letter. Ray opens up the letter, in which his dad apologizes to him for not growing up with him, and tells him that he's proud of him for entering the academy. He thanks Ray for being his son, and signs off by telling him that he loves him. After reading the heartfelt letter, our boy starts sobbing, thinking that his father wrote this letter as if it were his last words, and gets determined to find a way to save him. Left in the lurch, Ray becomes distraught and lays on his bed, while he recalls his conversations with his mother, who informed him that she's going to find his father no matter what. However, when he forces to go with her, Scarlet refuses and tells him to take his own path, assuring him that his father would want this too. Clasping him into a hug, she feels glad to see her son again, and affirms to him not to worry about them, as he should be doing what he should. Lying on his bed, our guy reflects upon the fact that it's been a decade, and he hasn't found anything. He feels hopeless as he hasn't improved in the slightest. Just like a human couldn't even take his revenge for his dragon kind, nor could he protect who he holds dear. Thinking that everything just sucks, Gary enters the room and asks Ray if he met his mother, and what she told him about his father's condition. But our boy, Ray, who seems to be falling apart inside, assures him that his father is fine and walks out of the room, while Gary assumes that something doesn't feel right. Thinking what this is as soon as he picks it up, Dan sneaks up on him and snatches the paper, tells Gary not to be shy, and asks him to let him see the passionate confession of love as they joke around with the paper. In the meantime, the other roommates enter the room and glares at them with confusion. Eventually, Gary lets out that it's a letter addressed to Ray, and that's when they all get to know about his father being infected by the plague of shadows. Upon knowing the truth, Dan lets out that poor guy had a rough childhood, so they should treat him better. Hearing about Ray's sob story, Monk feels bad for him the next scene, then takes us to the cafeteria, which seems to be filled with people. and we see our boy Ray walking all alone, but then he is joined by Martha and Sylvia, who makes it look like a coincidence, and asks Ray to eat together. Then he heads to the dorm room and notices his tidy bed, all sleek and spotless, as our boy wonders who cleaned his stuff. Dan and Ian nervously inform him Sylvia made his bed. Ray immediately gets a hunch and thinks about what is going on with these guys. Our guy then utters that he's been wanting to ask them what his roommates are up to these days, and Gary decides to tell him the truth, spilling that he accidentally saw his letter. He justifies that he didn't mean to invade his privacy, and he should not have looked. But things turned out this way, and all the roommates ended up reading the letter. Panicked Gary tells him that's his fault, that everyone found out about his father's condition. But Ray puts on a smile and says they are the best. Meanwhile, he feels happy that Ray is not angry. They are interrupted by a sudden noise that approaches them, telling them to get out of the way. It turns out to be Monk, who is severely injured, as he is bleeding and is carried by Dan and Ian. Witnessing Monk in such a bad state, Gary immediately asks what happened, and Dan exposes that Sebastian beat the crap out of him, adding that he was the one who provoked Monk into getting into a rank battle with him, assuming that a rank battle ends immediately once one party surrenders. Our boy inquires how he got hurt so badly. That's when Dan reveals Monk already passed out during the battle and didn't even have a chance to surrender himself. However, Sebastian didn't stop and kept on beating him, concluding that he did it on purpose. At that moment, Monk calls out Ray and apologizes to him, as he can't help him make his bed for the next few days, while Sylvia thinks that his limbs are fractured, and they need to call the doctor right away. Ian goes to find one on the other hand, as Gary asks Ray where he's heading. Our boy, who seems to be losing his nerve, after knowing what Sebastian did to his friend, says that he's going to get back at him for what he did to Monk. As he leaves, Gary grabs his hand and says to get a hold of himself, advising him not to act rashly. But our guy, determined to get revenge, asks Gary if he's coming with him. While Gary seems a bit reluctant, he lets out that he wants to get back at them for what they did to Monk. But Ray makes it clear that it's a retaliation. That's when Sylvia appears and reveals that Sebastian is from House Delbert, while Gary adds that he's the youngest son of Sir Delbert, so it's better if they don't get on his bad side. Not caring about this at all, our guy asserts that Sebastian started it, so he should pay for what he did and go on his way. Furious, Gary yells at him for not acknowledging the situation and informs him that it's not the first time that young Delbert has done something like this, adding that nobody wants to cross paths with him in the academy, and warns Ray that he might get expelled. But our reckless red-haired fella assures him that he's going to be okay, as he's not a dumbass, revealing that if he challenges him in an official rank, then he can get back at him rightfully without breaking any rules. Later, while House Delbert seems to be training on the ground, the two of the night students confirm that Ray isn't one of them and instructs him to wait. As they're practicing without wasting a second, our guy asks for Sebastian, and those knights confirm if he's really looking for Sebas, as they don't recall him talking about a red-haired friend before, while Ray asks them to get out of the way. The silver-haired guy, who appears to be Sebastian Spoonie, yells and asks them what's happening. As Eric, the silver-haired guy, moves toward them, his teammates inform him that this red-haired guy wants to barge in here and seems to be looking for Sebastian. Walking forward, Eric utters that Seabass does not know any red-haired freaks and gets mad at Ray for barging in the middle of the training, adding rude remarks as he asks if his parents never taught him manners. Confronting each other, our guy makes it clear that if he's not the guy he's looking for, he has no business to do with the silver-haired bastard, while Eric grits his teeth in anger. Sebastian emerges and asks the red-haired guy if he's looking for him. Young Delbert takes a guess and says that Ray came here for his friend, assuming that he's the black belt as well. Feeling no need to explain his reasons, our guy straightforwardly tells him there's no need for small talk and challenges him to fight. Without a thought, he requests the battle against Sebastian with his watch, while the opponent lets out that it is quite direct. However, Sebastian refuses the battle and tells him to forget it, as he witnesses Ray being ranked at 280, as our boy thinks if he's scared. Young Delbert says that he manifests that it won't be much of a fight, after seeing his low rank laughing hysterically. Sebastian, mumbles that he thought the other black belt was the strongest. But Ray seems too weak. He then apologizes to Ray and assures him that he didn't hurt Monk's purpose, adding that it's a natural gap between them and the peasants, referring to the black belts, saying that he does not want it to happen again. He shuts off Ray while our boy leans toward the obnoxious bastard. Eric blocks his way and asserts that Sebastian might not stoop to his level to fight him. The silver-haired Spoonie reveals that he's currently 9th ranked. So if Ray can fight him, it might pique others' interest in fighting with him as well, asking if it works for his boss. Sebastian happily allows Eric to fight with Ray. Meanwhile, our guy asks the boss if he will accept his request once he manages to beat Eric. As the silver-haired guy is pissed at our boy, Sebastian affirms to him that they will talk once the fight is over. The Delbert's house students are thrilled to see a real fight again and feel lucky for being in a strong team, as people come for challenges every day, hoping that it goes on long enough. Standing face to face, Ray confidently tells Eric to attack him, while Eric holds on to his wooden sword and seems to be filled with pride. He assumes that the red-haired guy is getting cocky and advises him not to go, crying for someone to take revenge for him later, as the others notice that the red-haired guy hasn't unsheathed his sword yet. Eric reckons that this is an excellent chance to show him what he has got, and thinks of using the stuff Sebas has taught him. On the other hand, the boss, Sebastian, proudly looks at his Spoonie and says that he's bullying little kids again, and the fight finally begins. While our guy is unarmed and stays in one position, Eric makes the first move and leaps toward him. As he swishes his sword, he forcefully stabs the sword to hurt Ray. However, to his surprise, Ray dodges the attack like a walk in the park, leaving his jaw dropped. Eric wonders how he managed to dodge such a quick and powerful attack, saying it's not over, yet he prepares again to make another strike. As the fight continues, Ray breathtakingly dodges his attacks like he's a friend with the wind, as he effortlessly leaps in the air, beating the crap out of him. Eric quivers with pain as he gets punched right in the guts, after the silver-haired guy is passed out. As the students carry him to the infirmary, Ray asks young Delbert if he's qualified enough to fight with him, uttering what good will come to him if he agrees to fight with him. That's when our guy shows him something that convinces Sebastian to fight with him. It turns out that Ray tosses out 2 intermediate beast crystals and reveals that he will offer him 2 of them if he wins. Freaking out after watching the crystals, Sebastian asks him where he got those and clarifies that he doesn't want to get in trouble for getting dirty items, while our boy reveals that his parents left these crystals for him. As they are adventurers, Ray entices the offer by saying that he still has the chance to get them, as he hasn't used them for equipment. It seems like young Delbert is quite intrigued by the crystal, as he accepts Ray's challenge, but demands one condition. The next scene takes us to the training ground, where students are rooting for their boss, Sebos, to beat up the red-haired freak. Meanwhile, Kyle, who seems to be walking with Ray, asks if he's really going to fight Sebastian, as he is ranked 2nd and thinks it's not a good idea if it's true. Concerned, Kyle lets out that even if he wants to earn a quick buck by betting on himself losing, his opponent won't hold back. But Ray assures him that he doesn't need to worry, and assures Kyle to do the betting, assuming that he can't stop him anyway. Kyle asks him to promise a nosebleed out of that bastard, and our boy agrees with a fist bump, while Kyle begins the betting. 4 black-belted Ray versus white-belted Sebastian. Dan asks others how long Ray can last, and Ian hopes that he doesn't get hurt. But Sylvia makes a different assumption, as she thinks that it's not going to be a simple battle. Hearing this, Dan teases her as he says that love really makes people blind, while Sylvia justifies that she doesn't like that guy, proving her point as she gets mad at Dan, saying that he is blind because he does not believe how strong Ray is. Gary contemplates that. He is not worried about whether Ray will win this battle. Instead, he's more worried about Sir Delbert, who might get mad at him for this. Stepping onto the battle stage, Sebastian, being the over-the-top guy he is, reminds Ray and mocks him by saying that the children of knights become knights, but the children of farmers become farmers, and no one can surpass the boundaries of class. Holding his sword, young Delbert makes it clear that Ray might have gotten a little confident after beating Eric, but he will quickly see the difference between them after fighting him. As one of the night students commands them to be in positions, our guy advises him to leave the nagging for his lackeys, while the fight is about to begin. Ray covers his face with a black cloth that only shows his eyes. As the battle starts, Sebastian makes the first move and smashes the sword towards him. Our boy impressively dodges the attack, and his opponent tells him he's pretty lucky because not many people dodge his first attack, asserting that his luck is pretty bad. Ray manages to scratch his face in a short time, while Sebastian wipes his face and thinks it is too shallow, letting out if this is his true strength. He can never win against him. In the middle of the battle, our guy asks Sebastian why he talks so much and assumes that he has been winning all this time because he keeps running his mouth. Flustered young Delbert leaps towards him at light speed and utters that his luck ends here. That's when our boy smoothly bolts the attack and pulls off a camouflage move, cutting through Sebastian's face and shoulder as it bleeds. As everyone is left astonished, Dan wonders how Ray attacked him and seems in disbelief as Sebastian got hurt first, while Ian is also shocked at this miracle. Gary presumes when Ray learned this technique and figures out that the way he dodged Sebastian's attack was just like how Sir Kay did it. After that, young Delbert, who seems to have taken enough of this, casts magic on his sword and warns Ray if he can dodge this attack. The crowd cheers for Sebastian, as Chi appears to be converging on sword, and they excitedly root for him. While he attacks Ray with the sword merged with Chi, our boy again swerves the hit. But this time young Delbert seems to grasp his technique and utters that he knew Ray would do that, knowing that he will keep dodging the attacks. Sebastian's sword goes berserk as it keeps striking at Ray, leaving no room for avoiding the hits. Meanwhile, he continues pounding the sword. The students cheer up for their hero, the white-belted knight, as they think that he's so cool, and encourages him to put the red-haired brat in his place. Immersed in the battle, Dan speculates that Ray has been dodging the attack this whole time, so he is bound to get it. Thinking that bastard Sebastian took things far, Sylvia assures them that Ray is all right and tells him to look closer. She reveals that the one whose advantage is actually Ray's opponent, as they witness young Delbert being slashed numerous times. As he soaks in blood, Dan's jaw drops, as he thinks that Ray has been avoiding the attacks all this time. But Gary, who also seems quite thunderstruck, lets out that Ray is the one who's attacking the entire time. Sylvia further elucidates that every time he dodged Sebastian's, he counterattacked at least once, adding that Ray gradually minimized Sebastian's stamina to make him exhausted while poor Sebastian is covered in scratches. He furiously yells that even his father was never beaten up like that, threatening to kill him. Sebastian runs toward him to make another attack. However, he is again slashed by Ray's sword. Witnessing our boy's classic moves, Dan couldn't seem to believe his eyes and wonders if it's really Ray, while Sylvia inspects that he had every chance to win in no time and wonders why he keeps attacking him deliberately. That's when Gary concludes that Ray is doing it on purpose and wants to torture his opponent bit by bit, playing with him just like a predator would with its prey. It is revealed to us that Sebastian's whole face is now covered with cuts and bruises. The poor guy cries out of pain and calls Ray a dirty peasant. But the red-haired boy who finally takes revenge for Monk makes one last blow on his nose, while he trembles and threatens Ray to wait, because his father won't let him off the hook, and he's going to be a dead meat. Our boy raises his sword once again, and thinks that talking to someone like him is a waste of his time and energy. Sebastian, who is about to give up, tells Ray that he will forfeit. However, as he is about to say something, our boy smacks him again with the sword, hitting him just like Sebastian kept on hurting Monk. Ray is blinded by the revenge of his classmate and is ready to do anything to get the blonde-haired boy back for everything he did to Monk, so he won't let him forfeit this easily. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Gary analyze the situation is bad, and if this goes on, Sebastian might die. That's when they hear someone calling out to stop. It happens to Monk and tries to stop Ray, who wonders what he's here. In the meantime, the badly injured competitor gives up, and the match ends with Ray as the winner. At that moment, the students rush towards Sebastian to take him to the infirmary, while Gary runs to his friend, The bruised white belt boy seems to be throwing tantrums and orders everyone to get out of his way, challenging the red-haired boy about who will have the last laugh. The next scene then takes us to the central building, the top floor of the Avrian Knight Academy, where we see Delbert causing a fuss about what happened to his son earlier. Kay tries to calm him down and affirms to him that, from a knight's perspective, Ray Talon didn't break any of the rules. The black belt instructor reminds Delbert not to ignore the rules, since he was born to be a monster. As soon as he utters these words, one of the elders interrupts him and thinks that his words aren't wrong either, as if the prophecy is true. Then the red-haired boy will destroy the kingdom, while Elder Vaughn reveals that the prophecy also foretold that the red-haired boy might become the chosen savior of this world. But Vaughn is interrupted by someone who mutters that the child has already shown the signs of becoming a calamity. As it happens, another elder suggests that it will be easier to expel the red-haired boy, and maybe this would spark the beginning towards the end. But the head elder objects and thinks that this debate is meaningless. He suggests that if everyone has different opinions, then they should vote on it, and asks to raise their hand if they agree on Ray Talon's expulsion. It turns out that Delbert, Elder Gibby, and Master Knight Rose agree on Ray's expulsion from the academy. On the other hand, Elder Vaughn, Head Elder Humphrey, Winford Bernardo, and Instructor Kay disagree with his expulsion. In conclusion, 3 of them fall in the favor of Ray's expulsion, while 6 of them disagree. Therefore, the elder dismisses the expulsion of the red-haired boy. In the next scene, Ray seems to be laying down on his dorm roof with his eyes closed when he hears footsteps approaching. As he wonders who it might be, it occurs to be Sylvia, who didn't see him in the dorm, so she decided to look on the roof. While our guy lets her know that he wants to be alone for a while, she asked him if he's thinking about Monk. After that, she confesses to Ray that he might be different from regular people, and he's not good at talking nor understanding people's emotions. But our boy interrupted her by saying that he doesn't care. Flustered Sylvia tries to justify herself by telling him that's not what she meant. Sylvia clarifies that she knows he's not a bad person, and every time she sees him confused or mad, she keeps wishing that she could help somehow, and hopes that he'd trust them a little more, because they're friends after all. Wondering if they're friends, Ray pushes her against the wall, leaving her shocked, activating his dragon eye. He raises his head and asks her if she's afraid of him. Being honest, she reveals to him that sometimes she does get scared, but she doesn't think he's a bad person. He turns around and ponders that. Every time he feels like he has seen how humanity truly is, things change immediately, and it seems like he still has a long way to go. On the other side, Delbert furiously walks out of the building and decides to kill the red-haired monster someday, since he doesn't care about prophecies. Just then he's approached by Elder Gibby, who grabs the knight's attention by telling him that he knows that Delbert thinks the knights should only come from noble blood, which is an interesting point of view, adding that this caught his attention. Meanwhile, Sylvia walks down the stairs. She's approached by a blonde-haired boy who is also a white belt. The guy then asks her about Ray Talon's whereabouts, and she informs him that Ray is upstairs. He thanks the beautiful lady and heads upstairs, while Sylvia wonders if she ever came across someone like him. In their year, while Ray is still on the roof, he hears someone coming in again and thinks that it is Sylvia, asking why she came back, but to his surprise, it turns out to be someone else, the blonde-haired guy from earlier, who informs Ray that must have mistaken him for someone else. That's when that guy introduces himself as Harry Delbert, a second-year student, and our boy makes an annoying face as he realizes that he belongs to the Delbert family. Harry tells him that he defeated his little brother, which leads Ray to assume that he's here to take revenge. But the guy refuses and mutters that he has misunderstood his intentions, as he is not here because of something so trivial. Instead, he wants to thank Ray. Upon hearing this, our guy is left surprised to see Harry thank him for beating the crap out of his brother. Harry further claims that he's aware how arrogant his brother can be, and Sebastian never practiced sincerely before in the past, so it was a matter of time that someone defeated him to make him learn a good lesson. As the guy finishes his talk, Ray turns around and is about to leave, but Harry stops him by saying that they can't have a rank battle because they're not in the same year, and urges to teach him a lesson. He hands him a wooden sword, and our guy accepts the fight, uttering that after all that talk. He wanted to take revenge, after all, but Harry assures him that he just wanted to see how strong the person who defeated his brother is, and challenges the red-haired guy to show him what he's got. Meanwhile, Ray prepares himself and reckons that Harry gives a different feeling than everyone else. So he decides to change his moves and strikes toward him. But Harry impeccably halts the attack, and Ray leans backward, with the Force watching him lean back. Delbert's son compliments him for making the right decision, while our guy is left stunned, as he senses a strange feeling, and ruminates that his opponent's sword would have broken already. After his attack, Ray further contemplates that if his opponent keeps striking this way, his sword will break first. That's when Harry anticipates that he doesn't know how to use chi yet, after witnessing that he can't win based on pure strength. Our boy decides to use the black belt techniques that he learned. Meanwhile, they continue to strike each other. Harry effortlessly keeps dodging the attacks, and asks Ray if this is all he's got. As Ray gets a little worked up and starts sweating, Harry strikes one last powerful blow at him with his wooden sword. That's when our guy begins to bleed. And at that moment, Harry ends the fight, as he is about to leave. Ray, who seems to be in a bad condition, somehow gets up and asks Harry if he's the first-ranked, second-year Knight Apprentice, to which he responds that he ranks 50th, while the red-haired guy is left in disbelief. To see someone this skilled, ranked 50th Harry, Delbert waves him goodbye, and claims that they should fight again after he learns chi properly, which leaves Ray to wonder if he can become that stronger after learning how to use chi. The next scene takes us to the Elder's office, where we see Knight Winford, concerned about the situation at the border. As more knights have gone missing lately, he continues to inform the head that their enemies are, not only from outside, but also from within, and there are rumors circulating about the Dark Guild that has already infiltrated the academy. As the head elder clarifies that they are not rumors anymore, Winford suggests that they should alert the students at least. While the head agrees to him, he declares that there's something important, and asks Winford to bring those 5 red-haired kids, as they should inform them of their calling. After that, we witness Ray sitting on the roof as he tries to converge his aura. It is revealed to us that he has tried to converge his aura into his body, but it never ended up working for him, as it seems to be raining heavily. Our guy thinks that he should stop for the day. However, at that moment, he witnesses some suspicious people furtively moving around the academy. He comes to realize that those people are planning an ambush, as they see their target in sight. Meanwhile, the people stealthily move closer to their target, who appears to be one of the elders. Ray activates his dragon eye, and notices that they are a plague of shadows. Bothered, he takes off his black belt, and reckons if they have anything to do with his father. On the other hand, the masked people block the elder's way, as they make it clear that his road ends here. While the elder mumbles that the rumors about the Dark Guild entering the academy were true, one of the guild members lets out that he realized it too late, declaring that soon the Dark Guild will take over the entire academy, and no one will be able to stop them. As the old man seems to be fighting against 4 of them, in a flash someone joins them. It occurs to be Ray, as he announces that they will be fighting 2 against 4. Hiding his face, Ray enters the dangerous situation, as he holds his sword, and the elder recognizes that he's won the students, and apologizes for getting him involved in this. On the other hand, the guild member gets shocked to see where the kid came from, but the other one lets out that it doesn't matter, as they both are going to die. While the old man prepares to fight and uses magic, he asks Ray to help him keep the 2 people occupied. As Ray engages with the 2 members, he speculates that the old man, chi, is unique, and notices that the shadow beasts have consciousness intact. He dodges the attack and plans to strike his sword from behind, but the other member comes in between. As one of the guild members casts magic, Ray leans back, and they realizes at once that he doesn't know how to use chi, concluding that he's an amateur. Thinking that they found him out, he puts the sword in his mouth, and the guild members get confused as they see him. They decide to kill him and leaps towards Ray, but he keeps on dodging the attacks. That leaves the shadow to wonder that this brat's movements are weird. Losing track of Ray as they failed to catch up to him, they search for the red-haired boy, and witness 2 of their members killed by the strong old man. The elder tells the 2 other members to continue the fight, as he wants to see what that child can do. As the guild members seems to be trapped, they think of using their secret power, but before that they decide to deal with a red-haired kid. Meanwhile, Ray witnesses everything from above and contemplates that the old man did not need his help. From the start believing that he has got a chance to fight, he leaps toward the shadows from behind, while Ray gives him a hard time as they can't seem to catch him. They eventually trap him as our boy doesn't seem to have a way out. The elder calls him out and commands Ray to grab the guy's hand and pull towards him. The old man then instructs Ray to turn around and use the momentum to throw him over. The elder then strikes a powerful punch with chi. Watching the guy explode, Ray wonders how strong the elder is. And at that moment, the knights arrive at the scene, while the one last guild member tries to run away. Our guy goes after him, but the elder stops him and utters not to go after someone at the end of their rope. In the meantime, the knights arrive, and Ray obtains a new ability after all these years. The knights make sure that the elder is all right. Meanwhile, the knights chase after that one guild member. The elder appreciates Ray for his help and calls him a talented student. Curious, Ray asks the old man about why the guild members attacked him, but the elder dodges his question. At that moment, the old man taps his shoulder and asks him if he doesn't know how to use chi yet, and suggests Ray to join the martial arts club once he becomes a second year. After that, as the elder leaves using chi and disappears like the wind, our guy is left surprised and thinks that he's a strange old man. The next scene takes us to the head elder's office, where Winford seems to be waiting for Ray. As Ray arrives, Winford informs about the head elder summoning him, which leaves our guy to wonder if he had been caught this quickly. It appears that Winford summons all the red-haired kids, including Ian, Kyle, Sloth Badger, and Ray, while the kids seem to be impatient and speculate that the elder have a special mission for them. The head elder gets straight to the points and reveals the reason for summoning them is because of the prophecy. The old man discloses that 10 years ago, there was a prophecy with heavens that predicted that their land will be saved by a red-haired boy from the brink of destruction. Upon hearing this, Kyle assumes that it could be one of them, but the elder lets out that they have found 10 red-haired kids who fit this description, which leaves Ray surprised as ever. Asking about the other 5 children, the elder lets out that the other 5 children have an aptitude for magic, so they are studying at the Roland Academy. As soon as Ray hears this, he gets reminded of Amy, who's also studying there, and thinks that she already knows about those people, while Kyle and the other redheads seem to be exhilarated about saving the world. The head elder continues to tell the prophecy. He reveals that in the past, 5 dragon knights saved their land from danger, defeated the shadows, and found the Avrian Knight Academy, leaving the priceless heritage behind. The head elder gives them a big responsibility to protect the heritage and informs them about receiving even more training, other than basic and special training. The 5 red-haired kids are anticipated to become the Avrian's Academy's new generation of dragon knights. As they leave the office, Kyle and one of the twins feels happy about becoming saviors, while Ray asks Ian if his hairs have always been red. Meanwhile, Ian responds that his hair has always been like this, and he also went through a lot of trouble growing up. Our guy reckons that everyone's hair has always been red. However, Ray's hair turned from black to red. Our boy speculates whether he should be counted as a dragon knight, which leads him to think that the head elder must be hiding something from them. The next scene takes us to the head elder's office, where Winford seems to be questioning the head about not disclosing the whole prophecy to the children. The head affirms to him that kids have enough burdens on their shoulders, so they should let them know things when they're ready. And the knight unwillingly agrees with him. The scene then flips to Ray, who begins to search for the dragon knights. The boy narrates that some people still think of dragons as symbols of evil, while some didn't believe that these creatures ever existed. A minority still believe that the dragon were the protectors of this land, as the world wasn't plagued with shadows in the past. As he read more about the knights, one book stood out to him in particular, as it mentioned the guidance of God. While books written about God are forbidden for humans, Ray couldn't find anything useful and goes to a priest to find answers. It is revealed to us that, along with their special training with Sir K. They also train under Winford for extra training to become Dragon Knights as the training continues. Our boy contemplates that if it weren't for this knight training, he would have immediately gone to have a chat with God and ask him why he turned him into a human. Our boy then narrates that a year has passed with his training, and he also managed to find the time for hunting sessions, adding that tomorrow will be the first day of their second year of training. Coming back to the present, as Ray seems to be sleeping, he hears a noise and witnesses Gary having a nightmare as he trembles. As Gary opens his eyes, he gets scared to see Ray standing in front of him and tells him to go sleep, as they have a ceremony in the morning. Assuring that he's fine, our boy gets curious and wonders what kind of nightmare he had that scared him so much. The next day, while Gary appears to have a sleepless night and Ray gets concerned about him, they're greeted by Sylvia. Sylvia decides to join the medic club, and Gary have already selected the swordsmanship club. Our boy kind of feels left out, but then he gets reminded of someone who told him join a club. He recalls that the old man suggested him to join the martial arts club. It is revealed to us that after Ray obtained the new ability, he found out that he had no mana, which is why he failed the assessment all those years ago. Our boy then hopes for things to change. Once he starts absorbing intermediate beast crystals, Ray finds the way to the martial arts club and is quite surprised when he reaches a place that seems very distant and remote. Ray calls out to find someone and finds someone sitting inside. He approaches the man and notices that there's no reaction, and he can't even feel his presence. Assuming that he's dead, as soon as Ray taps on the old man's shoulder, the old man grabs his hand and forcefully slams him on the ground, while the old man gushes with anger and utters, "How dare he enter this place?" Ray clarifies that he came here to join the martial art club, as he called him here. Upon hearing this, the old man calms down and realizes that he's the red-haired student that helped him that day. It turns out to be the elder, and he begins to pat Ray. Our poor boy asks the old man why he attacked a stranger, without knowing why he came here. As he almost died today, the old man apologizes to him and lets out that many strange people have been coming here lately, so he's a bit concerned. The old man gets happy as Ray listened to his advice and joined the club, revealing that he will be his student. As our boy hears this, he is left in disbelief and reckons that the old man tricked him into joining the club. Feeling trapped, Ray wonders how he is going to slip away if it's one-on-one. The old man instructs Ray to start from the basics, as when they first met, he didn't know how to use chi. While he continues to elucidate about the chi attacks, our boy concludes that this club is clearly on the losing side, as nobody joined it, but the old man assures him that those people don't understand martial arts, and once he teaches Ray everything, he will know that his hands are his best weapons. At that moment, Ray asks him about the people who attacked him earlier, to which the elder responds that they were from the Dark Guild, saying that he will learn about them in the second year. The old man reveals that the Dark Guild is an organization that wants to bring down the Allier Kingdom. He further narrates that their leader was a higher-up of the Avrian Knight Academy in the past, and they created this organization after they were expelled from the academy. Recalling that their aura was similar to the Plague of Shadows, Ray asks him if those people are dangerous. The old man decides to tell him the truth, since he owes him a favor, and confesses that those guild members wanted him to die, because he's one of the 6 elders of the academy. Elder Vaughn then takes off his shirt and exposes his muscles, uttering that he might be old, but he's confident in his muscles. Supposing that he knows about Ray's prophecy, our boy decides to show his full strength, when Vaughn commands him to show what he's got. That's when our boy punches the old man with full strength, as his hands hit his masculine body. Ray reckons that it's hard, just like hitting a metal board, while our boy's hand gets nearly crushed. Vaughn asks him if he used chi in that attack. Blowing his hand, Ray refuses, and the old man excitedly tells him that he's stronger than a bull, and that once he gets the hang of chi, he will soar in the heavens. Listening to this flattery, our boy wonders if this old man is even reliable. Vaughn proudly pats his shoulder, uttering that they should begin, saying that he did not agree to join yet. Ray freaks out and thinks that there's no going back. The next scene takes us to the training, where Vaughn seems to be teaching Ray about chi. Elder Vaughn lets out that chi can be produced just by breathing, and transfers some chi into his body. The old man transfers the energy and instructs Ray to feel it through his body, while our boy thinks that it's so warm and is surprised to see chi flow like this. Suddenly, Vaughn falls unconscious, while our boy freaks out as he witnesses that his mana has been activated. He tries to wake up Vaughn thinking that he's dead, but listening his heartbeat and realizes that his mana skill was activated because the system absorbed mana from the old man's body when he was transferring chi to him. Witnessing that his mana is almost complete, Ray smacks the old man as he hasn't woken up yet and concludes that he's not strong at all. In the meantime, the dragon's patience lasts only 10 minutes when he gives up on the old man, thinking that he won't die anyway. He plans to use this time for training. Our boy activates the dragon eye and notices the chi flowing within his body. He tries to converge chi into his solar plexus and successfully pulls it off. As he makes it circulate within his body, chi dissipates from his body as he tries to manipulate it, trying to converge chi in his body. Our boy fails repeatedly as the energy keeps disappearing. Thinking that the chi flow is unstable, he decides to use more energy. As Ray uses more chi, it begins to hurt his body, starting to get out of control. The old man finally wakes up and witnesses Ray emerging. Great amount of energy as he seems to lose control. Shocked Elder Vaughn then commands him not to move and pulls the energy out of him. As he pushes out the energy, it destroys the place. Before our boy could grasp the situation, he collapses on the ground. It appears that Ray ends up in a hospital. As he opens his eyes after hearing noises, it emerges to be Sylvia and Kyle, who speculate that it might be mana deficiency that made him pass out. The silver-haired girl informs him that an old man rushed him here, and only calmed down after the dean told him that Ray would be fine, and he was recovering rapidly. Meanwhile, Kyle gets suspicious and thinks about who that old man is, as he even got the hospital's dean to check on Ray himself. Our boy gets flustered by Kyle's high-pitched voice and ponders if the elder has to be so ostentatious. To make things clear, our guy lets out that the old man is the instructor of the martial arts club, uttering that he's glad that Ray woke up, as he was going to die from all the noise. Looking at Gary next to his bed, our boy thinks that they've moved their dorm here, and Gary, who seems to in a bad shape, mutters that he haven't been sleeping well lately, so he ran out of stamina during training and came to the hospital to get some rest. While Gary argues with Kyle for nagging him to get some rest, Ray wonders what kind of nightmare he's been having. After getting discharged, our boy goes back to the martial arts club, and Elder Vaughn yells at him for coming back here, calling him a fool as our boy freaks out. The old man grumbles and clarifies that if he hadn't been there, Ray could have died and in the worst situation. He wouldn't have been able to use chi anymore. After that, Vaughn unwillingly praises him and reveals that he was able to accumulate that much chi on his first day, which is quite impressive. While our boy thinks that he's talented, learning how to control chi, our boy narrates that after he practiced the basics, as the old man said, he was able to use chi to strengthen any part of his body. After 5 days, it is revealed to us that for the next few days, Ray trained to manipulate the chi to where it was needed, at the fastest speed possible, which was difficult, but he got to learn a lot of things. The next scene takes us to the southern gates of Avrian City, where Lancey informs them that it will be their first time hunting, after becoming second year, commanding them to listen carefully. Lancey reveals that there are 3 safe hunting grounds, where they can obtain beast, crystals, and suggests they don't stray off the path if they want to make it out alive. He further informs that each of the 3 teams will head towards one of those hunting grounds so that they can become familiar with different magical beasts. As they walk towards the hunting ground, Ray speculates that something is off with Gary, as he doesn't look okay at that moment. As the bug emerges, Sylvia tells everyone to be careful, and Dan assures them that they are regular bugs, so they don't need to freak out. However, a strike of terror runs through Dan and Kyle as they notice that the bug's size of someone's head, scaring their pants off. As Martha begins to slash the bugs with her arrows, Sylvia warns them to be prepared as bugs might be weak, but they appear in swarms. Just then, the swarm of bees attacks them, and all of them come into action. Meanwhile, Kyle fights off the disgusting bugs, and Dan finds the bugs agile. Sylvia alerts Ray to watch out, That's when our guy activates chi and strikes. His classic moves as he kills the bugs without any weapons. As Kyle seems proud of him for learning chi, Ray decides to test the results of his training. But Dan tells him to stop showing off and use a weapon. Suddenly Monk and Ray hear a noise, and it turns out that a bug attacked Gary's arm, and he starts bleeding. While Ian kills the bug and asks Gary if he's okay, Sylvia inspects the wound and lets out that it is not deep. She asks Ian to help her remove the armor to perform first aid. Dan reveals that according to instructions, they have to hand up 1/10 of their earrings when they beast crystals at the hunting grounds, only if they manage to get more than 10. Meanwhile, Dan clarifies that's how the academy operates. Our guy reckons that he needs to get past Lancey. It appears that Ray has gotten more than 10 crystals, and then he peeks at his dragon system. At the entrance of the hunting grounds, Lancey collects the beast crystals. As Ray hands in only 5 beast crystals, Lancey lashes out at him and thinks that he's trying to trick him. He then orders Ray to take off his equipment, and our guy confidently takes off everything. While Lancey does not find a trace of the beast crystals, he freaks out and gets angry, muttering that it's impossible. He accuses the red-haired boy of hiding the crystal somewhere on the mountain. But Ray tests his last nerve and gets cocky, assuring the knight that he won't find anything. As they walk away, Monk asks Ray how he managed to do that, as he got more than 5 crystals, and our guy tells him that his secret. It is revealed to us that Ray finds out that, after saving the beast crystals in the system, the crystals in turn become useless rocks in real life. The boy then narrates that the dragon system directly gives him the beast crystals after hunting magical beasts, but everyone else needs to find them from the bodies of magical beasts to not raise suspicions. He asked the system not to extract beast crystals for him, and besides, they can't be taken out once he puts them in, finding a way to evade the taxes. Our guy speculates that he needs to be careful, as if Lancey finds out, he won't let it slide in the meantime. Ray decides to head back and calls out Gary, thinking that he left something behind. As soon as he taps Gary's shoulder, he starts muttering about opening the red door. At that moment, Gary quivers with fear and begins screaming as he covers his ears, while Ray tries to calm him down. Monk gets concerned about them, as they both were coming right behind him. He then informs Sylvia and Dan that he's going to find them, heading to the hunting grounds. Meanwhile, Monk finds Ray and Gary. He asks the matter and tells him that everyone is already far ahead. That's when our guy lets out that Gary is not doing so well, and keeps talking about a red door, as the blonde-haired boy seems to be scared stiff, and utters that he has to the red door. As the voice keeps calling him, Monk takes a guess. It is revealed to us that Ray communicates with the voice, who tells him that it's been waiting for him, and reveals a hidden piece of history and secrets of this world. The voice seems to be coming from the red door, and suddenly it disappears as the doors close, while Ray screams and asks to wait. He wakes up and gets shocked as the dream feels far too realistic, as the blonde-haired boy seems to be mumbling about the red door. In his sleep, our boy ponders that it might be the same red door in Gary's dream. We are then traveled back to Ray's flashback at the hunting ground. Panicked Gary reveals that he only passed by Avery in prison one time and glanced at those red gates. Since then, he's been having nightmares every night, and every time he wakes up, he doesn't remember his dream, while the poor boy is traumatized. Gary adds that he can only feel endless fear, and something behind those red doors keeps calling him. That's when he plans to go to that place. But Monk freaks out and discloses that the place is entirely off limits, and they can even get expelled. But it seems like Gary has no choice as he decides to deal with it. Otherwise, he will get tortured to death by the voices in his head. At that moment, Ray agrees to go with him and asks Monk if he will join them. But Monk hesitates and warns them that they can even die in there. Our guy, who seems determined, lets out that the skills they learned will work in the cover of night, but they should give it a try. Watching Monk refusing to go, Gary feels bad for dragging him into this, and asks Ray not to give him a hard time, as he already thankful that someone is going with him. However, Monk agrees to go with them. Later at night, our boy ponders if the red gates of Avery in prison are the source of Gary's nightmare. As even he dreamt of it, he wonders if the secrets of this world are really hidden in the Academy's prison. The next scene takes us to the Avrian prison, where the knights seem to be guarding the doors. As it's late at night, the three of them sneak inside that area and hide under the bushes, while Monk confirms if they won't caught. Gary assures him and reveals that he's been observing this place and found out that those black armored knights exchange shifts with regular white-belted knights every Tuesday. Asking why the guards exchange shifts at this time every week, Gary assumes that it might be a weekly gathering. In the meantime, Ray activates his dragon eye to inspect the prison, with the prison being built underground. Our guy finds it suspicious. Meanwhile, the black armored guard leaves for the meeting. Ray decides to follow the plan, and suddenly someone grabs Gary's hand, asking what they're doing. It turns out to be Molly, a third-year black belt student. She let out that she was training nearby and saw the two of them sneaking around. As Molly guesses that they are about to sneak inside the prison, Gary panics and spills that they were planning. But then she comes just in time. Suddenly the barrels scatter all over the place, diverting the guards' attention. As soon as Molly hears about Monk being involved in the plan, she freaks out and warns them that they are going against the rules. Calling them crazy, she keeps nagging them, and Gary asks Ray, how should they deal with her? Thinking that they're going to kill her, Molly reminds them about being loving fellow students, and that's when Gary smacks her neck, knocking her out. Meanwhile, Gary couldn't help himself as she kept talking too much. Ray decides to take Molly with them, because they might be doomed if she spills their plan. They successfully sneak inside the prison, and the guards continue to argue about tying the barrels properly. However, it occurs that someone seems to be observing them inside the prison, and it turns out to be the guy who killed the stage for Proctor. Smirking, the guy seems to have lured them on purpose and mutters that Elder Gibby will be happy. On the other hand, the three of them manage to go inside and are surprised to see that there are no windows at all. Molly wakes up and Monk asks her if she's doing all right, but Ray, without any reluctance, tells Molly to report them and urges her to shout as loud as she wants, so they will be expelled altogether, pissing her off even more. Poor Monk stops him and tells Molly not to mind him, as the girl is super annoyed by Ray. She makes it clear that she won't take the responsibility if they get in trouble. Molly snatches the glowstone out of Gary's hand and leads the way, since she's the senior walking down. Monk realizes that there are inmates in the prison, and Gary, who also seems to have no idea, lets out that this place has always been forbidden, and he's never heard of criminals being transferred in this prison. She further adds that once those things appear, it would cause a great uproar. Upon hearing this, our guy assumes that she doesn't know what they're hiding either, and Molly responds that they're rumors, calling him a brat. Meanwhile, she discloses that other than the 3 knights and 6 elders, no one's been here before. At that moment, the wind gets strong. As Ray hears something, Monk advises them to go back, and Molly, who also seems to be scared, agrees with him, but Gary refuses and is determined to find out what has been appearing in his dreams. They all decide to go down together and finally reach the bottom. To their surprise, it appears to be another door, while they witness a massive door. Molly wonders what it's made of, as it looks pretty old, but Gary, who's more interested in going beyond the gate, begins to open the gate with his chi, struggling to open the colossal door, which doesn't move an inch. Gary calls Monk for help on the other hand. Meanwhile, Molly thought that Gary could do it himself from all the fuss he made, and tells him not to show off, thinking that the door is locked. Monk lets out that there's something leagues stronger behind this door, so they should head back. But Gary makes it clear that he won't back and asks Ray to help him. Confused, Ray taps to agree, and in a flash, the door opens. Astonished, Monk asks him how he did it, and Ray clarifies that he just touched the doors. It is revealed that the sounds of the gears went even deeper within, but the magic crystal only showed a small area ahead, and as they kept walking, an unsettled fear took over the hearts of the youngsters present. As they make their way inside, a scary sound reverberates as Gary steps on something, while Monk trembles with fear and asks, "What was that?" Molly, who is also scared witless, freaks out and holds Ray flustered. Ray tells her to back off, and Gary sheds his glowstone to see what he stepped on. It turns out to be bones, and Gary speculates that it might be a beast or a dragon, wondering how a strong beast could die here. Ray lets out that dragons don't die. that easily while Molly thinks that the knights took the beast out. As they continue to dig deeper, Ray notices they're reaching the end, and Molly lets out that they can finally leave this place. Reaching the end, Gary informs them that it's a large space underneath. While Molly says that these look like prison cells, Monk notices that there are many of them, realizing that nothing is inside the cells. Monk gets worried and predicts that the monsters have already escaped. He suggests that now that they've seen everything down there, they should leave, and Molly agrees. She says that if the monsters were really kept down here, they must be strong, and if they've escaped, then they're in significant danger. Upon hearing this, Ray makes Gary understand that they've already come all this way, so if they return now, they can escape before the night's change shifts again. However, Gary gets crazy and mutters that if they go ahead a little, they will find the truth as the blonde-haired guy keeps moving forward. Ray alerts him not to go further, but Gary, who seems to lose his senses, continues to go inside the prison cell as he hears the voices calling him inside, watching him walk towards the dead end. Ray tries to stop, and at that moment, a powerful wind takes over the place, while Gary falls into some kind of pit. Our boy comes to realize that this presence is dangerous. He stands guard as he holds the sword and witnesses a giant beast with big horns rumbling out of the prison. Watching the beast coming towards them, Molly quivers with fear, as it turns out to be the monarch rank magical beast, the Minotaurus. That's when the Minotaur lets out a powerful roar, making everyone smash to the ground. At that moment, Molly twists her ankle and not being able to run away. The beast grasps her into its claw, but Monk comes to her rescue and slashes the beast's arm with his sword, making Molly crash on the ground. After slightly attacking the beast, Monk runs to Molly and asks if she can stand, as he makes her stand abruptly. They're all going to die here. Just after that, the beast strikes the magical attack, and a strike of terror runs through Monk as he looks back. The next scene takes us to Gary, who comes crashing down in a pit, gets concerned about Monk and the others, and wonders if it really was a monster that he just saw. On the other hand, Ray halts the beast's attack with his sword, and his tame wolf backs him up as it protects Monk and Molly. Watching the watch, protecting them, Monk gets baffled and asks why the magical beast is helping them, while our guy struggles to stop the beast for too long and has no time to explain. He makes it clear to Monk that the wolf is on their side, so they don't need to worry. After that, Ray orders his wolf noir to take Molly somewhere safe, while Monk is left stunned to see the wolf following orders. As the wolf takes Molly away, Ray instructs Monk to hide his presence and kill the Minotaurus in a single blow, once he holds it down. But the black-haired boy informs him that it's very risky, as the beast is way too strong to be killed in a single attack. Carrying his plan, our guy assures him to trust him and begins to gather chi. Meanwhile, Monk hides, and Ray attracts the beast towards him. Our boy grabs the beast by its horn and tries to hold it down, realizing that it's too strong. The beast drags and bumps him against the wall, but Ray doesn't let go of its horn and holds it with full strength. That's when our boy commands Monk to attack the Minotaurus, and he immediately strikes the beast from behind holding two swords. He is shocked when he witnesses that they are penetrating, as the beast's skin is as tough as a metal board. In a while, Gary arrives at the scene and yells at Monk to dodge, striking the sword towards the magical beast. To his surprise, the sword shatters, and Gary flings away as the beast strikes a magical attack, while Ray, with the help of chi, tries his best to hold it down. Not letting it escape, Ray activates his new mana skill, and finally lets go of the beast's horn. Absorbing the mana, he gathers all chi and attacks with full force. Attacking with his hands, he manages to slash the Minotaur's back. Gary alerts him to watch out, but by that time the beast knocks Ray out, making him smash into the ground coughing. Our guy reckons that he absorbed too much mana, so his body can't gather it immediately, and he realizes that his body is still too weak. As the beast approaches him, Ray tries to think of a way to deal with it, but then he spots someone. It turns out to be their instructor, Sir K, and just like always, he puffs on the cigarette, uttering that they pissed off something real big, while he instructs the brats to get out of the way. Monk gets happy to see him and thinks that they're saved. Sir K clarifies that they don't need to butter him up, as he will deal with it later, and goes on to attack the beast. aiming for the horn. He impressively breaks one of the Minotaur's horns in one attempt, as Sir Kay goes for another attack. The beast grabs his leg, but he counterattacks and cuts through the fingers of the beast. The beast halts and looks around as Sir Kay seems to disappear, just like shadows. He appears to be on the Minotaur's back, and just like that, he cuts through its head, killing it on the spot. While Monk carries Gary and thinks how strong Sir Kay is, as he deals with a strong beast effortlessly. Ray instructs his wolf, Noir, to go back. As Noir nods, our guy earns a new ability, and wonders if it's because of absorbing the lightning attack. As they walk, Sir Kay asks for an explanation from the three of them, while Molly plays dead to save herself from the trouble. Worried, Monk asks him if they're going to get expelled, believing that it's a miracle they are alive. Monk and Gary apologize to him, but then Sir Kay turns out and winks at his students, muttering, "That would be a shame if they get expelled. Students who could fight the monarch beast and live to tell the tale." He lets it slide only if they promise to keep this a secret, that he didn't see any of them. And a spark of joy hits the three of them when they hear these reassuring words from Sir Kay, arriving at the door. As the instructor finds it strange that the door was open, suddenly Ray hears a voice that says that it will wait for him here, and tells him to come back when he's stronger. Panicked, our guy gets reminded that it's the same voice he heard before in dreams, and the door eventually closes. Later at night in the Academy's hospital, Sir Kay seems to be getting treated for his wounds, while the dean is surprised to see that he got hurt this bad, assuming that training 4 students at once is pushing it. Our guy then gets up from the bed and questions Gary why he kept going further into the cave when they tried to stop him, to which he responds that he felt an intense need to go deeper. Upon hearing this, Monk confesses that after reading the book, he found out that, other than having the ability to control the element of lightning, the Minotaur has an ability called the Labyrinth of the Heart. It is revealed to us that according to legend, this monster was given birth to by a queen and a white bull that was meant to be sacrificed. However, the king got furious after finding this out and ordered to build a giant maze at the end of the earth, putting it under heavy supervision. The monster was held in the maze. However, it was gifted with the strength of the gods. As the monster grew, its obsession with escaping the maze turned into an ability to bewitch the hearts of those around it. Those who are influenced begin to lose control of their thoughts and end up becoming controlled by strong emotions. Meanwhile, Ray ponders that it's a ridiculous legend to think that a human and a bull had a child. Gary asks the end of the story, but there's no end of it in the book, as Monk assumes that the monster escaped. Otherwise, they wouldn't have seen it in the prison, finding the root of his nightmares. On the other hand, Ray speculates about the voice he heard in the prison and wonders if the monster really caused Gary's nightmares. At that moment, Sir Kay enters the room and tells him to stay here and rest up for the next few days, thinking that he was getting scolded just now. Ray calls him out, and the instructor feels that they are worried about him. But his expectations are short-lived, when Ray says he just wanted to ask if he got a monarch beast crystal, and if they all will get a share of it. Upon hearing this, Sir Kay loses his cool and makes it clear that they won't get anything, as these are his labor fees, and he didn't get hurt to give a share after all. While our guy seems to be done with all the ranting, Sir Kay is about to leave, and informs them that they'll do a more thorough checkup in the morning. Curious, Ray seems to have another question, and asks him how he knew they were in the prison. Gary reveals that they should be the only ones who knew, even though Molly wanted to report them, but she didn't get the chance, calling them brats. Sir Kay mumbles that they want to know too many secrets, and reveals that the lurkers told him. Monk talks about this rumor, in which they say that some people in this academy hide within the students, and common people protecting the students from harm, while Gary sums it up that those people leak secrets. As he leaves, Ray is lost in thought, pondering that the more things unfold, the more he realizes that the academy isn't as simple as it first looked. After going to bed, our boy thinks about the ability he has, which can absorb the magic of the target and enhance spells of the same elements. Thinking that the ability is not helpful for him, Ray looks at Gary, who seems to be asleep, and remembers that he has asked them to keep his wolf more a secret, speculating that Sir Kay didn't find out about this either. He reckons that Gary doesn't seem to be having nightmares anymore and gets uncertain if it really was because of the beast. The next scene takes us to a martial arts club. Ray appears to be training with Elder Vaughn, who compliments him about his attacking style as he fights, holding the sword in his mouth. Looking a bit skeptical, our guy utters that he feels like his sword becomes more of a defensive measure, and attacking purely with his fists isn't strong enough. While Vaughn agrees and says that it makes sense, he excitedly informs Ray that he has something for him. He finds that thing, and it turns out to be dragon turtle gauntlets. While the name triggers our guy, he is impressed by the heavy dragon arms as he wears them on, but it seems like there's more to it. When the elder reveals that they even change size, according to the wearer, as the gauntlets shrink into the size of Ray's arm, our guy asks him if they're made of beast crystals. That's when the old man reveals that they were only made from an intermediate dragon turtle's beast crystal, and if it were an advanced beast crystal, it would be much stronger. Elder Vaughn lets out that he wishes to give him higher grade pieces of equipment, but it would be unfair to the other contestants getting confused. After hearing this, Vaughn asks Ray if he's not been in class, and elucidates that every student in the second year and above has joined the annual academy tournament. By having the one-on-one fight, they will find the 5 strongest contestants in the academy. He adds that these 5 will go on to become representatives of the academy in the World Combat Tournament and fight against strong rivals from all around the world. Vaughn proudly hands the gauntlets to Ray and requests him to get the 10th place for him, saying that if he uses them to get a good ranking, he will let him keep them. As the old man gets his expectations high, our guy excitedly takes them and thanks him in advance. Now that he has weapons, Vaughn advises Ray to get something defensive, like breastplates or shields, which are pretty useful on missions. After that, our guy goes to the weapon shop to buy defensive equipment and lets out that forging defensive gear from an intermediate beast crystal requires a payment of 10 beginner beast crystals, or at $1,000 the sly vendor asks for 10 extra beast crystals. While Ray seems to be pissed off, he reckons that if he gives him the beast crystal, the academy won't be able to find proof that he hid the beast crystals, thinking if the academy has its eyes on him, he won't be able to hunt alone anymore. Our guy agrees and throws the pouch of crystals, letting out a smile. The vendor assures him that their work is top-notch and grabs the pouch meanwhile. Ray annoyingly looks at the vendor and ponders. Humans really are sly no matter what they work. As at that moment, Sylvia approaches him and is happy to see Ray, who asks her if she hears to buy equipment as well. While Sylvia agrees and says there aren't classes today, our guy leans closer and confides with her about the fraud vendor and how he took extra crystals from him. After hearing this, Sylvia angrily rushes towards the owner and says that she's here to make a commission request, as the vendor seems to know the silver-haired girl and welcomes the young lady from the Hart family. Sylvia asks the price of the defensive piece of equipment on behalf of her friend. Our guy notices that the vendor calls her a young lady, which leads him to wonder if Sylvia is from a famous family. After a while, who uttered that the children of knights become knights, and children of farmers become farmers. Ray then concludes that what he said might just be the truth of the world. Snapping out of his thoughts, Ray decides to repay her kindness and pulls out a wallaby intermediate crystal, but Sylvia refuses and says that it's much more expensive than 10 beginner beast crystals. Our guy forces her to take the intermediate crystal and assures her that it's not much of use to him now that he's got a weapon and defensive gear. As he leaves and waves her goodbye, Sylvia starts to blush and affectionately holds the crystal Ray had given to her. After that, as Ray keeps buying equipment from the same vendor, our boy seems to be happy as he sees some progress in his chi practice and gets excited to hunt even higher ranked monsters, now that he's armored along with the gauntlets the old man gave him. The next scene takes us to Elder Gibby, who seems annoyed after knowing that the kids were lucky enough to escape alive from the prison. The guy from earlier reports to him that the lurkers informed Sir Kay about this, and he was the one who saved the students, as Gibby didn't expect Kay to be of some use. The guy lets out that the students have the 3 knights with them, and with Kay being troublesome, it would be difficult to attack. But Elder Gibby tells him not to rush, as Delbert is a suitable candidate. The elder further says that he still has to test Delbert's loyalty, as he is one of the knights, and commands a guy to let go of him. He then suggests someone else, and instructs the guy to tell him that if he succeeds, the Pure Guild will give him a new position. Meanwhile, Monk thanks Ray, and Ian does the same, saying that he will pay him back with something better. But our boy seems to be confused, and asks them if they're talking to him. And Dan grabs him behind, uttering that he knows that Ray very shy, but they're really thankful. At that moment, Ray asks Sylvia if this has something to do with her, and Martha immediately stops being a third wheel and leaves him alone. That's when Sylvia explains to him that the woolly bear, intermediate crystal Ray gave to her. She exchanged them for gold, and gave them to their teammates under his name, with already having a good shield. She tells him that it wasn't useful for her, as Sylvia assumes that he's angry. Abruptly, Ray happily taps her shoulders and compliments her that she can become a good leader, asking why he got serious. All of a sudden, this unexpected move freaks her out, as she starts to blush hard and pushes him away. Surprisingly, Monk, Dan, and Martha seem to be watching them discreetly. Later, Gary asks Ray if something happened between him and Sylvia, but our slow-witted boy doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. Gary then lets out a sigh and asks Ray to promise him that he won't treat Amy like this later. At the hunting grounds, the bugs glide toward them, and they all prepare to fight, and analyzes that they all are beginner rank monsters, so they should be fine after that. Dan effortlessly fights the bugs, and thinks if there's a more challenging thing around here, while Gary concludes that he's just become better at fighting. Monk impressively slashes the bugs. At that moment, Monk immediately gets out of the way, and is shocked to see that it's an intermediate rank monster that attacks him, thinking that it's a bug after all. Dan confidently strikes the big beetle. However, he realizes its defenses are pretty tough, as Ray alerts them that there are beetles more incoming. They're surrounded by a bunch of them. Just then, Gary attacks the beetle with his sword, but he's also left shocked after knowing how hard its knuckles are, while they all seem to struggle. Martha can't seem to shoot through their shells with her arrows, and Sylvia's shield hardly halts the beetle's attack, as she bounces off on the other hand. Monk, Ian, and Dan are surrounded by the beetles, as they can't seem to fight them. Suddenly they witness a giant beetle that comes crashing down. It comes about that Ray fights them off with his classic gauntlets, along with Chi. He smoothly pierces through the Hercules beetles like a pro, and the teammates are left astonished, as they see our boy killing them impressively. Witnessing him getting so strong, Dan couldn't help but notice his new weapon, and swoon over the crazy, strong gauntlets, while Monk informs that his advisor of the martial arts club lent it to him. Poor Dan cries out, as he regrets and feels like he joined the wrong club. In the meantime, our guy beats the crap out of the beetles, and reckons that he can't make it look too easy, or else the teammates will get suspicious. He then calls them out for help, and all of them get into action. Martha starts shooting the beetles with the arrows, and Sylvia finishes them off with her sword and the shield. Meanwhile, Monk, Dan, and Ian incredibly whack the beetles with their weapons. After killing all the beetles, Dan excitedly announces that they're rich, as they will get the intermediate beast crystals after finishing off the intermediate rank monsters, and Monk even finds one. Suddenly, the birds begin to fly away from the forest. He activates his dragon eye and witnesses a fire in the forest, as our guy alerts the teammates about the forest fire. Martha jumps on the tree branch and lets out that Ray is right, as she can see the flames. Gary then presses his ear to the ground and assumes that beasts are escaping from the forest, as he hears the trampling noises, while Dan mumbles what they're waiting for, as they should make a run for it as well. Ray concludes they won't make it in time, as they already seem to be surrounded by fear. Panicked, Martha asks Sylvia to send a signal through the rescue crystal, but she informs them that the crystal isn't working, as she tried sending a signal earlier. As Dan seems to be in disbelief, Ray spots someone approaching them. He shouts to ask who they are, and witnesses 3 masked people who look like assassins. Meanwhile, Monk anticipates that they are here to save them, but our guy clarifies that it's probably not the case with these guys, and Gary yells at them asking if they set the fire. At that moment, one of the masked guy signals the other 2 to attack the kids, as the 2 of them attack Monk and Gary. Ray is also attacked by the red armored guy. However, our guy manages to dodge the attack with his gauntlets and wonders who the hell these people are, asking why they're attacking them. On the other hand, Dan holds Monk, whose assassins have attacked, and Ian goes on to help Ray and the others. But the fire surrounding the area stops him, and Ian calls out Gary. And as Ray looks around, he immediately speculates that the masked people have intentionally separated them, and wonders if they are him and Gary, assuming that he has to fight them both at once, as Gary seems to be occupied already. Ray instructs Ian to leave and get help from the knights, while Ian objects. Dan carries Monk and goes on to find help along with Sylvia and Martha. In the meantime, Ray asks Gary if he can keep up, and the blonde-haired guy assures him that he can handle one of them, while our boy reckons that these masked people are fast. At that moment, the two masked people leap towards Ray, striking him with a chain weapon. Knowing how he will attack, Ray grabs the weapon and dodges one attack. However, when Ray looks around, another one strikes with a blazing sword. Finding it troublesome, our boy leaps backward, thinking that whenever he tries to focus on one, the other jumps in to disturb him. At that moment, the assassin forcefully strikes the weapon at Ray. Catching him off guard, our guy smashes to the ground. But luckily, his armor blocks the worst of it. Assuming that both assassins work together better than he expected, Ray changes the battle plan. He then spots Gary, who seems to get his arm injured, and assures him that he doesn't have to worry about it anymore. However, the blonde-haired guy backs him up and tells him that he will deal with one of the masked men. That's when the assassin prepares to attack Gary, uttering that he will make sure to kill him painfully, given that they're planning to kill them. Ray sees no reason to hold back and absorbs 5 beginner beast crystals, gathering the energy. Our boy evolves into a dragon knight as horns appear on his head, and he calls out his wolf Noir, who also evolves into a horned wolf, muttering that it's time to hunt. Witnessing Ray casting magic, one of the assassins gets panicked and lets out that they never informed the kid knows magic. As the other one commands to continue the mission, they leap towards him, noticing it's the same move from earlier. Ray makes sure not to fall for it again and grabs the sickle weapon. He then commands Noir to run and traps the 2 of the assassins with the chain, thinking that he can trap them. They effortlessly break free from the sickle, while Ray doesn't seem so surprised. He instructs the wolf to take care of the guy with the sickle, as our boy fights with one of them. Another one dashes towards him, but Noir arrives just in time and attacks him, saying that he kills beasts like him for breakfast. The assassin dodges Noir's attack with the weapon. On the contrary, our guy keeps dodging the attack and is baffled when he realizes that it's the same move again. He inspects that the sword is troublesome and decides to restrain it. Ray speculates that the masked guy is avoiding combat when the chain is not with him, and wonders why he is doing that. To try it out, he abruptly attacks the assassin, leaving him shocked, and according to Ray's assumption, the masked guy doesn't engage with him and leans backward, while our boy finds out his weakness. He peeks at Gary, who seems to be giving a hard time to the masked guy. Gary declares that they are students of Avrian, and stabs the assassin with his sword, asking why he attacked him. As the blonde-haired boy holds him down with the sword, Ray warns him to watch out as the other strikes a fire blow at him. However, the attack hits the assassin, who is stabbed by Gary and burns in the fire, screaming for help appalled by this sight. Gary ruminates that they're willing to kill their allies and walks towards Ray to help him. Meanwhile, Gary quivers with pain and trips to the ground. Our boy tells him to rest and assures him that he will tear these bastards to pieces. Ray holds the sword in his mouth and lets out that a scum like him doesn't deserve to be part of this world, and to think that he even threw the lives of his comrades away. It's unforgivable. Just after that, he lands a powerful attack on a masked guy, but he survives at witnessing that he dodged the attack, as they're equipped with special equipment and weapons. As his gauntlets seem to crack, he thinks of finding an opportunity. As if this continues, his equipment is not going to hold for long enough. To buy some time, Ray summons his wolf Noir, and it immediately attacks the masked guy. While the assassin thought that Noir would be strong, but it turns out to be an intermediate rank. He affirms that the wolf is going to die before his master does, as the wolf tries his best to confuse him and rapidly moves in circle. And Gary, who witnesses Noir being in trouble, plans to do something without wasting a moment. The assassin aims the weapon towards the wolf to kill it. But at that moment, Gary steps in and stops the attack, thinking that he wishes to die for a monster. The assassin strikes Gary, who is barely hanging on, and he smashes on the ground, making his sword slip away. Just like that, the wolf holds the sword in its mouth, as the masked guy is about to kill Gary, who doesn't seem to let go of him. Noir impressively slashes through the assassin's head, slicing it off the body while the one masked guy is left out of 3. Meanwhile, it does not do much damage. The assassin's mask breaks apart, and to their surprise, it turns out to be Knight Lancey. That's when Lancey takes off his mask, and Gary, who seems to be in disbelief, calls him a bastard, muttering how he could do this as a teacher. But Lancey doesn't seem to care, and tells him that he's going to die anyway. He leaps towards Gary with his sword. But at that moment, Noir comes in front of him and takes the hit. After that, Ray instructs the wolf to stop, and Noir disappears as he undoes summoning. Meanwhile, Gary crashes on the ground and lies there helplessly. Lancey furiously approaches Ray and mumbles that he's going to kill him, one after the other, as Lancey moves with his sword covered in fire. Our boy contemplates how trash humans like him exist, who like creating pain and targeting him. He decides to make him pay the price, and grasps the swords with his gauntlets, thinking that he's wasting all the energy to hold the sword. Lancey puts on an evil smirk and tells Ray to enjoy getting burned to death. But our boy clarifies that he's going to be one to die, and Lancey waits to see how long he can keep up with it. Little does the knight know that Ray is absorbing the fire element from the sword, and Lancey realizes as he witnesses the flames becoming weaker. Annoyed, Lancey calls him a clingy piece of trash and kicks him in the guts, telling him to die just like that. Our guy finally leaves the sword, which makes him and Lancey soar with full force as they whirl away in opposite directions, breaking a few ribs. Ray reckons that it's about time he uses the fire element he absorbed, because that's the only magic he can use right now. He plans to combine chi with the fire element. The sight of him renders him speechless, and Lancey concludes that he was a demon after all, adding that they should have killed him long ago. While Ray glances at him, thinking how pitiable humans are, Lancey moves toward him with the sword. But in a flash, our boy slashes his arm away as Lancey's arm, which held the sword, flies away. The knight is left shocked, as he wonders why the flame sword did not react at all, watching his arm getting chopped off as the stream of blood comes out of it. Lancey screams out of pain. That's when Ray grabs his face and puts the burning gauntlets on his face, burning him to death. Our guy kills him painfully and utters that he got what he deserved. At that moment, Sir Kay, along with the other knights. The next scene takes us to the hospital, where Ray seems to be covered in bandages. As he wakes up and realizes he's at the hospital, Sylvia is happy to see him. Ray asks her how long he has been sleeping, and she informs him that he's been unconscious for 3 days, as Sylvia helps him get up and assures him that he got treated in time. So he's recovering while he recalls feeling his mouth burning, but now he's completely fine. In the meantime, Sylvia calls the others as they've been waiting for Ray to wake up. After all the teammates, including Sir Kay, enter the room, the instructor casts a spell to ensure that no one can listen to what they're going to talk about. Confused, our boy asks him what he's doing, and is surprised to see all of his classmates. That's when Sir Kay reveals that 2 of their students, Ray and Gary, were attacked this time and got even close to getting killed. He decides to tell them something after discussing it with Winford, but before that, he interrogates Ray about the people who attacked them earlier, as all the students are shocked to hear this. Kyle seems to know that Lancey was up to no good, and Sylvia questions if they are part of the Dark Guild, but Sir Kay refuses and says that it would have been easier if it were them. He then reveals that the one who attacked them this time was the Pure Guild, and unlike the Dark Guild, the Pure Guild has many supporters within the academy, and rumor has it that they are backed up by one of the elders. After hearing that an elder is behind all this, the students freak out, as they are left in disbelief about how an elder could allow this. And this is a murder, while the instructor calms them down and affirms that it's not as settled as they might think. Ray asks him about their goals, believing that Ray already has his guesses. Sir Kay lets out that he is called the Red-Haired Kids, along with the victims of the incident, Upon hearing this, the twins seem to chill about this. Ian freaks out, and Kyle, who seems panic-stricken, says that it doesn't make sense because, according to the prophecy, one of them is supposed to be a savior of the world, thinking what good it would do to kill them. The instructor informs them about the second part of the prophecy. The teacher then narrates that 11 years ago, the prophecy was that the red-haired child could either become the world's savior or the cause of its destruction. With prophecy being contradictory, there always have been knights that value birthright and bloodline. Above all, they couldn't accept that what they have been safeguarding for generations will be taken by common kids. And there are many people that follow this thought. He further reveals the war happening on the borders of Allure, and that they need to defend against the shadows, as well as other countries, and maintain the academy. However, under these circumstances, the higher UPS can't afford to expose the Pure Blood Guild. As if the Allure kingdom breaks from within, the peace will no longer be maintained, as he assumes that this doesn't have to do anything with others, as they're not the ones who are going to save the world. While Sylvia lashes out at him for saying such a thing about their friends, he warns the students to be on constant alert, as the guild is becoming more daring. Sir Kay then assures them that he's arranged lurkers to be by their side, and the knights themselves are going to keep tabs on them. But he reminds them that there are only a few people that they can trust, and instructs them to rely on themselves. At that moment, Gary mutters that there's no other way than to work hard and become stronger, tapping on poor Gary's broken arm. Sir Kay tries to lighten up the mood, saying that most people who rely on others to protect them, and instructs them to leave, as he has to talk with Ray. 1 week later, Ray leaves the infirmary and feels happy as he almost got mad. In the hospital, he reckons about the things that have happened earlier. Like this gauntlets given by Old Man were badly managed, so he needs to fix them. He also thinks about his wolf Noir, who was wounded, and he used some intermediate beast crystals to heal it up, manifesting that he needs to hunt too. However, our boy gets reminded of what Sir Kay had told him, and now he can't even relax. That's when we're taken back to Ray's flashback at the hospital, where he seems to freak out. After knowing that he is most likely the one the prophecy talks about, Sir Kay elucidates that he has the most different qualities than others, and his body has been able to recover rapidly, even when he was on the brink of death. Knowing that Ray is trying to hide it most, the teacher anticipates that he has also managed to use magic, while the teacher looks at him dubiously. Our boy gets flustered and ponders how he should explain it to him. He thinks of confessing to him about his past life as a dragon and having black hair as a kid, because he still had some dragon qualities left over. Meanwhile, our boy is lost in the thought about that strange dragon system. Sir Kay clarifies that the Pure Blood Guild believes he can use magic and warns him to be careful, as Ray seems to be their main target. Snapping out his flashback, he ruminates how Lancey was a tough opponent to deal with, and predicts that they will send someone stronger this time, so he wouldn't be able to say anything. His assistant informs him that Kay and Winford have already figured out their objective, the night. Assistant also reports that they won't be able to do anything to Ray for a while. He tells him to call Delbert, as they've ignored him for a while, and leave after that. Ray arrives at the academy, and Monk and Gary welcome him, asking why he's hurt again. Ray lets out that he fought with the Old Man at the martial arts club, then wonders what kind of scary club it is. At that moment, Martha and Sylvia enter the dorm, informing Gary there's a letter for him, while Sylvia gets happy to see him. And Martha suggests that he should probably groom his hair. Dan suggests that he should shave off half of his, just like him. As our boy gets annoyed, as he doesn't want to look like Dan, Kyle jumps in and advises him to go bald like him. Seeing Kyle in their dorm, Ray asks him why he is here, and Monk tells him that Kyle always wanted to come here, and they also had an empty space. So Sir Kay agreed to this, as he thought it would be better to take care of each other. But our guy objects and tells the other classmates how noisy this guy is. He then points at Gary and notices something is wrong with him. At that moment, Gary storms out of the room, and Sylvia assumes it might be because of the letter, while Dan jokes around and guesses that he must have gotten dumped by someone. Ray anxiously runs after him. He activates his dragon eye and finds that Gary is headed to the roof. Our boy immediately runs to the roof and witnesses Gary sitting there, as our boy asks him the matter. Gary confesses that the letter he got just now was about her sister. Amy worried. Ray asks him what happened to her, and that's when Gary reveals that she died. The next scene flashes to Ray's memories with Amy, and he realizes he never had the chance to thank her, realizing that now he has lost her. Our boy melts in the breakdown as tears start to stream down his face. Just then, Gary reveals that he could never escape his mind from the nightmare because he dreamt that Amy was ripped to shreds by the monsters at the Roll and Magic Academy. He adds that she was lying there helplessly, with no way to save herself, under the gazes of countless aristocrats. Gary then breaks down in tears and lets out that it wasn't a nightmare, but an intuition. Anger gushes through him, as his parents also inform him in the letter that the nobles at the academy gave their family a great amount of money as compensation. His sister was just a trivial child from the countryside to them, while Ray grows hushed as he listens. The blonde-haired boy starts yelling that he won't forgive them and will find the person who killed her sister. As tears keep falling down Gary's face, he makes it clear that he will kill them. Hearing this, Ray assures him to count him in his plan. Overwhelmed with emotions, Gary grabs him and says that he's aware that Ray has awakened the power of magic and can summon a beast and use flames. The boy tells him to show his magic to the elders, and they will transfer him to the Magic Academy. But Ray seems reluctant and clarifies that his abilities are normal, and tells him he doesn't want to leave him alone. He then plans to find a way to leave Avrian together, but Gary finds it nearly impossible, as they cannot leave the academy, and even have to volunteer for 2 years after graduating. That's how they will be able to meet people from Roland, and Gary obstinately agrees with him. The next scene takes us to the third-year dorms, where we see blonde-haired Harry asking about the other roommates. The guy sitting alone in the dorm informs him that they're all preparing for the academy tournament, supposing that it's the season. Harry asks if there are any hopefuls, but the guy refuses and hopes that there are some interesting newbies among the second years. The next scene takes us to the tournament practice, and Kyle looks at Gary, who's been practicing hard lately, worried. Monk asks Ray if something happened to him, and our boy tells him to give him some space for now. On the other hand, Gary, who seems to be giving it all, thinks he's too weak and clanks his sword on the ground. In the meantime, Sir Kay appears behind and instructs them to follow him, as he has something good for him. The teacher takes them to watch the equipment, which he has gotten them to fix, telling them to pick one each. The students are astonished to see the equipment, retrieved from the hunting grounds, and they begin choosing the weapons. While Monk gets excited to see that breastplate, Kyle asks if he can pick one too, and adds that they couldn't help when they were attacked. Sir Kay lets him take the weapon, and lets out that the tournament is a good chance, as all the second years can join. He then reveals that according to tradition, many rich families come to watch the tournament, and if they do well in the tournament, there's a high chance that they would notice them, adding that after leaving the academy, they can become one of their guards, which is a pretty nice deal. Upon hearing this, Gary is left astounded when he realizes that he can become the guards of a noble family if he manages to do well, putting on a smirk after that. That's when our guy recalls that he absorbed all the fire elements from his sword, and ponders that absorbing elements is more useful than he thought. He then heads to a hunting forest, and finds a place that seems to be covered in ice. He goes inside the icy place where monsters seem to guard the area. He gathers chi and flame magic, killing the monsters, witnessing many ice elemental golems in there. The next scene flashes 3 weeks later, on the day of the Aryan Knight Academy tournaments, and it seems to be bustling with many other academies from far and wide in the waiting hall. All the students seem to be chattering, and Martha comes rushing towards her classmates, informing them of the tournament rules changing this year, while Dan is confused, thinking that it's one-on-one duels. As Martha is about to clarify, the knights enter the hall. As the students seem excited about the tournaments, one of the knights calls out the top 5 students from his second and third years. She then calls out Jay, and he emerges to be a giant masculine guy. The boy introduces himself as Jay Gree and utters that he's waiting to be challenged, as he puts on an enthusiastic smile, while the girl Nay, rank 5, peeks at him and calls him an idiot. Watching the strongest Jay Gree, the students chatter about him being the first ranked in the academy and are surprised to see him. as they did not expect him to join the tournament. On the other hand, Monk seems worried, as he asks Gary if they will make them fight the third-year students. And Dan loses hope thinking that they can't win as the top 5. Listening to this, the students are shocked, and Kyle, who was worrying about his teammates, that they would fight with the third year, finds out that they will be fighting with their roommates. After that, the head continues to announce that the first round is going to be a battle royale, where the third years and second years will compete against each other, adding that 5 people will move on to the next round from each match. The knight then calls Ian, as he seems a big, strong guy, and points an arrow at him. She then strikes the wooden arrow at Ian, interpreting that if they get attacked, the health points will go down. And once the health bar goes 0, the students will be disqualified and teleported out of the arena. She then commands the second years to prepare themselves and pick a suitable weapon from the storage room provided. Later we see Sebastian whispering to Eric, who tells him not to let Ray have a chance later on stage. In the meantime, Ray picks up a wooden sword as it suits him better, and Kyle picks up a metal chain. After that, the first competition of the Avrian Academy tournament begins, and they welcome the participants. Glancing at the stadium filled with people, Kyle and Martha are overwhelmed. After that, Elder Vaughn peeks at Ray and feels proud, as it's finally time for him to show his strength. And just like that, the first match begins. As soon as the competition begins, to Ray's surprise, all the second-year students leap towards him at once. Suddenly, Sebastian attacks him with his wooden sword from behind, taking advantage of his disrupted focus. And our guy realizes at once that they're working together to bring him down. Eric, Sebastian's underling, instructs his teammates to make sure that Ray gets disqualified, making him lose grip of his sword. He then grabs Sebastian's collar, and at that moment, our guy pulls a clever trick and covers himself by pulling Sebastian in front of him. All the swords smashed directly on Sebastian, and it appears that they unintentionally hit their boss, while Eric panics and shouts at him for hitting their boss. Sebastian, who's still grabbed by Ray, lets out that he's just like a monster. Hearing these words, our guy releases him and tosses him away, saying that he should be thankful that he'd only get disqualified. With that, Ray gives him a painful kick right in the guts, and the blonde guy crashes away, rolling and tumbling on the ground, while his teammates are left slack-jawed. The blonde guy is shocked to see his health percentage, which is minimized to 0%. Sebastian gets disappointed, and the judges announce their first disqualified participant. Getting steamed up, Delbert furiously bangs his hand on the table as he witnesses his son, Sebastian, being the first to disqualify. Meanwhile, Ray's immense strength strikes fear into other players, and he invites them to attack all together now, because now he's in the mood pissed. Eric yells at his teammates to stop being so smug and orders them to attack Ray. The fear instills inside Eric himself, as he's not initiating to fight the red-haired boy. However, Ray himself jumps towards him to deal with him. Scared to death, Eric shouts at him to stay away from him, as he's bawling his eyes out of fear, while our guy twists his arm, which makes his sword topple to the ground and cracks his feet. Nay, further, lets out that this competition was held to observe the techniques of the students, but ended up giving Ray a chance to be ruthless. Well, they don't seem to know that. The second year scheme to gang up on our main character, to bring him down. But now he's fighting fairly and beating the hell out of them. On the other hand, Sylvia and Ian are concerned as the players are hurt. But Gary, crossing his arms, utters that it serves them right, thinking that could gang up on Ray. Gary, with an intense gaze, ascertains that there's no way they could win against him by pulling his pathetic plan. Meanwhile, Ray continues to smack the players and crack their arms, which reduces their health points by 20. In the crowd, the people begin to gossip about Ray and wonder why he's being so ruthless and blabbering, that he's so uncultured and doesn't look like a knight at all. One of them suggests that they wouldn't have allowed someone like him to participate in the first place, with his stare fixated on them. The people who blabbered about him could sense the killing intent in his gaze, and found it impossible to think that he could hear him, Loki supposing that he was a monster. On the contrary, one of the elders suggests that they should stop the red-haired kid, but Elder Vaughn interrupts and finds no valid reason to stop Ray, affirming that no one stopped them when they started ganging up on him. Well, at least someone used their brain for once, The elder gets concerned that Ray might kill other students, but Elder Vaughn seems pretty confident and thinks that. However, deep down, Vaughn is worried about Ray getting a bit out of control in the third-year audience. Third ranked. Night Cherry assumes that the top 5 have already been confirmed. She then kind of mocks Harry Delberry, saying, "That's a shame that his brother was the first one to get disqualified." Laughing it off, Harry lets out that it's a good thing, covering it up by saying that his father dotes on his younger brother too much. On the other hand, the roommate gang, the second year including Martha Kyle, the twins, and Ray seems to be taking the lead in the competition as they incredibly disarm the enemy. While the players are screaming out of pain, Eric the underling calls Ray a dirty mongrel and asks him to wait until he kills him. Pissed, Eric warns the red-haired boy that he should better watch out, because if he gets the chance, he'll get both him and his parents. Mentioning his parents, the guy knew that he fucked up the moment he badmouthed Ray's parents. At that moment, Ray loses his nerves as he angrily approaches him, while the broken and helpless Eric asks him to stop right there, as he can't even escape with his broken limbs. With that, our guy grabs his head, and the elder is now certain that he'll definitely kill the silver-haired boy, glaring at him with dagger eyes. Ray deciphers not to even think to become a knight, and with that he activates his mana. It appears that our guy is absorbing Eric's mana, as the guy eventually gets drained. Meanwhile, Eric is freaking out as his mana is completely exhausted, and just then Ray strikes a powerful punch at him, making his health point reduced to 0, as he didn't continue to hurt other students. At that moment, Elder Vaughn takes a sigh of relief, as he was worried sick about Ray and his violent moments. Nonetheless, he laughs it off, and is assured that our boy at least stopped breaking their limbs, when he dodges it without flinching. And it appears to be a girl knight who warns him to let go of the boy, as he's grabbed by Ray, while he smacks the boy and tosses him on the ground. The girl keeps shooting arrows at him. However, Ray keeps on dodging them like it's a breeze and remains unfazed. This makes the girl low-key panicked, as she finds it impossible that the red-haired guy dodges all her attacks. Eventually, she runs out of arrows, and our guy takes the chance, grabbing hold of her by the neck as he drains her mana. Someone from the crowd shrieks at him to stop it, calling him a monster. The man asks him to get his hands off his daughter, while the others try to make him understand that he goes up now, and Sarah is going to get disqualified, knowing that the man in the crowd is her father. But the most unfortunate thing happened to him, as all the painful memories flood his mind. He recalls his father's only wish was for his mother to kill him, as the plague of shadows took over him. Snapping it out, Ray grits his teeth in anger and chokes her harder, when suddenly someone halts him with a chain. It turns out to be Kyle, who stops Ray by grasping his arm with a metal chain, with a menacing look in his eyes. He asks Kyle and Martha why they are stopping him, with their health points decreasing. Kyle tries to reason with him that Sarah is an innocent girl, so he doesn't need to be harsh. And Martha lets out that she didn't hurt anyone. Meanwhile, the twins, Sloth and Badger, step in to save the girl and tell Ray that he's crossing the line here, asserting that those bastards have been punished, who are trying to gang up on him. He recalls all the times when his roommates had his back, when he was at his lowest. Holding his head, he asks himself why it is always like this, and with so much pain engraved inside him, while his scream creates a whirl. Suddenly, Ray begins to lose control when rage takes the best of him, and he challenges them to fight him if they want to stop him. Driving insane, Ray tugs Kyle's metal chain towards him, dragging him close to him. Without reluctance, our boy strikes a punch right into Kyle's guts and smashes him hard on the ground, making his health points lose. Enfolded in chi, however, he dodges them like a walk in a park and grabs the arrows. Witnessing Martha is left flabbergasted to watch him, catching arrows with his bare hands. At that moment, Ray flings the blazed arrows towards Martha, as they soar at an incredible speed, as she barely manages to dodge them. It looks like our main character's got time to school his roommates, while beating them senseless. Poor Martha also crashes to the ground, and our guy tells her to learn how to predict his movements, instead of staring at where he stands. Shortly, Sloth and Badger seem to have enough of Ray, beating the hell out of his friends, as they attack him from behind. As the fire emerges from within, Ray's crazy power breaks the ground, and the twins stumble back as they are blown away by a powerful force. While the twins appear to be fine, our guy advises them to plan their moves. And as the twins lean in for another attack, he asks them not to waste their time and ambush them. He smacks both of them and appears to be in pain, lying on the ground watching this terrifying sight. On the other hand, as the crowd seems to be watching all this, they are amazed by how strong he is. They think that the red-haired kid is completely unmatched, just like a monster on the other side. The third-year knight, Nay, ponders that even if that red-haired kid, Ray didn't make it into the top 5, then the ones in the top 5 must be really something else. After that, the only player left to defeat is Sarah, and Ray promptly approaches her. Trembling with fear and her feet quivering, she already gives up and knows that she certainly won't be able to beat him. In the meantime, his hand is covered in she, and Sarah's father seems to be screaming, asking the judges to stop him, as he assumes that the guy is going to kill her daughter. To everyone's surprise, our guy finally comes to his senses and pokes Sarah's head lightly, making her health points decrease, and even apologizes to her. Sarah is left confused as she leaves, and her father, along with other people in the crowd, can't believe their eyes that the competition ended just like that, and the boy didn't do any harm. After that, the results of the competition are announced, with 5 qualifying students being the winners, including Martha Ray Sloth, Badger, and Kyle. Moments later, our boy leaves the arena, and the judges announce to everyone to get rest, as they will continue the battle royale for the 3rd years. Later in the afternoon, the elders are impressed by Ray's performance. Knight Gilbert whispers to the Master Elder, informing him that they checked on students and it was mana deficiency. It appears that the students won't be able to use chi in the short term, and they aren't sure if they will be able to recover. Upon hearing this, the Master Elder decides to speak of this any further, and thinks that there's enough he needs to worry about, referring to Ray inside the training room. It appears to be Gary who's fiercely fighting with the puppet, and after numerous hits, he manages to pass the 12 level and defeats the puppet. Catching his breath, Gary is not satisfied with his training, as he needs to reach the level to get as strong as Ray. He then gets reminded of Sir Kay, who told them about the affluent families that come to watch the tournament. And if they do in the tournament, they will notice the knight students. And once they leave the academy, the knights can become one of their guards, and it will be a pretty nice deal. Thinking about this, Gary decides to step up, as this isn't enough of what he wants. Watching the blonde kid fighting with such fierce determination, Cherry recognizes Gary as he's the first place among the 2nd years, and asks Harry what he thinks of him. Harry lets out that the other one suits him better, referring to the puppet, while Cherry obsesses over Gary, saying that the boy has a good face though, and reminds her of Harry. While she corroborates with Harry that the boy can do better, Harry strides towards the puppet and with a bright smile on his face, he activates level 12. Without much movement, he fights off the puppet, standing in one position, and jerks his sword just once. As he strikes the sword, his attacks seem more powerful, while Harry impressively defeats the puppet and passes level 12. Gary notices that he copied all his movements. After that, Harry lets out that it doesn't look that hard, and Gary grasps that he wants a fight. Cherry gets excited to have a show on their hands, and the students are surprised to see a cross-grade fighting. At that moment, Sylvia rushes in to find Gary and asks to get a good place, since the competition is about to begin, dragging him by the hand as poor Gary is being dragged away by her. He asks her to stop while Harry lets out a little laugh. Pulling him outside, Gary asks her why she stopped him, and Sylvia, calling him stupid, knocks some sense into him. And the girl affirms that she knows that he can win and has the ability to, but he just has to stay calm for now, as the afternoon round is about to begin. Sylvia asks him if he's seen Ray, but Gary refuses and utters that he disappeared right after the first round. Suddenly, they hear someone talking and approach to see who it is. To their surprise, it turns out to be Ray, who's talking with Sir Winford. Meanwhile, Gary wonders what they're doing together. At that moment, our guy confesses that he doesn't want to compete any longer, leaving his friend shocked. The reason our guy can't seem to tell him sighing, he decides to talk about this later, since he has to supervise the competition, and lets Rain know that he's going to respect him, regardless of the choices he makes, leaving him in awe walking down the stairs. Ray encounters Sylvia and Gary, and they both explain themselves that they didn't mean to eavesdrop. He asked them if they heard everything, and Sylvia says just a little bit. Gary interrupts, spilling the truth that they heard everything. They accept the truth, while our guy assures them it's nothing important. As he's leaving, Gary stops him, asking if he's going to break their promise, and if his sister's death going to be covered up, as if it's not important. This makes Sylvia understand why Gary has been stressed out lately. Ray responds, he can never forget that since she was a human and his first friend, adding that he does really want to take revenge for her. Sylvia affirms that she knows that Ray might feel afraid, and that he's hurting his heart is filled with rage towards the people who ganged up against him. And he must feel bad for attacking their friends and innocent people. Consoling him, she lets him know that none of this is his fault. They just want to let him know that no one is upset with him. And then she remembers how Kyle, Martha, and everyone else look up to him as an example of someone who's strong, and how they were arguing about beating him next time. Gary agrees with her and reassures him that he knows Ray wasn't treated fairly in the past. But now he isn't alone, he has them, and they will always be his family. The blonde-haired guy is sure of his friend, and won't leave him here all alone by himself. With that, they all proceed to the ground, where Martha tells him that the competitors are almost here, and it took them long enough to come. But then he spots Gary third wheeling in the back, who's not that happy about it either. Harry, who's an elegant fighter, and the only one who hasn't got hurt the entire time. Then there's Gio, he's a big guy who's strong and explosive. Ray found Molly practicing, and he seemed to be impressed by her skills, since she was in the top 5. With that, the judges congratulate the 5 winners of the third-year bracket. The main events start now. Winford announces the results after 2 rounds of the competition, which shortens the players up to the final 20, and he nods his head, which makes him smile. On the screen, everyone's new matchups are displayed. The second years are up against third years, which makes them think it's unfair to them, because no matter how strong they are, they've been trained for 1 year less. It's shown that Gary is up against Harry, and he finds it to his liking, while Sylvia is up against the strongest in the academy. Jay Gree making her wonder if she's capable enough. Sylvia's brothers are seeing everything from above and find it a shame that they won't be able to see the youngest sister's performance today. The other one says they don't come to Avrion often, so they should let the sister bring them around. But Marsh, the older brother, suggests going later since he has to meet up with the elder after that. Winford lets everyone know that the finals will be held a day later, and they should be prepared, because the contestants should not be limited on their weapons and equipment. Our guy is up against Jira, who has not shown up yet, and he thinks it's fine, since he will be able to relax more, fighting against someone who's not a second year. As the sun is about to set, Ray asks Gary and the others if he's not going back, but Gary lets him know that they're going to do some more training, watching him training with alacrity. Our guy knows this fight is the one he can't lose, since Harry's very strong, so he hopes for his friend to win. The story proceeds with a flashback of a conversation between Ray and Winford, who is glad that he changed his mind and is relieved. He says it's nothing, and it's just because his friends were nagging him for it. This leaves the red-haired boy in shock, as he recalls there are only 5 winners. But Winford's fears are realized. He tells him that this has to do with the Pure Blood Guild, and that the elders will announce this after the competition. He doesn't want Ray to let go of this chance. At least, and our guy gets the point. Coming back to the present, our guy didn't think this competition would cause this much trouble, wondering what the Pure Blood Guild would do next, when abruptly he stumbles upon a slip that read, "Meet me at the arena at 9. As he reads, dubiety lingers in his mind. Feeling that it's a trap, he remembers that Sir Kay and Winford told him not to take any action by himself. But this is the only way he can use his abilities freely. Looking around, our boy presumes that he knows nothing about the Pure Blood Guild, or Dark Guild therefore. He needs to find information so he can find clues about his father, who finds it a coincidence to see Ray, and finally has the chance to talk to him. Since the people in the morning were really ugly to look at, it emerges to be the strongest third year. Jay Gree and Ray asks him if he's from the Pure Blood Guild. Appearing confused, Jay reveals his true intentions and says that he just wants to fight with him, since they don't have a chance to fight in the competition, while Jay insists that they should combat right now. Our guy respectfully passes as he doesn't feel like fighting, making Jay pissed disappointed. Ray thought that he had a clue and in bounds, but it turns out to be a buffoon with too much time on his hands. Referring to Jay, our guy standing in the opposite direction is suddenly attacked by Jay, who slams his big ass sword with a clang. However, to his surprise, Ray halts the attack as he grabs the weapon with the help of his dragon turtle gauntlets. Freaked out by the sudden ambush, he asks Jay if he's mad and clarifies that he doesn't want to fight. That's when Jay realizes that his suspicions are correct, and Ray's strength is nothing to laugh at, as Jay excitedly lets out that no one could take this attack from him like that, and our boy doesn't seem to give a damn about it. However, Jay strikes the sword for the second time. Our guy clings to the ground as his gauntlets brush against it, and he is taken aback thinking that Jay is as strong as a minotaur is. Suddenly his eyes catch a hold of someone standing behind Jay. Meanwhile, Jay insists on coming at him. Our guy instantly realizes that the guy with a mask is from the Pure Blood Guild. As soon as the realization dawns on him, a spark of rage runs through Ray, and with his glare fixated on him, he abruptly uses chi and throws Jay out of the way as he strikes a punch at him. After that, Ray leaps towards the masked man and blows a blazing attack on him. However, his attack vanishes as soon as it clashes with the masked guy's lance. Seeing his attack disappearing in thin air, our boy speculates that there's something with that lance. Shortly, they're interrupted by the big guy, Jay, who is pissed and asks the masked man where he'd come from, teaching him not to step in on a spar, thinking that this big guy is such a nuisance. Jay proves to be one as he challenges the masked man to fight, and at that moment the guy signals as he waves his hand, making his other henchman enter the scene. The masked henchman surrounds Ray, while Jay fights off with the leader, and thinks that it's quite unprofessional to bring buddies, but he likes it meanwhile. Our boy seems done with Jay, and concludes that he's more annoying than flies. Ray then draws out his sword, and one of the masked guys takes the chance. However, Ray dodges it as he springs upward, and in a flash, he disappears in thin air, while the henchmen are left staggered to see where he'd go. One of them warns them not to let their guard down, as Ray is a black belt knight. As the henchman gets apprehensive, a few seconds later, he is ambushed by Ray when he charges the sword at him. He strikes the sword at the guy's head with a clang. However, another henchman makes Ray's sword fling away by using chi, making him disarm, plunging to take the chance. The henchmen leap towards him, hurling their swords at him all at once. At them, they simultaneously charge their swords at him, while Ray manages to dodge all of them with the turtle gauntlets. He then realizes that all the assassins are pretty capable. The weapons they're using are quite strong too, getting lucky. If Ray hadn't used the Ice Golem's Ice Elemental Protection, he'd have had to fix his gauntlets again, freezing up his gauntlets to save from damage. Ray presumes that regular close combat doesn't stand a chance now. The leader flings the lance with such force, enveloped in chi, but the most unexpected thing happens. When Jay grabs hold of that lance with his bare hands, holding that spear, he asks the masked man if he thought he could hurt him, as the deep rumbling of his attack scatters dust everywhere. Jay confesses that he's not good at controlling it, but in the field he realizes that he doesn't need to. Holding his sword, the big guy proudly claims that he has several times more chi than the regular person, and to them it might be poison, but to him it's fine wine. With a menacing sneer on his face, Jay leaps towards him with his sword set ablaze and binds his chi. Going berserk, he slams the sword with unmatched strength, while Mask Guy barely manages to hold it with his chi. Just then Jay finally gets hold of his mask and whacks a fierce blow, making that guy fling in midair as he crashes away with force. At that moment, the after effects of that mind-blowing attack results in a big explosion, wondering if that is really a power humans can have. Meanwhile, Jay, holding the guy's mask, lets out that his weapon is pretty good, that it was able to take an attack from him. Throwing away the mask, Jay mocks the guy for not being strong enough, while the guy who got his ass beaten by him is still able to stand up. To his surprise, the guy turns out to be Jira. Laughing, Jay doesn't seem much surprised to see his classmate Jira, who's also a third year, and taunts him that he's been hiding many things these years. Jira looks quite pissed at him, and now that he's exposed, The anger boils in him as he leaps towards Jay to attack him. However, the big guy blocks it with his sword with a clang. On the other hand, our guy seems to be struggling to fight the 5 henchmen, who are annoying enough to deal with. But he feels reassured that at least Jay is helping him keep the leader occupied, thinking that he owes him one for this. While he freezes one of the enemy's arms, another one leans in to attack him. However, Ray disappears, once again hiding. Our guy needs to drag out time for his mana to recover, so that he can easily deal with him and climb to the top, so that no one can spot him. The henchmen warn each other not to let Ray ambush them, and they call him out saying that they know he can't hold on anymore. So if he comes out now, they can make things quick and painless for them. On the other hand, Jay again strikes a blow with immense strength, but Jira dodges it as he leans back. After that, Jay asks him how much longer he's going to hide, and at that moment, Jira tosses something out of his armor, which seems like a potion bottle. As he pops it open, Jay Gree is confused to see what he's doing, realizes what it is as his eyes are left wide open. It appears to be a plague of shadows, and Jira gulps down that purple potion, and a peculiar purple aura surrounds him. Jay could sense that there was something wrong with his chi, and a tense moment unfolded when a purple aura emerges from within, and Jira lost control, transforming into a terrifying monster. Suddenly, Ray screams and warns Jay to watch out, getting unexpectedly strong. Leaps toward Jay, Gree charging the spear at him, noticing that he's oddly strong. Jay Loki freaks out and feels the need to dodge. However, before he can take action, Jira stabs the lance in his chest. Bleeding Jay is left flabbergasted. Things are going to get messy. However, our guy makes it clear that he doesn't have time to play with him anymore and beats the crap out of him as he strikes him with his blazing gauntlets. Meanwhile, Jira constantly keeps attacking Jay and mocks him by saying that he's not as strong as everyone says he is. As he gets hit, Jay gets a hold of himself, and he clings his sword to the ground to stop himself from crashing away. Quivering, Jay lets out that he's not used to being on the defensive side and still has some strength left in him. Jira concludes that this is where his story ends, telling him to die. The shadow monster soars towards him with his spear charged at him, feeling helpless. Jay's body gets stiff as he's unable to dodge or even move, while it looks like it's the end of the big guy. Jira slams the lance with immense power. However, Ray appears at the right time, as he grabs the spear with his frozen gauntlets that halt it, thinking how's this possible, and witnesses that they're knocked out, which makes him even more stunned that the red-haired kid dealt with 5 elites, all by himself taking the chance. Just then Jay Gree, who's severely injured and bleeding, thanks Ray for saving him. While our boy assures him to leave the rest to him, Jay then warns him to be careful of his weapon, which is made from the carapace of a crab spider demon, adding that it's not only tough and reflects damage, but also has neurotoxin, which can paralyze him once he gets hurt from it. Taking this into account, Ray thinks of dealing with Jira quickly, and with that he releases chi, which sets him ablaze. The fight continues, and our boy keeps dodging his rapid attacks. In a flash of a moment, Jira finally gets Ray, and it appears that his weapon tilts a bit, slashing the spear at him and smashing him away. Being thrown with force, Jira seems very powerful to fight with, as Ray decides that his weapon can even change form. Plus his chest plate has shattered too. That's when Jay Gree calls him out, and knowing that he's looking for a weapon, he hurls his sword at Ray, permitting him to use his baby, referring to his weapon. As soon as our guy grabs the hold of the big-ass sword, he low-key freaks out because of how heavy it is, not being able to bear the weight. While our boy is astonished by its weight, Jay admits that it sure is heavy, and advises him to swing it using his chi. Ray seems to have no other choice but to swing it, or else they both will die here. As the fire emerges, our guy manages to grab the sword and strike it towards Jira. The air between them seems to crackle and fizz with tension when Ray uses ice powers and the sword begins to freeze. Meanwhile, it scares the hell out of Jira as to what is even happening with the sword, as the edge of the spear begins to freeze. Using the ice elemental powers, Jira's spear that is gripped against the sword also freezes, that it shatters to pieces, panic bubbles with him as he witnesses his weapon breaking to pieces. But the worst is yet to come. Jay appreciates Ray for his impressive attack, since the target is infected. That's when it hits him. That Jira is infected with the plague of shadows. More like he infected himself on purpose. After he drank from the vial and his chi became purplish-black, suspicion flickers in his mind. As Ray contemplates that it's just like people from the Dark Guild, knowing that the Pure Blood Guild and Dark Guild are different organizations. He speculates that the Pure Blood managed to get that suspicious potion, making him wonder if they are related in some way. Nonetheless, the dragon system notifies him about the new ability Ray has unlocked, known as Glamour Thinking It Over. Our guy always unlocks abilities when he gets into life or death situations and thinks of obtaining a new skill anyway. He first decides to deal with the corpses and searches Jira to find something suspicious. Our guy gets his hands on the purple potion bottle, and at that moment, his suspicions turn into a fact. When he ascertains that they did not obtain this potion accidentally, instead someone's creating these as a group. Grasping that potion bottle, Ray gets the feeling that there's danger and trouble everywhere in the academy. Even though he can trust Winford and Sir Kay, he needs to walk with caution and not trust those around them. He assumes that this potion might have been created in the academy, as well, which itself is fraught with peril. The shadows seem to have infiltrated the academy, yet the students don't have the slightest clue that it could put their lives at risk. As he burns Jira's body to remove the evidence, Ray leads to suspect that this can only be that the higher UPS are hiding it on purpose. It could be Head Knights or even the Six Elders. After that, Ray approaches Jay and thanks him for landing the sword, asking if he's doing okay. Assuring that he's fine, Jay lets out that his baby. The sword suits Ray well and asks if he's actually a mage. Our guy admits that he knows some magic, while Jay compliments him and thinks that it's freaking awesome, as he's never seen a mage that could fight like he does. Ray then hopes that he can keep his strength a secret and promises to explain it to him when he gets the chance. Jay assures him that he will. After all, Ray saved his life and suggests that he better deal with his wounds before the competition summoning his wolf. He informs Jay that Noir the wolf will carry him to the infirmary. Witnessing this, GRE freaks out and is left slack-jawed when he discovers that Ray can even summon beasts and is bummed out by the fact that he was thinking that he could defeat Ray. Leaving, he instructs Noir to use a more discreet path and not let people see him, leaving Jay speechless that the beast even follows his orders. The next day, Ray visits the weapon shop for his armor to be repaired, which will be patched by sundown. The same red-haired kid who joined the competition. But they keep it down and not to cause any trouble, remembering how ruthless he was. Listening to them, Ray overlooks them and thinks how ignorant these humans are. With that, our boy decides to try out his new glamour skill. To his surprise, the skill transforms into a new person with black hair and gray eyes. Some girls walk towards the tournament ground. They're aware of the fact that the second years are pretty strong this year, which means that the finals will be on another level this year. And they also have to see the type of knights that are most favored by nobles, so they can work towards it too. As they are talking, a black-haired guy walks past them, and they admire his beauty, getting smitten by his sight. It turns out to be Ray, and he ponders that. He needs to spend 5 points of mana every hour while he's under glamour, and with his current mana, he can maintain it for the next 8 hours as long as he doesn't fight, while he thinks about how easy it's going to be as he's working solo. With that being said, he remembers how someone was offering him a healing potion for fewer silver coins since he's an adventurer, while the other was offering him an inn with splendid view of the tournament at a fair price being this handsome. Our boy realizes that it's not as simple as he thought it would be and thinks it's absurd how people are treating him differently just because he changed his appearance. In his perspective, this world has a sadly pathetic mentality. Just then he spots Sylvia, and as he calls out her name, making his way through the crowd, she gives him a baffled look. And at that moment, in order to handle the situation, he clarifies to her that he knows. She's one of the competitors that passed the prelims, and she's from the Hart family. He's glad to meet her here and is looking forward to her competition tomorrow. Try not to sound rude, Sylvia asks him his name since he knows her family. That's when Ray travels back to his past as a red dragon, remembering how people used to be so terrified of him and hide wherever he came. Back then, he was called Sun. Immersed in this contemplation, he snaps out of it when he sees Sylvia waving her hand in front of him, and he apologizes, introducing himself as Ness. With that, he asks her where she's headed, that he wouldn't stand out if he went with her, since he was going to go there anyway. So he asks her if he can come along, since he was thinking of buying a new breastplate, and children from normal families would only be able to get something like that. After years of hard work, knowing that he's an adventurer, Sylvia then questions if he goes to dangerous places often, and Ness responds that he does go to places near the border for missions, which makes her wonder if her family would ever allow that, because it's too dangerous, knowing that she'll hardly get the chance to get out. Sylvia lets out that she will have to go back to her family as soon as she leaves the academy. So she feels envious of the freedom adventurers. But these words force Ray to get reminded of a painful memory, where his father, who was an adventurer, lies lifelessly after risking his life. Disappointingly, he tells her, no one has complete freedom here. With that, they hear an explosion and get concerned about what has happened, as people run past them shouting that there's fire, and they both rush inside. At the place where the explosion occurred, the man whose building is burning down in flames is left devastated. Our guy disguised as Ness, and Sylvia gets through the crowd. When they get to know that a merchant's carriage stopped close to the inn earlier, and it seemed to be carrying beast crystals. Adding up a few moments later, the explosion happened while Ray asks the civilian if the merchant is fine. The guy informs him that he's been sent to the infirmary. In the meantime, a woman standing near the fire cries her eyes out. Worried about the kids, Sylvia hurries to save them. However, Ray grabs her hand and lets out that she can't go inside. Our boy decides to go instead, and Sylvia lets out her concerns, saying that he would get burned. But our guy assures her that he knows ice magic. And with that, Ray casts Frostvine to cool the fire. While Sylvia is surprised to see that he's a mage, the fire gets berserk and Ray makes his way inside the building, as he protects himself with a layer of ice. Running out of time, he presumes that he needs to do it faster, as he's going to run out of his mana at this point. With the continuous use of ice powers, and his real identity will be exposed, he immediately activates the Dragon Eye and spots the kids on the top floor, hoping they won't run away. Meanwhile, the fire spreads at crazy speed outside, as the rocks begin to topple over the people standing nearby, as that rock is about to tumble right on a guy's head. At that very moment, someone casts a water snake to put out the fire. Just then, Sylvia notices that it's her big brother in a soldier uniform, and she is delighted to see him using his water powers. Ray safely rescues the children and manages to come out of the building. The mother rushes to her children, and Sylvia asks Ray if he's all right. After that, Sylvia's big brother calls out the others and asks if they aren't going to help. To her surprise, it turns out to be 3 more brothers, and one of them asks their bro to stop nagging, as they're not as fast as him. The 3 of them then greet their little sister, and surprisingly, those 3 brothers also seem to have water attributes, as they use different skills to put out the rest of the fire. After that, the knight who arrives there thanks Sylvia's brother for helping in controlling the fire, but he ensures that it's nothing much, and he should thank that other mage, who risked his life to rescue the kids. However, Ray suddenly disappears, and the big bro asks Sylvia where he is, as he was just right here seconds ago. It appears that our boy had to escape instantly, because his mana points were about to be depleted, and he changed back to his real face. Panting heavily, Ray thinks it was a close call, but he scampered at the right time nonetheless. His new skill, Endless Void, is a spell that allows him to create space, where he can store and retrieve items. Ray plans to use this skill when he's not disguised as Ness, so he can place all the equipment related to him in there. As for another spell the man is sharing, our guy reminisces about the time as a dragon, when he used to save multiple comrades who were on the brink of death, but he had limitless mana back then. Admitting that this spell won't be able to help out much now, our guy is certain that it will be invaluable in the future. Striding, Ray ponders that no matter what future the prophecy leads to, he feels the need to have an army of his own to change this world, and mana sharing spell will become a catalyst for his troops to become stronger. He anticipates that if he has enough mana, everyone who follows him will get stronger nonetheless. Now that he's saved those 2 children from the fire, Ray comes to realize that the system doesn't give him abilities after he defeats strong enemies. But when he saves lives, strangely enough, the fact that he obtained 2 new skills this time makes him wonder if it's because he saved 2 people. He then remembers back then, when he fought the Minotaurus and multiple people were in danger, yet he ended up getting only 1. Getting baffled, he thinks of a determining factor of how many spells get unlocked. With that, he reaches the Academy Hall and, lost in thought, he speculates if he needs to save people on the brink of death for it to count, and decides to test this theory when he gets the chance. Spotting so many people in the hall, our guy wonders what is with the crowd. It appears that the families have come to see their kids. Meanwhile, Ian watches others meeting with their families. Kyle nudges him with the elbow and tries to make him, the big guy, feel better by saying that they're family too. As they laugh it off, Gary seems to be standing in a corner and, sadly, is not visited by any of his family. Suddenly, Sylvia starts blushing as her eyes are fixated on someone, and her big bro asks if she spotted a friend. She then calls out Ray peeking at the red-haired boy. The big brother recognizes that it's the reckless boy from the first round. Meanwhile, Max is elated to see Ray and confirms if he's the one. His sister talks about every other sentence, so he was wondering who that lucky guy was. As poor Sylvia kind of freaks out for getting casually exposed that she has a crush on Ray, Max, being friendly as ever, meets with him and thanks him for taking care of his little sister, insisting on doing some bonding, while our guy appears kind of pissed. Sylvia apologizes to him on her brother's behalf and embarrassingly lets out that Max can be a little rough sometimes and reveals that they're her big brothers. On the other hand, the big brother deep down didn't like how Ray acted, but he shakes that feeling off, as he's the person his little sister cares about, so he better be polite just then. The big brother introduces himself as Marsh and asks the red-haired boy to take care of his sister from now on. Turning red, Sylvia interrupts that she can take care of herself. Ray compliments Sylvia that she's a natural leader and has been taking care of them most of the time, which makes his 2 other big brothers giggle. That's when she introduces her 2 big brothers, Johan and Jackal, adding they both are in the military, just like Marsh. She then reveals that her brother Max studies at Roland Magic Academy, and Max delightedly informs Ray they'd be able to meet at the World Combat Tournaments if he wins, but our guy's reaction is totally unexpected when he corroborates with him in disbelief that he goes to Roland asking what's wrong. Max questions if he has a friend who studies at Roland, and Ray gets impatient, frantically asking him if he knows a girl named Amy. Upon hearing the name, Max tries to recall, but he's not quite sure since Roland is a large city, just like Avrian, sounding desperate. Ray elaborates that her full name is Amy Blueblood, and she passed away recently due to an accident, asking if he knows anything about her. However, Max is unable to remember someone named Amy, and affirms that he'll ask around once he goes back, and let Sylvia know if he finds out anything. At that moment, a peculiar vibe lingers in the air, and Marsh immediately informs his brothers that there's not much time left, and the head knight still needs their help. He asks Ray and Sylvia to get some rest, and Sylvia waves them goodbye, adding that she'll show them around the academy once the tournament ends. As the 2 walk away, Marsh gazes at them intently and asks Max if he just lied. Max confesses that he lied to Ray about Amy, and says that he doesn't know what to do regarding that girl, asking him what he thinks. That's when Marsh assures him that he did the right thing, mentioning that Ray is strong and a dangerous kid, and completely unafraid of them at that. Moreover, he can't tell what's going on inside his head. After that, Max asks his brother if they should avoid getting involved with Ray, to which Marsh affirms that they should keep their distance for now. And notice how things go. The scene then takes us to the finals, where the contestants seem to be in the waiting room, while Kyle and Monk are kind of nervous. Sylvia is freaked out as he's going up against Jay in the first match, being constantly on tenterhooks. Sylvia feels really nervous and asks Ray if it shows on her face, but our guy calms her down and tells her to fight as she usually does, advising her not to worry about the results too much. That's when Sylvia expresses that she really wants to join the World Combat Tournament, being born in a family of mages. She's the only one who is not gifted with magic. Unlike all her brothers having a sense of trepidation, she couldn't forget how embarrassed her parents were, peeking at her with concern. Ray asks her if she really wants to win, and she immediately agrees as she needs to prove her worth, feeling like she's truly at the end. Of her tether, the determination in her eyes is apparent, and she adds that she wants to prove that she can be as excellent as her brothers, even as a knight at that moment. Our guy holds her hand and takes her somewhere. Meanwhile, Kyle informs them that the match is about to begin, and Dan blabbers that they're getting lovey-dovey before the match, going somewhere secretive. Ray offers to lend his strength to her temporarily, with fire emerging from his hand. Sylvia looks at his glowing hand, helping a friend in need. Our guy hopes that she can lend him her strength when he needs it too, and Sylvia, blushing, affirms that she wants to become his strength. Just then our guy uses his new spell, mana sharing, and transfers his mana to her. He tells her to use his chi when she needs it, but warns that it should be utmost for 10 minutes, or else if she goes past this time, it will damage her body. Meanwhile, the flares emerge from Sylvia with the help of Ray's chi, with her eyes snapped open in shock. She presumes that Ray can absorb people's strength and absorb it too. Come to think of it, she never seen anyone use a technique like this before, or even heard of this spell before. Feeling dubious, Sylvia wonders how many secrets he has that keep unraveling one by one. On the other hand, the final competition is about to begin. The people are exhilarated as the first one to come up is Jay Gree, and wonder if he's going to hold back, as his opponent is a second-year girl. Just then the match between Sylvia and Jay begins. They are allowed to use any equipment, and 2 Master Knights will judge the competition. The commentator further informs, if any side has been hit with a fatal attack, they will do their best to stop the match and announce the results as soon as possible. But Martha, keeping her hopes up high, believes that she can definitely win, as they all know how strong she is. Despite her strength, Dan admits that it's true, but he gives a reality check that her opponent is Jay Gree, a big guy with big muscles, concluding that he's strong as a bull. Even though he lent Sylvia his power, she can only win against Jay if she's capable enough. Suddenly, he makes eye contact with Jay. The big guy, without any reluctance, begins shouting in the arena and waves his sword, asking the boss if he wants him to lose to this girl. While our guy is kind of flustered to think what that idiot is doing, Jay keeps calling out the boss. And while Ray tries his best to ignore him and tune out, Dan guesses that he's really pointing towards Ray. The people in the crowd are confused about who Jay is even talking to, and wonder why he's calling his second year his boss. That's when a moment of truth unravels, when the big guy screams out Ray's name. And our boy, feeling utterly embarrassed, lashes out at him to stop shouting and fighting already, as Dan realizes that he was right. Jay assures his boss that he'll do his best. With that, Jay, without wasting a second, leaps for an attack and slashes the sword. She deduces that she wouldn't be able to block it with her shield, and if she took that hit, her arm would break. Sylvia springs up, dodging the strike. She agrees that the guy does have a lot of strength, but he also has a lot of openings. Planning to give it a try, she emerges from behind and stabs her sword in his back. To her surprise, her Fin Tiger sword doesn't pierce the big guy's skin, which truly exudes that his muscles are no joke. As Sylvia fails miserably to even scratch him, Jay clangs his sword and she blocks it with her shield, barely holding on against his immense strength. Just then Sylvia decides to use Ray's power that he had lent him. She bounces when her shield breaks to pieces, unable to withstand Jay's sword strike. Stumbling, she grabs a hold of herself, clinging her feet to the ground. And at that moment, she uses Ray's power. She decides to make it quick. Within 10 minutes, as fire emerges from within her, tossing her shield away, Sylvia's strength seems to rise in a flash. And she leaps towards Jay at such a crazy speed that even the guy is unable to catch up with her. However, Jay underestimates and thinks that her speed is not enough to land a hit. Abruptly, he loses focus as Sylvia seems to be moving too fast, and his excitement is short-lived when she emerges from behind and manages to stab her sword in his stomach, making it bleed. Flabbergasted, his eyes snap open in shock, and he wonders what's going on lately, muttering about his lucky streak as he's getting surprised one after another. On the contrary, Jay's classmate Cherry is also stunned to see that Sylvia managed to hurt the big guy. And Harry Delbert, who didn't expect her to be this strong, believed that Ray was the only second year who could do it, but it seems like he underestimated them. Meanwhile, the people in the crowd are going crazy over Sylvia after witnessing her iconic fighting moves, and even claiming that she's a goddess. Her brothers, who are also in the crowd, watch her proudly while Max, being funky as always, shouts to her to beat that guy up. His brothers Johan and Jackal tell him not to get excited as the match has just begun, and Sylvia's opponent hasn't gone all out yet. But Marsh peeks at her with pride and affirms that his sister is performing better than he'd expected. Plus, with her fighting style being so clean and efficient, he anticipates that she's really suited to be a knight, while they all seem too proud of her, without knowing that she's using Ray's power at the moment, and that's not even her real strength, which is a shame on the other hand. Her classmate Dan comments that it was such a beautiful hit, but it only scratched Jay, and Kyle nervously lets out that his body must be made of metal. She plans to continue to hit him at the same spot. That might give her a chance to win. Following her plan, Sylvia, with her fast movements, slashes her sword at Jay's wounded spot, making him hurt again in the meantime. Jay slams his sword and breaks the ground, while Sylvia bounces to dodge, dashing towards GRE. She certainly thinks of targeting the wound on his lower abdomen, but suddenly she feels her energy dissipating. Her luck leaves at the crucial moment, when Ray realizes that she's sadly run out of time. Trembling, Sylvia holds onto her hold and thinks of holding on a little bit more, as she's zoned out in a flash. Jay strikes, making her sword tumble and leaving her disarmed. Taking the chance, he fiercely slashes the sword at her, while her classmates are freaking out as she's going to get hurt. At that time, Winford casually halts the sword and says that it's enough, while Sir Kay grabs Sylvia into his arms, apologizing. Jay justifies that he got a bit too excited, because he hadn't met a girl who could fight this well. In a while after that, the judges announce the winner, Jay Gree, while the crowd applauds for him after the match. Monk is surprised to see that Sylvia became so strong before they even knew it, and thinks that it's a shame that she lost to Jay. Even though she lost, Martha believes that she'll be able to surpass Jay by the time their third year nonetheless. The match proceeds between Ray and Jira. His friends wish him luck, and our guy walking to his position is aware that Jira won't come, since he burned him to death, but he needs to go there to keep up appearances. Encountering Ray, Jay praises his friend Sylvia that she's pretty strong, addressing him as boss, while our guy thinks the same, while Ray stands in his position. The commentators call out for Jira to step into the arena. Immediately, it creates a buzz in the crowd, as people begin to wonder if Jira slept in or what, guessing that maybe chickened out and called it an embarrassment. Well, it looks like Jira had disappeared in thin air, but in reality, he has met his unfaithful end at the hands of our main character. The crowd seems to be going berserk over it, thinking who the hell Jira is, that everyone is waiting for him. Just then, the announcements notify that, seeing Jira not showing up at the competition, he has been disqualified, making Ray the winner by default. Listening to this, the crowd is left in disappointment and assumes that it's all rigged. After that, the next contestants, Badger and Samir, are called up for the match. However, Badger doesn't seem to feel much confidence without his twin Sloth, as he's fought separately without him before. They've always been together, and the fact they use the same toothbrush shows how strongly bonded they are. While Dan, who is trying to comfort Badger, is disgusted by him, Ray lets out that he's going to check on Sylvia. Taking it the wrong way, Martha asks him to wish her well from her side, and Kyle is jealous of him, saying that bro is winning at life and he want to fall in love. Heading to the infirmary, our guy ponders that Sylvia wasn't hurt badly and also has to take his chi back, asking if she's okay. Sylvia hides her face in the blanket and apologizes to Ray for losing, even though she had his power. He assures her that she did her best, but Sylvia, looking crestfallen, utters that she is too useless, and tears start streaming down her face. Our guy tries to make her feel better and convinces her that Jay is just a monster with all those muscles. Disgruntled Sylvia knows that he's trying to comfort her, but she expresses that it's not an excuse for her loss, and predicts if they meet a strong beast in the wild, there's no point if she fails to protect everyone. Hearing this inside his mind, A vision unfolds when Rei recalls his life as a dragon and how he failed to protect his own kind, yanking out of his sad memory. With his eyes glistening with the pain of his past, he concludes that they can't protect everyone, no matter how strong they become. Sobbing Sylvia responds that she wants to protect their team and Rei. Hearing these words, Rei realizes that Sylvia doesn't have even half his strength, yet she still wants to protect everyone. He's been keeping his distance from his friends because he hoped that they didn't need his protection, but it seems that it's the other way around. Nevertheless, he takes his power back from Sylvia as he absorbs his chi back. The thought lingers in his mind that he's already failed once as a dragon and doesn't feel that way again. After that, he asks Sylvia to get some rest and informs her that Martha and others are worried about her. As he is about to leave, Rei assures her with tenacity that she doesn't need to protect everyone, because that's his job with that. He leaves and Sylvia is flustered as she blushes. On the other hand, at the arena, the crowd seems to be fixated on the results, as they get to know that a second year won the match, and think that it's the first proper win. Curious, Rei wonders who won, and that's when he witnesses that Kyle won against Nai, the third year girl knight. As Winford declares that Kyle is the winner, the guy with a cheeky smile reminds Nai not to forget about their date, with the metal chain wrapped around her. Poor Nai, feeling abashed, agrees to him and asks him to let her go. Witnessing this, Rei is not quite surprised to see that Kyle won, but our guy is kind of left in disbelief after seeing that red-haired baldy securing a date. After that, the next match proceeds versus Gary and Harry. Meanwhile, Gary steps into the arena. The people anticipate if the red-headed guy won, it should be a breeze, plus he's the first ranker. Assuming that Harry is not a flashy one, one of them reveals that he's Knightmaster Delbert's son, which leaves the other shocked, as they thought Delbert's only son was that snob Sebastian. But luckily Kyle managed to win, and even got the girl to agree to go on a date with him. Listening to his, Dan is freaking out to know that even that baldy rised up the girl, wondering if that's the power of love. Monk then affirms that Rei just came in time, as Gary is up next, and everyone is looking forward to it uncertain. Monk asks him if he thinks that Gary is going to win, but our guy doesn't have an answer to that. Deep down, our boy contemplates that. He hasn't had the chance to fight Harry again, since he lost him when he was in his first year. He remembers that Harry called himself a 50th place back then, but he's certain that he wasn't showing his full powers. Rei then, low-key, yearns that Gary needs to win for him. Meanwhile, Gary, with fierce determination edged in his eyes, gets adamant to win this thing. With that, the battle begins, and they both scamper at a crazy speed. Their swords clang against each other as they clash, and Harry chuckles, mocking Gary by asking if he's using any of his strength, as he can't feel it at all. Pissed, Gary gulps down his anger and clarifies that he won't hold back. With that, he goes berserk as he goes in for a continuous attack, giving a little hard time to Harry, while Dan is quite impressed to see Harry, as it appears to him that he is keeping that third year on the ropes. Monk doesn't seem so positive about it. Watching them combat, Rei comments that Harry hasn't even got started yet, and his assumption turns out to be true, when Harry hits his sword with a clang, making it fly far away as Gary's eyes snap open in shock. Harry provokes him as he utters that the fight is boring, asking if this is all he's got. Low-key panicking, Gary presumes that it feels like none of his attacks are connecting, well as his attack definitely hit his sword. With that, he leaps in for an attack at a fast speed, however in a flash. Dodging the attack, Harry pisses him off, uttering if he's really the strongest in his year, and believes the silver-haired girl is stronger than him. But Gary doesn't even get the time to get mad, as Harry bounces and strikes a hit with a forceful thrust, as Gary gets smashed away. He holds the grip with the help of his sword. Sword Chi, the scene, then flips to Gary's flashback, where Sir Kay teaches them about the Sword Chi that is actually just used so that people can visualize the concept. It's more of a feeling. The instructor demonstrates how the Sword Chi works by testing their cognitive abilities, and tricks them as he asks which candle he's targeting when he swings his sword at the candles. Grasping the trick, Rei conjectures that it's to predict the enemy's attack before it happens, and Sir Kay agrees. He elucidates that if they continue to train their skills and hone their senses, adding a bit of talent to that, they'll be able to feel it too. Skeptical Kyle asks if they're not guaranteed to be able to feel it, and Sir Kay admits because they've never perceived it. He further reveals that not many believe that sword chi exists, and thinks that it's a made-up concept. While it's true that everyone perceives swords differently, the way they describe varies too. And for this reason, its existence is hard to prove. Meanwhile, Kyle is kind of convinced that it's a superstition. Gary asks Kay when people usually start sensing sword chi, assuming there would be some sort of common factor. That's when Sir Kay answers that it's different for everyone, but it's usually when they're on the brink of death. Yanking out his flashback, Gary gets whacked in the face with a force that drips blood from his mouth. It appears that Gary is testing Sir Kay's theory as he continues to take the hits from Harry to reach the point of death. Witnessing Gary getting beaten brutally without any counterattack, Elder Humphrey gets concerned and assumes that it doesn't look good. On the other hand, Dan is freaking out watching his friend getting beaten ruthlessly and believes that Harry is trying to get Gary to forfeit, sounding pretty confident. Ray lets out that he will never forfeit. Harry asks if he's not going to forfeit, and Gary refuses to give up, not wasting time. Harry leaps towards him to end things once and for all, just as he gets closer to him. Gary remains glued to his position and closes his eyes as he tries to sense the sword. She with mad, focused the people are freaking out at him as they wonder if he's calling his death himself. Coming to the conclusion that he is disqualified, the intensity of the moment seems very high, as everyone's gaze is fixated on them, keeping at the edge of their seats as to what is going to happen. As the distance shortens with an inch of Harry's sword hits him, at that moment Gary makes his move, and jaw-droppingly blocks that attack with his sword. Meanwhile, Sir Kay breathes a sigh of relief as it was a close one. He thinks that there's no need to stop the fight now. Feeling the moves, Gary is now able to see and manifest his attacks, realizing that this is sword chi. With that, the guy effortlessly dodges the hits, and a moment later, Gary manages to aim his sword right at Harry's neck. Harry, looking a bit panicked, lets out that he's starting to like him, but Gary clarifies that he still hates him. Just then, the judges announce Gary Blue Blood as the winner, and his friends cheer for him in excitement. While Ray seems more than proud of him after defeating Harry, Gary asks him if he purposely fought like that, so he'd be able to sense sword chi. Acting clueless, Harry doesn't seem to know what he's talking about, but he admits that he likes fighting strong opponents, adding the more strong people there are, the better, as Gary thinks what a strange guy he is. Suddenly he blacks out and stumbles to the ground as he goes weak. Just then Monk freaks out as he rushes to Gary, who's lying unconscious, but Ray assures him not to worry, as he probably used too much chi at once. And he spreads his chi out over a large area to sense Harry's attacks. He adds if Gary's last attack didn't work, he would have lost our guy, then reminds him that they have more to worry about, and asks him to look at the next matchup. The next match is between Martha and Cherry, trying not to act nervous. Martha believes in herself that she can do it, while Cherry, who's surprised to see an archer, asks someone to lend her a bow and some arrows, because she doesn't want anyone saying that she's bullying a junior. At that moment, Monk warns to be careful as that third year looks really strong, and Martha assures him not to worry about it. Watching Monk doing this, Dan starts teasing him, saying, "It's the tooth-rotting scent of love in the air that he can feel," while Monk panics and justifies that it's nothing like that. While Martha is baffled to see Cherry using the bow and arrow, even though she's a white belt, she doesn't feel flattered. Rather, she responds that she feels she's just a dime a dozen, having had enough of the chit-chat. The fight begins, and Martha strikes first, as she shoots an arrow to test things real quick. Not amused at all, Cherry notices that it's a simple trick, and she shoots an arrow with great strength that soars towards Martha's arrow, breaking it rapidly. Witnessing this, Martha did expect this from her, who's among the top 5 of the third years, given that she dealt with it easily. The people are amazed at Cherry's shot, as she managed to hit that arrow while it was flying, and think that it's common for people of their level. But they debate about Cherry, who doesn't seem to be an archer, and she's not a green belt either. They assume that she just got lucky. Nonetheless, Martha shoots 2 arrows at once for size, but Cherry catches them with her bare hands, and utters that she's really nothing special. Disgruntled, that night Rose raised her expectations for nothing, Pissed at the big woman Martha then shoots a large arrow to see if she can strike this one down, thinking that Martha's underestimating her. Cherry shoots the arrow with a thrust ablaze. The arrow clashes with hers, making it break again, thunderstruck. Martha's eyes snap open in shock as she tries to process that her arrow got shot through. Zoned out, Cherry's arrow is about to hit her, while the knight screams at Martha to dodge the attack, snapping out of it. Martha immediately bounces to save herself, and fortunately, the arrow hits the wall with a bang, creating cracks in it. Realizing it was a close call, she gets lucky to get past that deadly attack. That was an inch close to hitting her. Meanwhile, Dan is freaking out as he is terrified of Cherry's power, thinking that it's a cannon rather than an arrow, believing that if they get shot by something like that, they would certainly drop dead. Noticing that he almost couldn't keep up with the path of the arrow because of its crazy speed, Monk concerningly asks Ray about his opinion, asking if he thinks the Master Knight can block an arrow like that. Our guy couldn't really answer that, and expressed his opinion that Martha should forfeit, because if she doesn't, she's going to get hurt. On the contrary, Martha tries to get her act together, thinking that she needs to clear her head and focus. That's when Martha executes her ultimate plan, and she keeps running in circles, while continuously striking the arrows at her, while Cherry thinks that she's a nimble one. Martha finds her perfect blind spot as she aims the arrow at her from behind. However, Cherry manifests her attack beforehand and lets out a smirk, muttering that this is exactly what she was waiting for. At that moment, she prepares her arrow, sets it on fire, and decides to end the fun and games here. Putting things to an end, Cherry strikes her last arrow, which soars at unmatched speed. Knowing that Martha won't be able to stop the hit, Ray shouts at Monk to stop her, and Monk, in a state of panic, dashes into the arena while the judges, Sir Kay and Winford, also rush to them in haste. The arrow travels at light speed. Meanwhile, Martha, being panic-stiffened, realizes that the attack is so fast that she can't dodge it, as she is on the verge of despair and wonders if she's going to die. In a flash, Monk appears in front of Martha and halts that deadly flying arrow with his sword. Meanwhile, Dan is left slack-jawed to think how Monk got there so fast, and Sir Kay immediately calls for emergency treatment. Sobbing, Martha holds Monk and asks why he leaped in front of her so carelessly. Sir Kay assures Martha not to worry, as he luckily managed to avoid getting hit at any vital points. At that moment, Knight Winford announces the winner of the match to be Cherry, and she thinks that it's all so boring. The people are scared to see how scary this woman is, and they would never fight her. Monk is carried to the infirmary while Martha sticks with him. Moreover, Winford adds that due to the injuries sustained by Monk, he will not be able to fight in the next match, which makes Molly his opponent. When by default the next match is about to start between Ian and Gio, Dan asks the big guy to be careful. Out there is nothing's more important than his safety, and Kyle wishes him luck while Ian leaves. Kyle notices that the big guy, who's Ian's opponent, uses double axes too. Just like him, he conjectures that all the matchups were similar, like swordsmen against swordsmen and archers against archers. That's when Ray lets out that they did it on purpose. Since the World Combat Tournament involves team battles, they want to ensure they have diverse teams, so that they can deal with different situations. As the match is about to begin, Dan asks Ray if he thinks that Ian would be able to win, but our boy tells him to watch the match, as he's got a feeling that Ian's going to surprise them with that. The match begins, and Ian leans in for the first attack with his double axes, making Gio think that he's straight into his range, getting saved by a thread. Ian breathes a sigh of relief as he almost gets caught in that storm, and waits until Gio slows down. Just as he slows down, Ian takes the plunge, and incredibly, making him smash away with a jaw-dropping force, taking that critical hit. Gio is taken aback as his opponent is more nimble than he thought, and thinks if Ian keeps doing that, a few times it's going to leave a mark on his chest plate. However, at that moment, as the crowd watches this, they are awestruck by Ian's monstrous strength, as that red-haired kid shatters his chest plate in one blow. At that time, Gio sneers maliciously and utters that he can't play with him much longer. Ending things quickly, that's when the guy gulps down the potion, the same one that Jira drank, and affirms that there's no room for error. It's an order straight from the master. so he's left with no choice. Their eyes snap in shock. A realization dawns on Ray when he notices that it's the potion, and a sudden jolt of power runs through Gio after drinking the potion. Like a monster watching his classmate drink the potion, a suspicion flickers in Jay's mind. But Harry interrupts that. They're allowed to use anything in their matches, asserting that what Gio did might not be the most honorable thing, but doesn't go against the rules. However, deep down, Jay seems to know that it's something dangerous, and similar to what he encountered earlier. Something about Gio unsettles him. At that moment, Jay's eyes land on Ray and his friends, and he asks himself what the boss is going to do now. Meanwhile, our guy is concerned about what he should do because if he acts now, they'll expose his current abilities. He decides to wait until Winford and others notice, but he pauses for a moment and ascertains that if they haven't stopped it now, that means they have no idea how dangerous it is. With a grimacing grin on his face, Gio's power uplifts real quick as he hits Ian and goes ballistic when he slams his double axes to attack Ian, while the red-haired kid bounces to save himself without further reluctance. Sir K blocks our boy and states he can't interfere with the match, but Ray seems unstoppable as he tells K that he doesn't have time to explain and asks him to get out, punching his teacher right in the gut. Meanwhile, K takes the hit and even coughs blood a little. He left in disbelief that this brat had so much power in him. At that moment, Winford asks them what's going on and instructs Ray to get back to his seat. Whose is held by Sir K. That's when our guy calls out Jay and commands him to get Gio. Without wasting a second, Jay springs up and runs into the arena with his sword on the go, just as Gio, who's going berserk, leaps in for another attack. Jay soars with his sword and slams it right onto his head. The people are left shocked to see Jay do something like that, aside from that red-haired kid. Meanwhile, Winford is utterly baffled, as he thinks what the two of them are even doing. In a flash of a moment, Winford's eyes widen, and Jay is startled when he witnesses that his attack doesn't even put a scratch on Gio, and the peculiar aura emerges from within, like the plague of shadows, with a sinister look on his face. Gio calls out Jay Gree while the peculiar purple aura surrounds Gio, and he calls Jay a piece of trash. Winford commands him to stop or else he will be disqualified. In a flash of a moment, Winford witnesses something terrifying when Gio's face transforms like that of a monster, and he immediately grasps that it's the plague of shadows. Suddenly, the plague of shadows begins spreading, only among the third-year participants, and it causes an uproar amongst the crowd as they panic. Sir K is left flabbergasted to see that the plague is infecting so many people, and Ray, appearing shocked, suspects that it was a premeditated operation. Concerned, Sir K asks Winford to escort the elders to safety and accentuates that he has to keep them safe from a plague, assuring him that he has his students to help. Over here, the twins, Badger and Sloth, Dan and Kyle are all fired up and ready for the showdown. Meanwhile, K realizes that the infected third years are attempting a coup. The big guy, Ian, is smashed away once again as his battle with Gio continues, punching him in the guts earlier. Ray asks Sir K about his wounds, as he clutches his hand on his wounds. But K affirms that it's nothing and saving people is their priority. Counting on his friends, Ray leaves and Asher, one of the infected third years, flings her sword towards Ray. But Dan emerges with his spear asking, where are her manners when her opponent is right in front of her? This time Sloth and Badger are amenable to fighting them, because they were separated back then. But it's different now that they're together. Gio, who's now turned into a terrifying shadow, threatens to slaughter all the red-headed mongrels. Poor Ian was floundering about on the ground, dragging himself on his feet as he ran out of power to fight. At that moment, the shadow monster Gio aims his axe to strike at Ian, who's helplessly crawling to save himself. Fortunately, Ray makes a well-timed intervention and clangs his sword, piercing it through Gio's armor. And unexpectedly, Harry emerges and stabs his sword from the back, which penetrates the armor as well. As Gio is ambushed from both sides and his blood starts splattering, our guy then asks Ian if he's okay. And just then Knight Winford makes a shocking announcement, as he reveals that they are attacked by the Dark Guild, and the arena has been infiltrated. Well, it looks like the teachers and big families are sitting back, and watching the second year's fighting. The biggest threat the kingdom has is kind of ironic. The loud rumblings and explosions reverberate through the arena. And while the academy seems to be in ruins, Winford calls out all the knights in arms and asks them to protect their families, friends, and the wounded. He announces that it's time to fight to the death, to protect their honor. Meanwhile, Harry concludes that the academy is in a predicament, while our guy is. Rest assured to know that Harry wasn't the one causing trouble, while Geo stands at the back. Our guy asks Harry what he's thinking, and he answers that he wants to make sure his comrades are safe. To their surprise, the monster is barely damaged by the previous attack, and Geo leaps towards them, slamming his axe at them, dodging the deadly attack. Harry is left astounded and thinks that the guy is unkillable, and that's when Ray informs him that the past few times he came across these guys, they had to burn them to a crisp, unveiling that this plague makes them fight until they can't anymore. Thinking how despicable it is, Harry tells Ray to find his friends while he deals with the big guy, Geo, while exhausted. Ian is resting against the wall. Our guy leaves Harry in charge to wipe out Geo, and Jay shouts at his boss to take him along. But our boy tells Jay to go and help Sir Kay, because he needs more help. And with that, Ray leaves, climbing to the top to observe the situation. Ray activates his dragon eye and witnesses the critical situation. As the people are fighting off the Dark Guild enemies, he witnesses the infirmary being surrounded by the enemy, and notices that there are so many people with the Plague of Shadows. They're dashing to the infirmary. He hopes Gary and Sylvia are okay. On the contrary, Sylvia's four brothers are also confronting the Dark Guild, and Marsh bluntly says that he didn't know these guys would stoop to working together with purebloods. The intruder from the Dark Guild shamelessly confesses that as long as they reach their goal, the means don't matter. Just then, Marsh commands his brothers to scatter and strikes with Water Slash. While the guy from the Dark Guild states that he's delaying the inevitable. With that, Marsh instructs Max to go find Sylvia, and to make sure she doesn't get dragged into this. On the contrary, Winford speaks bluntly of the situation, and lets the head elder know everything. Plus, he also informs that he has alerted the entire city as requested. The elder, without showing much concern, asks Winford to leave. However, it appears that Knight Winford has so much to say, and he's trying to get it off his chest. Taking it all in, the knight chooses silence and takes the leave. Gary seems to be lying down in the medical station infirmary. As he asks him what he's doing, the guy tells him that this is going to help relieve his pain. Sylvia and Martha arrive at the spot and stop that man. Sylvia rushes to the boy who has just been injected by the potion, asking him if he's okay, but it's of no use since it's too late. But Gary decides to go with the third option, which is to fight them. Sylvia tries to stop Gary, telling him that these people could still be saved, and warns him not to kill them. Gary kicks one of them on the leg, while the shadows manipulate Gary and trick his emotion by reminding him that these are his comrades, and he can't kill them. One of the infected people offers him to join them, and moments later Martha shoots that guy with her arrow, letting him know that others might be their comrades. But he isn't, while Sylvia compliments Martha, and Gary suggests not to care about hurting them right now. But Sylvia tells him to restrict their movements without causing lethal damage to them, but to break their bones if he has to. And Martha doesn't seem to know either, besides that they have started to go berserk. Sylvia suspects that maybe someone is trying to cause a scene, therefore they should just get out of there. Worried, Martha stresses that they should find Monk, since he's in the operating room. And as they reach there, they see the window splattered with blood. Rushing inside, they witness Monk holding something sharp in his hands, and, looking traumatized, he admits that he has killed people and taken lives. But Martha consoles him, assuring him that it's not his fault, while Gary and Sylvia are having trouble keeping the doors closed, as the infected ones are trying to barge in. They can't seem to keep up much longer, and Gary freaks out, interrupting Martha's and Monk's romantic moment, telling them to hurry it up. It seems like many people have been infected by the plague, and Nye suspects that the third years did this on purpose, to betray them, knowing the fact that they've got an obsession with bloodlines. She didn't imagine that they stooped this low and become pawns of the Dark Guild, which didn't feel right. Suddenly a shadow appears behind her, but Nye gets saved by Kyle as he strikes a blow at him. Kyle asks her if she needs help, calling her a charming lady. when suddenly he's attacked by another shadow. And this time, Nai protects him by smacking the zombie, leaving him astonished with that. She tells Kyle to take care of himself before anyone else, and he feels the urge to protect her even more. Now the red-headed guy taunts the third years by saying that they're just making things more difficult. And Nai says she doesn't know if they were forced or did this voluntarily, but this is a pre-planned operation, as they are cornered by their fellows. A water splash emerges, removing all the shadow warriors, while Kyle thanks Max who helped them. And Nai wonders what a mage from outside is doing here. Max then lets out that he's looking for his sister, and asks them if they know where the medical room, to which Kyle asks him to follow him, since he's going to look for his friends too. Meanwhile, Sylvia and the others are struggling to get out of the infirmary, being surrounded by so many shadows. Martha wonders why it is getting more crowded, and Sylvia replies that it's because they're targeting the uninfected as they're about to reach the exit. They hear Kyle, and strangely Sylvia hears his brother's Max voice. They let them know their location, waiting for them to arrive. They find them, and Kyle seems to be intimidated by the amount of people inside the medical station, but Nai tells him not to just stand there and move. Following the plan, Kyle and Nai throw their chain and dart rope towards Gary and Monk, telling them to grab it, holding onto the ropes. They use it to kick the zombies aside, while Max uses the Sylph's wall of water to clear the path, and everybody rushes through it since he can't hold it much longer. As everyone is running, Sylvia asks his brother about others, and Max informs her that they're at the arena. The academy is attacked by the Dark Guild, and many of their goons are there, so he has to go and help them now, while she insists on going along. With her brother, Martha asks about the condition of others from Kyle, to which he says that everyone was fine until he left, except for the big guy Ian, who was hurt really badly. Gary asks him about Ray, and Kyle informs him that he is coming here too, anticipating that Ray would be here before him. In the castle, we see Winford trying to convince the head elder that the students need to be rescued immediately, and the elder tells him to calm down, since the attack on the arena might just be a trap. Sending their forces there might be dangerous for the safety of the castle. He then asks for permission to let him go there on his own, since Sir Delbert and Bernardo are here. But the elder interrupts him, reminding him of the importance of guarding the palace. He terrifyingly admits the amount of people that will be sacrificed, and the elder thinks that, as a knight, he should know better that sometimes it's better to sacrifice the minority to save the majority. Ray, who has been listening to the whole conversation outside the castle, is left shaken over the fact that they're throwing students to death. The head elder makes himself clear about the mission, and Winford agrees to him. Our boy, who seems to be eavesdropping on their conversation, gets ticked off when he hears this. Enraged, he ponders that to them, the lives of the students are nothing compared to the secret of the academy, and concludes that it's a foolish decision made by foolish humans. Well, it looks like our guy is playing his cards right, where he uses his glamour power and transforms himself as now. He will fight his own way. On the other hand, Harry is still fighting off the enemies, and asks Jay Gree if the reinforcements are here yet. However, Big Eye Jay, with a bright smile on his face, lets out that they don't need any reinforcements, and he usually doesn't get the chance to fight to my heart's content, like this, adding that he feels like beating up 10 at once. Meanwhile, Sir Kay is backed up by Marsh and guessing from his uniform. He states that Marsh must be a general from the Allier Kingdom's army, agreeing that Kay is right. Marsh bluntly lets out that they better make this quick, as it would become more difficult for them once they progress to the second stage of the plague. Slashing the enemy, Kay seems to have the same thought. The scene then switches to Asher, who's infected by the plague and fights Dan, calling him weak while Dan struggles as he's attacked by Asher. Dan accentuates that this is as far as she can go by boosting her strength with power that is not her own. At that moment, someone straightly shoots an arrow that pierces through Asher's neck, and she screams in agony. It turns out to be Cherry, who shoots her and apologizes for killing her classmate, while Dan compliments her that it was a good shot. But Cherry thanks him for distracting her so that she could shoot the arrow. The scene then takes us to the infected twin third years, who are defeated by Sloth and Badger. They are left in disbelief, as they both were so weak in the competition. The twin boys say that they were separated back then, so there was nothing they could do. But once they fight together, they never lose after that. While Marsh is delighted to see his sister is safe, Dan is glad to see that Monk and Gary are okay. Suddenly, they are again attacked by the infected enemy. The large number of infected people come rushing their way, and Dan freaks out as they just manage to beat all of them. But now they're back. Marsh commands everyone who's hurt to stand back. Overwhelmed with concern, Sylvia frantically lets out not to kill them, as they're all infected students and they can still be saved. That's when a suspicion flickers in Serkei's mind, as he contemplates that it might be a plan of the Dark Guild, all along with so many people here. They wouldn't be able to avoid accidentally hurting some of them. Nonetheless, Marsh takes the lead and asks his twin brothers to use water pulsing, telling them to hand the control of their power to him. Using the water pulse, Marsh converges the power, and the water pulse hits every infected person, making the potion inside them dissipate. It appears that the potion they were injected with is being extracted from them. With Marsh's powers, while most of the infected people stop moving, Serkei is amazed by Marsh's strength, as having a lot of mana is not enough to be able to perform such precise operations on so many people at once, concluding that he's terrifyingly strong. Meanwhile, Sylvia holds her big brother. Marsh affirms that he's fine. It's just that he used too much mana at once, assuring he will be fine after a few days of rest. After that, Serkei commands Kyle and Monk to lead a team and gather the wounded, while he asks Gary to check on those who are infected and see how they're recovering. Deep down, Kay feels grateful for these mages, that the casualties are within acceptable amounts, and thinks that once everything settles down, the Academy will have to thank them properly. When things are finally settling down, suddenly black clouds form and a strike of lightning occurs, which frightens everyone to death, as their eyes snap open in shock. It appears that something forceful bangs on the ground, creating a rumbling crash, while everyone gapes with bewilderment to see what it is. To their surprise, someone emerges from the dust and makes quite a destructive entry, draped in full armor, eyes widened. Gary asks Kay if he knows who this is, and that's when the powerful armor guy calls out Kay by his real name, Caden, as it is delightful to see him after a long time. Enraged, Kay clarifies that he has no right to call him by that name, while Marsh recognizes Mothram and is surprised, as he didn't know he'd come personally. Well, it appears that he's the previous elder of the Avrian Knight Academy and the leader of the Dark Guild Mothram. At that moment, Marsh nods to his brother, signaling them to attack, and all of them strike, with a water slice that seems to pierce across Mothram, sneering at their futile attacks. Mothram is not having any impact of the silver-haired mage's powers, as he remains unaffected. Meanwhile, Marsh is appalled to see that his powers went unnoticed. Mordem threatens them, saying, if this is how they want to play, then it's the end using magic. Mordem emerges, lighting from his hands as it forms into a ball of lighting, and ruthlessly strikes the lighting at the silver-haired twins, Johann and Jackal, as they scream in pain. Left in disbelief, Marsh is shocked to see that the armor elder can use the power of the lighting, while his two brothers lie unconscious on the ground after getting hit by the jolt of lighting. A chilling thought crosses Caden's mind, when he presumes that they've never seen a human using lighting magic. Mordem apologizes for not being here sooner, not even if he kills everyone here. Just then, Cherry steps in and shoots the arrow at the armor guy with unmatched force. But Mordem thinks that it's too slow and breaks her arrow like a flying bee. Jay Gree then ambushes Mordem from behind and is about to slam the sword on his face. But the armor guy, mocking his futile attempt, calls him a foolish child and strikes lightning at Jay, smashing him away with a force that he bangs in the wall. After that, Mothram seems to have a personal beef with Caden, and he asks him if students call him K. Exasperated, K cuts to the chase and asks what he wants. That's when the armor guy states that he will give K a chance to make a choice. Baffled, Caden wonders what choice this is going to be, and then a tense moment unfolds, when Moritham utters that he will let him leave to seek aid from the elders. However, he will kill one person for every minute K is gone, adding that it's up to him how many people he can save, putting him in a life or death situation. Caden asks what's the other option, while signaling Gary, Kyle, and Monk to attack, while Morsum reveals the other option, which is to watch him kill all one by one. Kyle and Monk furtively prepare for an ambush. In a second K, Monk and Kyle leap toward him, aiming their weapons at him, watching himself getting surrounded. Mothram realizes that this is Caden's choice, leaving everyone to wonder where he'd go. A few moments later, Kay spots him as the dust settles, and the armor guy seems to be choking Cherry as she appears in pain, struggling to release herself. While the armor guy reminds Kay that he's going to kill them all, one by one, Nye rushes toward him and commands to let go of Cherry, calling him a bastard, throwing Cherry away. Saving Nye from being electrocuted, Kyle takes advantage of his distraction and wraps the armor guy with his metal chain. Tugging hard after wrapping the chain around the big guy, Kyle pulls back and smacks the tip of his chain into the ground, as it crashes, calling out to Gary for the next move. At that moment, Gary and Harry appear, and they pierce that metal chain, confining it inside the ground with their swords. Hopping Mad Mothram seems done with them, as these brats seem to be getting on his nerves so that he's trapped. Loud, rumbling echoes when Mothram gears up for an iconic lighting attack. Sylvia interferes at the right time and shoves Gary and Harry away to protect them from the deadly lightning attack. Watching this, Mortem is taken aback as Sylvia predicts his attack, which triggers him a bit, taking the only chance she has. Martha aims her arrow and hopes that the big woman's technique works, referring to Cherry as she releases the arrow. It soars to hit Mortem, however. The armor guy disappears once again and unshackles himself like it's a breeze. Tripping to the ground, Martha is left in a state of fright as she realizes that they can't keep him in one place, when abruptly Sylvia shouts her name, alerting her about the incoming attack. While Martha is saved by a thread, Mortem corroborates that Sylvia can predict his attacks, which means it wasn't a fluke dealing with her first. The armored guy dashes towards her, but he is halted by Marsh and Max, who cast water slash at him while the rumble of attacks grows louder. At that moment, Dan scampers with his spear and frantically leaps toward Mortem. Witnessing the armor, Gut didn't even get scratched. Slack-jawed Dan is left in disbelief, as put almost all of his power into that one hit. Sneering, Mothram mumbles that he's grown bored of this fight, and now it's time for him to die, emerging a big orb of lighting with his magic, with such force that it makes the ground crack. Getting frantic, Mothram surrounds the atmosphere with terrifying lighting that seems inevitable and powerful enough to destroy the whole academy, while his power emerges as the lighting is produced. In a flash of a moment, Gary takes the leap and hits his sword on the armor guy's shoulder, with immense power remaining unscathed. Mothram is impressed that the Avian Academy has still managed to produce a few special students, but he thinks that it's a shame, because they're going to die here anyways. With that, he casts his lighting to hit Gary, who crashes away, and the armor guy surrounds himself with lighting that keeps emitting, creating such a force that could fling anyone away. Kay, who's barely standing his ground, tries to move closer to Morsum, and wonders how he became so terrifyingly strong. Surmising that now only the 6 elders can stop him, he manages to walk closer to the armor guy, clutching his chest because it's nearly impossible to move through. Confronting him, Mothram lets out that it seems like his plan didn't work, confessing that the elders are willing to sacrifice all of them, just to keep those things buried deep underground. Sweating, Caden realizes that's what this guy wants. As soon as Kay erupts these words out of his mouth, the armor guy points his finger at him, charged with lighting and stating he has his ways. He stresses that he can't go home empty-handed today. Just as he's about to bid Caden farewell, something screeches in the back, and someone strikes a powerful blow at Moratham that he somehow dodges, looking at who it is. It turns out to be Jay Gree, who smacks him with his big-ass sword. Smirking, Jay asks the armor guy if he thought he could kill him just like that. So he's sorely mistaken, while Kay asks if he's alright. The armor is shocked to the core to see Jay alive, as he smacked him real hard earlier. But the big guy confidently responds that he won't die from a scratch, like this feeling that some of them still have some fight left in them. Mothram picks up the spear and thinks that it's a shame. They think that they can stand against him. Bolting at a crazy speed, the rocks begin to tumble, while Mothram tells Jay not to overestimate himself and stabs the spear into his body, penetrating across him as the blood begins dripping. The armor guy mocks Jay, saying that he's the only one who can still move. Mordham is about to walk towards Caden, who's also injured, and lets out that he's going to send them to the afterlife one by one. Suddenly, the armor guy turns back, feeling dubious, and Jay, trembling with pain, utters that it's not over yet and he can never beat them, adding that his boss is going to beat his ass. With a thrust, that Mothram forcefully crashes into the wall, and Sylvia recognizes him as Ness because of his glamour ability, as it's going to hurt a bit to pull that spear out of him, believing that he can take it. Jay assures him to do it, and our guy immediately yanks the spear out as the blood splatters. Jay then thanks him, and RG affirms not to mention it, as he already owes him for saving his life. Once, and now he owes him again. His eyes widen with shock. Jay realizes that it's his boss Ray, and RG asks him to keep it a secret. Suddenly, big rocks come flying towards them, and Ray halts those rocks that are about to hit Jay. It appears that Bastard Mothram is back, and he's really furious, as all of them seem to take turns wasting his time. He threatens Ray that he's going to pay for their mistakes, but our guy is in a fighting mode, and replies that he's already pissed off today, so he came just in time for a beating. Bracing himself, our boy activates his dragon eye, and with a fierce look in his eyes, he challenges him to bring it on, as Ness fights the enemy. Sylvia tells him to watch out for its lightning attacks, and is shocked over the fact even Jay, who's the strongest among them, can't keep up the fight and loses immediately. But Ness is completely okay as our guy dodges the lightning attack. He's glad that he prepared for this fight beforehand. Meanwhile, a knight rushes to Winford to inform him one of the squads stationed at the mansion of the Elder had been attacked. As he interrogates about the casualties, it is told to him that there were no casualties, but more than 50 people lost their consciousness, and those who woke up couldn't remember what happened and couldn't see the enemy, but they did say that it was a single person. They are out of danger and do not have external injuries. Strangely enough, those who woke up found that they couldn't use chi anymore, as if they were suffering from mana deficiency. It hits Winford's, and he's left stunned, wondering if Ray is behind all this. On the other hand, Ness is fighting with Mothram, and is relieved over the fact that he absorbed the mana from all those soldiers, and that's really helping him. Otherwise, it would have been a mess. He calculates that he needs to convert 100 points of mana into chi to cope with these attacks, and keep 20 points for the glamour, because the guy he's fighting is pretty strong. As he's busy in these thoughts, his opponent is ready to charge its thunder attack on him, that no one can withstand. His lighting attack is dodged by Ness, and when Kay witnesses his movements, his eyes snap open in shock, wondering who's that young man, because the stunt he just pulled is a stealth technique, only taught to black belt knights. Our guy knows he can't take the attacks head on, since they're way too strong, and if he gets hit a few times, then things might turn bad. Suddenly, he is hit by lightning and to block it further, he casts an ice element at that moment. Mothram realizes that he's a mage, and decides to show the difference between mages. While our guy has a plan and utilizes the endless void, the armor guy is sure he won't be able to avoid it, and charges his attack as Sylvia calls out Ness. Ray leaps toward him to strike a blow at him with a spear, but the armor guy dodges the attack again. As the lightning emerges, Mothram compliments his spear, saying that it's a pretty good weapon, adding that it deserves to be added to his collection, struggling to blow an attack on him. Our boy ponders if the armor guy keeps dodging like this. He can't hit him like this at all. Just then Ray responds that his armor with that big eye is pretty cool, asking if you want to trade at that moment. The armor guy moves again, like a bolt of lightning that even Ray fails to catch up to him. And that's when our boy grasps that there's definitely some trick to it, determining that he can't just use it without any drawbacks, while he's lost in thought. And our boy escapes the precarious position and dodges by an inch, and he might be able to find a blind spot to attack him, knowing that Sylvia's senses are the best among all of them. He thinks if she could tell where the armor guy is coming from, it would be easier with that. He watches the enemy with his dragon eyes, and looks for some sort of sign to detect where he's attacking from. Our guy then decides to try to attack that way, while Mothram casts lighting attacks at him, pulling a classic move. Ray reverses his opponent's attack and finally hits the armor guy. Using this strategy, our guy figures out his moving power and comes to a conclusion that Moratham uses lighting to transport his body, and even though it's quick, it's not completely unperceivable. Just like animals can sense when lightning is about to strike, because the charge on the ground becomes unstable. In the same way, weak currents will be produced whenever he chooses to stop triggered. The armor guy furiously asks, how dare he use his skill against him? An urgency presses upon him to get rid of Ray and Sylvia before they become obstacles in his way. Feeling apprehensive, our guy presumes that Mothra's magic is pretty difficult to deal with, so even if he can catch the tells, it's still arduous to perceive the current and react within that short frame of time. That's when the armor guy bursts out a large string of lighting and affirms that he can't stop him, just because he realized how his skill works. Catching Ray off guard as he detects his weakness, realizing that he got busted, our guy doesn't seem to have any mana left, and while he appears weak, Sylvia signals him about the imminent danger. However, Ray can't move as his legs go weak, and Mothram takes advantage, striking a powerful blow of lighting at him, concluding that it's a checkmate. The lightning attack is so strong that it destroys the area, while our poor boy crashes away with savage force, to the point that he starts bleeding. Watching him still being able to stand after that hazardous attack, deep down Mothram thinks that that boy is a monster and wonders, who's this young man? As he's never heard of someone like this in Avrian. After that, Jay explains to Ray that they've been fighting with the armor guy for so long and haven't even chipped his armor. That means the differences in their abilities are vast and add up, and pleads with him to lend him his strength, while Jay, without any reluctance, agrees, saying that he'd even die for him. In the meantime, Ray absorbs the big guy's mana, and Mortem is bothered that it's been silent, wondering what they're up to. He surprises our guy with an attack. Fortunately, Ray seems to have his strength back by absorbing the strongest guy's power, and asks Jay to rest as he lies unconscious on the ground. Witnessing Ray emerging chi, the armor guy is left in disbelief, as he notices that something's not right, given that the boy's chi has multiplied within a split second, set ablaze as flames emerge within him. Our guy seems to be charged with immense chi, and he speedily confronts the armor guy, frantically striking multiple attacks at him at light speed. Sylvia seems proud of him, while her brother Marsh is astounded to see that he can still move, and Caden gapes with utter shock, surmising that with his current power, he can rival an elder after that. Mothram admits that this boy is really something and angers him, as things start to get frenzied. Using the skill of Endless Void, our guy blocks the lightning from hitting him. The armored guy charges a big strike of lighting, deadly enough to turn one to ashes. But our guy holds on and protects himself with the chi as the lighting strikes him, while Sylvia and Jay shout out of concern to see if he's alive. As the dust settles, Ray appears to be just fine, surprised that the kid could persevere for such a long time. Mothra seems to have no other choice but to use his last attack. Meanwhile, after borrowing such a large amount of chi, it starts to burden this body, and Ray plans to finish it up quickly. At that moment, the armor guy is interrupted when someone contacts him and notifies him that they have found the passage, just as he ordered Mothram, then asks them to meet at their usual place. And as he's leaving, he addresses Ray as Ness and lets out that he'll remember him. He reveals that from today onwards, a bounty from the Dark Guild will be placed on him, while Ray asks rhetorically if he should be honored, saying to raise the price tag a little bit. With that, Mothram bids him farewell and tells him to enjoy the fleeting days of peace he has left disappearing in the blink of an eye. While the armor guy leaves, a wave of relief gushes through everyone, and Sylvia realizes that he's gone. After that, Ray, who's completely worn out, takes a sigh of relief, presuming that he thankfully retreated, and his body was almost at its limit. He then asks Jay to leave this place, and the big guy supports him, helping him to leave. Sylvia still seems doubtful and wonders if it's really over. Meanwhile, Gary and Monk finally regain consciousness, left in disbelief that they're still alive. Just then Marsh, who's also lost power, gets up and asks his sister where that young man went, informing Marsh that he can't move yet. Sylvia grabs, and as the breeze brushes against her hair, she responds that Ness disappeared just like last time, but with a subtle hint of hope in her eyes. She seems to have a feeling that she's going to see him again, somehow giving a warm smile. It is then revealed to us that the Dark Guild's insurgents came to an abrupt end after Mothram retreated later on. The knights arrived to eliminate the remaining insurgents and reclaim control over Arian. Moreover, the injured were quickly attended by medics. Yet almost 30 students died that day. Among them was Ian, the red-haired fella who was gravely injured. Of the surviving students, almost half of them were gravely injured, to the point where they would never be able to become knights. As tragic as that sounds after that day, a morose air blanketed the academy, as everyone lived in fear and anxiety, worrying they'd be the next ones to be targeted. Dwelling on these possibilities, he couldn't have avoided the inevitable, and what was bound to happen after all. Just then, he yanks out his thoughts and realizes that it wasn't because of Ian. With a flicker of pain in his gaze, our boy becomes determined and thinks, if the world and academy are twisted, he'll change it for sure at that moment. He receives 7 abilities from his dragon system after risking his life by fighting with the armor guy, and notices a new ability known as a contract. And the first one to join his team is Jay Gree. As expected, Who's as excited as ever and guesses that the boss is planning something awesome. Our boy then informs Jay that 2 more people will be joining him and asks the big guy to keep his nest look a secret, as he's the only one to know about it. Jay assures him that he'll take this secret to his grave, while our guy is relieved to have a guy like Jay, as he does whatever he asks him to, recalling that he even dealt with Geo without even hesitating. Ray believes that he will continue being loyal. That's when Ray expresses his motive to invite these 2, and says that he doesn't like to be discriminated against either. That's why he's joining a team that wants to change this world, hoping that the twins would join him if they have the same thoughts. Enthusiastic as always, Jay asks him to let him in the team, while Badger lets out that he always thought Ray was a lone wolf, so he didn't really expect him, of all people, to work with others. Hiding the fact that he's the one to form the team, Ray reveals that the leader of the team is Ness, so he's joining his team because he agrees with his ideals and believes that the Dark Guild is going to come back. Sooner or later, he further states that if they join Ness's team, they'll be able to obtain the power he shares and protect each other. That's when it clicks to Jay that it's the boss's team, and thinks it's rad listening to the name. Badger assumes that Ness is the same guy who fought Mothram and drove him away, adding that if he's inviting people to join his team and doesn't seem like he's discriminating against them, the red hairs, it sounds like a good idea. While Badger asks his brother Sloth's opinion, Sloth seems to be cool with the idea, and Ray reminds them that they'll have to die if they betray them, asking if they accept being loyal as he's always been. Jay Gree agrees to him, and Badger assures him that he'd never betray his allies. Besides, Jay and Ray agree, so there's no problem with that. After that, our guy gets everyone to accept and join the team, asking them to put their palms on the magic circle, more like a contract. As they place their hands on the magic circle, they sense a sizzling sensation, and to their surprise, a dragon tattoo is printed on their arms. Just then, Ray mentions that this is the emblem of their organization, and they'll be known as Crimson Wings, which itself is just a banger name, being fine with the name and everything. Badger asks Ray why he only invited them and not Kyle, given that it's true. Badger lets out that they can trust Gary, so why didn't invite him to the team? While Sloth admits that they can trust him. Thinking about Gary, Ray contemplates that he's been down ever since he found out that the tournament is being postponed, because that means he won't be able to investigate Amy's death. 1 week later, everything seemed to be going pretty smoothly at the academy. In the meantime, Gary approaches Ray and asks him to meet him at the library. After practice going to the library, our guy finds it unlikely for Gary to invite him to the library and asks him if he's trying to read up on something. That's when Gary reveals that he's been dreaming again lately and has been hearing voices in his dreams. Shocked, Ray asks if he remembers what the voices said, but Gary, holding a book in his hand, lets out that he doesn't remember it clearly, but remembers following the voices. He goes on to interpret that every night He'd walk endlessly in the darkness. Guided by the voices, he ended up in a place filled with light, expressing that it was an amazing feeling. Gentle and strong, and then he prayed for power from the light, and she promised it to him. Gary then sums it up that he met a goddess in his dreams, and shows him the book named The Dragon Knight's Journey. With that, Gary mentions that he's heard legends of how the 5 dragon knights of the academy met a goddess before. They had an awakening, that's where they obtained their power. It is then revealed to us that one of the dragon knights expresses his experience, disclosing that for a few nights in a row, he heard voices calling them from the darkness. Guided by them, he arrives at the source and finally meets the goddess, who dispelled the evils in her heart and blessed him with power. Then she showed him the future, as well as the role he'd play in it. After reading it, Gary says that he's talking about the dungeon behind the red door. Plus everyone says that there's a goddess at Roland, and she might actually be hidden beneath Avrian. Upon hearing this, Ray is knocked for a loop when he recalls the elder was talking about protecting something, while Gary happily grabs him, as he can see a ray of hope, to find the goddess and be blessed with power. Ray ponders that it's pretty suspicious. Judging for what the elder said, something important must be hidden beneath the academy, something they'd sacrificed the students to protect, leaving him to wonder if it's really related to the divine. Like Gary guessed after that, our boy notifies him about the increased surveillance in the area, where the dungeon is, and knows that it won't be easy to get in. Nonetheless, Gary seems to have forgotten to tell Ray something and lets out. Molly came to see him a few days ago and said that she's been having a lot of strange dreams lately, which sounded pretty similar to his situation. However, what was different in her dream was that she remembered how to get there and trying to follow the traces in her dreams. Molly ended up on a path just outside the city that leads underground. Curious, Ray asks if she met the goddess, but Gary answers that she didn't meet her. It was just like that time at the prison. Gary further reveals that Molly hadn't gotten very far before she was blocked by gates she couldn't open, saying that he's not dumb. The blonde-haired kid grasps his shoulders with fierce determination and enunciates that's why Ray is here, because he was the one who opened the gates back then. Sounding desperate, Gary asks for his help and states that he needs to come with him, feeling the pressure deep down. Ray seems to have a lot on his mind, and he's harboring anxieties when he contemplates that they can flee from a monarch-ranked monster, since they're stronger now, but they don't know a thing about that place, and it might be dangerous than they think. Troubled in spirit, Ray accentuates that they have to be prepared, and before our guy can complete his sentence, as they only agreed on telling Monk about this. Asking why there's so many people here, Molly justifies that she only told Monk, and Gary, hopping mad, grabs him and asks when he became a big mouth like Kyle, while Kyle asks him to stop with the friendly fire. Monk clears himself and lets out that he couldn't do it, confessing that Martha told him that lovers should not have secrets. Upon hearing this, Ray and Gary freaks out as they get to know about them being a couple, while Dan is left slack-jawed, as he didn't expect Monk to just admit it like that. After that, Sylvia speaks up and mutters that they already know everything, and promises to keep his secret, insisting to take them with him. Suddenly, Ray asks all of them to keep quiet, as he senses that someone is outside, discreetly stepping near the door. Our guy assumes that they've been followed, wondering if the Dark Guild's goons are still in the city. Shaking it off, he immediately bursts open the door and witnesses that there's nobody, thinking if it was just a mistake. Monk can't see anyone either, supposing it might be an animal or something. Our guy then warns everybody that it's been tense around the academy lately, so they should be careful, and head inside to hear what Molly has to say, so that they can curate a proper plan. The scene takes us to the academy, which has been hit with a heavy downpour, while the city is soaked in the rain. The knights seem to be guarding the big gate, when suddenly a red-haired kid, who turns out to be Badger, comes rushing towards them to ask for help. Panicking, the red-haired kid screams for help and approaches the knights with a fearful look on his face. Badger begs them to save his brother from a monster and points to the other side, where his brother seems to be attacked by a wolf monster, who is Noir Ray's summoned beast. The knights witness Noir attacking his brother and freak out. One of them tells Badger not to worry, as it can't be far while carrying someone. and commands his fellow knights to notify the sentries and tell them to be prepared to intercept that monster. So they'll flank it as the knights rush to deal with the wolf monsters. Ray and the others hiding behind the bushes wait until the knights go a bit further. Taking the chance, Ray and Jay open the bridge gate. As they pull the chains meanwhile, all of them stealthily scamper inside the gate, and our guy instructs Jay to draw the bridge back up, and Gary gets the reason why he invited the twins, to distract the knights, which was smoothly accomplished. After that, Ray asks Molly to lead the way, but Dan seems to have a problem and expresses he's not okay, being fed up with third-wheeling with these two. Suddenly their way is blocked by what looks like snow, but Martha senses imminent danger as she aims her arrow, uttering that snow doesn't move. Well, it appears to be numerous ice golems rumbling their way towards them, and Sylvia shrieks that they've got some unexpected visitors. To their surprise, the rabid rabbits also pop out from the forest, and Sylvia is grossed by them fighting off the ice golems. But to think that Molly gets through this all by herself leads him to suspect that she is hiding something from them, while Dan deals with the rabid rabbits and is delighted to acquire an intermediate grade crystal. Kyle is shocked and asks how he got so lucky, as he didn't even get a single crystal from both of the monsters he killed. On the other hand, our guy proudly looks at his dragon system and presumes that he's at 79 points for intermediate crystals, which means he's close to leveling up. After that, Molly asks everyone to get going if they're all done, reminding them that they have to get back before dawn. Moments later, they reach the entrance of the cave, which exudes a peculiar aura. Meanwhile, our guy hears a sound from inside the cave, and Gary proceeds to go in. Walking inside, their footsteps echo, and Molly lets out that they're here, adding this is the farthest she got last time. They are halted by a big tall gate, and Dan is surprised. Glancing at Ray, Gary counts on him to open the door like he did last time, and our guy presses his hand against the colossal gate when the dragon system appears, asking if he will open the door or not. He utters that Ray may be the kid in the prophecy. Upon hearing this, Sylvia asks Kyle about what prophecy he's talking about, and the red-haired dumbass agrees to tell her everything. However, Ray interrupts at the right time and tells Kyle that's enough, while Loudmouth embarrassingly holds his mouth. Our guy says don't listen to Kyle, as he just has a hero complex. Meanwhile, Ray seems to be regretting bringing this loud mouth along with him. Our guy then opens the door. Deep down, Sylvia feels like she's getting further away from Ray. After that, it appears that they still have a long way to go, when they are welcomed by an endless staircase. Descending the stairs, Monk is clueless about the path, as they don't know where it will lead them, and wonders even if they will end up under the school, while Molly thinks that it seems possible. Kyle curiously asks what the goddess looks like, and asks everyone what they will ask her once they meet her. Martha expresses that she manifests the goddess to be gentle and beautiful, wishing she could be like that too. Hearing this, Dan sarcastically asks her if she knows that it's the goddess anyway, and justifies his statement by saying that the god not only protected the continent and eradicated the mages, but also gave the power to the knights, leading him to question how a strong and omnipotent being could be a girl. Bickering, Martha makes a stronger comeback that destroys Dan's male ego, responding that he's never won any of the battles against Sylvia, even though he's such a big, strong man, while Dan is pissed. Sylvia asks them to stop as they are almost at the exit, trudging down the stairs. They finally arrive at the palace kind of place, and they're astonished, wondering if this place was underground the whole time. Barging through another door, they are flooded with questions about the ominous place, and what it's made of, assuming it's a cathedral. Ray's eyes land on a mage statue in the middle, and feels like he's this person, before searching for another way. Molly and Dan find no other exit, while Monk thinks that it's the dead end. Just then, Sylvia catches Ray's eyes fixated on the statue and cracks a joke, saying that she's beautiful, but it's just a statue. Our guy then asks Sylvia if she knows who this is, and she guesses that it's the goddess. Thinking hard, Ray presumes that it's strange. A few moments later, Martha informs everybody that it's hollow under the statue, and Gary supposes it might be a secret passage, while Dan decides to push the statue and see. He's taken aback by how heavy that thing is, and asks others to lend him a hand. Kyle and Gary lean in to help and push the statue. However, it doesn't even move an inch at that moment. In a surprising turn of events, Ray places his hand on the statue and is left speechless when the dragon system asks him to open the gate. Or not our guy seems to know that would happen. And with that, the secret passage cracks open. Entering the passage, everyone is amazed to see how beautiful the place is, while Monk is excited that they're really going to meet the goddess, surrounded by the glittering walls. Sylvia asks in wonder if those are magic crystals embedded in the walls. It's when it clicks them, and the realization dawns on them that it's the god. As the blinding light emerges from the colossal crystal, they all believe that's God, while Dan didn't expect anything like this, feeling kind of disappointed, as he can't even tell if it's a guy or a girl. Martha shrieks at Dan, scolding him for disrespecting the god. Monk finally believes that it was really under Avery, and while Gary gapes with astonishment, realizing it was true all along. Suddenly the ground beneath them begins to rumble, as they are shaken, stumbling. Tossing and turning, a strike of fear gushes through them, as they assume they made the god angry. And Kyle blames it on Dan for blabbering nonsense. And poor Dan apologizes. Only Ray stands his ground. And while he's withstanding the forceful thrust, he witnesses the power of God, and he feels like his chi is being sucked out of him. At that moment, it appears that Ray's chi is being pulled out of his body, and he realizes that the entity is trying to show him something, as it takes him to another realm, or maybe his subconscious. Our guy then prepares himself to see what it's got, and his past self, as the red dragon, also appears. That's when Ray foresees the world in its darkest time, presuming that it's the future. He watches so many people who got infected with the Plague of Shadows, and the world seems to fall into ruins. Suddenly, he witnesses Molly in his revelation, where she also seems to be infected by the shadows. In a flash, Ray falls to the ground, and it turns out that he's been stabbed in real life, while Gary peeks at him and asks him if he's okay. Meanwhile, our guy appears to be in severe pain. Possessed by the shadows, it turns out that Molly stabs Ray in Real, and with a vicious smirk on her face, she mutters that it finally worked, and now she's going to get rewarded greatly. With that, Molly goes berserk as she is about to stab our boy once again. However, Gary appears at the right time and knocks her out with his sword, and all his vitals are within normal ranges, and his body seems to be recovering. The doctor himself is astonished to see, as he's never seen anyone survive this type of neurotoxin before. He admits that it wasn't his doing. This red-haired kid is as strong as a beast, worriedly asking how long he was unconscious for, and if everyone's okay, the director of the hospital. After that, the doctor warns him that Ray and his friends are in big trouble, saying that he should know better than to step into forbidden territory. While our boy is harboring anxieties, the doctor further reveals that the head elder has called an emergency meeting to discuss his punishment. Curious, Ray asks him about the decision of the elders, but the doctor affirms that he doesn't know yet and tells him to rest. Our boy gets reminded how close he was to knowing the truth, plus that God has something to tell him, which he seems very certain about regretting, because this chance won't come again. The next scene takes us to the elders' meeting, where they seem to be discussing how they should be more alert and keep a close eye on all the red-haired students. From the beginning, Winford then lashes out that more and more signs are showing that the prophecy is to be trusted, and if they let things continue to unfold, there will be dire consequences. Upon hearing this, one of the elders, Gibby, asks Winford to stop making mountains out of molehills, elucidating that those students slipped past the guards into the forbidden territory, so the guards should be punished along with the students. Knight Delbert seems to agree with Elder Gibby. However, he also admits that Winford has a point, but then he explains what he truly meant, muttering those redheads could possibly bring ruin, suggesting that they should execute them so that they can avoid dire consequences. Staring callously at Winford furious, Winford shrieks at him for twisting his words and accentuates that they should protect the children of prophecy rather than punish them. Just then one of the elders spurts out asking, when do they need a child to save us? While another elder interrupts him, reminding him how these children fought with Morpham when they were hiding just to hide a puny secret. One of the elders affirms That Ray is the utmost important child to them, so they should keep him in the academy. And Winford interrupts asking, "What about the other kids?" At that moment, the head elders let out that they should follow the rules and expel them from the academy for good. At the academy judgment hall, all the students involved in the act are called to the hall, and the elder announces that they've discussed the infringement of the rules by entering the forbidden territory, revealing the following conclusion. The head elder calls out Ray Talon, uttering that he shall be punished with probation. However, as for the rest of them, he expels them from Avrian. Listening to this, the kids are left flabbergasted and immediately advocate for their rights, reminding the elders that they have fought to protect the academy, and this is completely unfair. Sylvia also comes to her defense. She makes it clear that the Hart family will stand for this decision if the academy insists on going through with it. That's when Elder Vaughn favors her and tries to convince the head that the Hart family is very influential. On top of that, these students are the ones who help them defend against the insurgents, putting his nose just to spit nonsense. Elder Gibby bangs his hands on the table and lets out that the place they stepped in is strictly forbidden, clarifying some preferential treatment can be given to a certain someone, since not everyone could potentially be the prophesied redhead, exposing Ray in front of his friends. Upon hearing this, Ray's eyes crackle with anger as his body burns with rage, clenching his fist, as if he would beat the crap out of Gibby any minute, before moments could take an intense turn. Stepping down, Elder Vaughn approaches the students and mentions how Gibby said that only the elders can enter the forbidden grounds without special permission. That's when Vaughn strikes an Uno reverse, and a mind-blowing plot twist takes place when he announces to give up his position as an elder and pass it to the young man, Gary Blueblood, while Delbert and the others are left slack-jawed and strongly object. It looks like the blonde kid gets a lucky strike or a twist of fate, and now he will be known as Elder Gary. Gibby thinks that Vaughn has gone mad, just to save a few children, and the other elders think the same. Calling it madness, one of the elders states that the elders hold the secrets of the academy. For this reason, it's not a position that can be given away this easily. Just then the head elder corroborates with Vaughn, and he stands firm, saying that according to the rules, if any of the elders wishes to pass their position to someone in the academy, all they need is the approval of Master Knights. Eyes flaming with fury, Delbert seems to be bursting with anger and bluntly says, "It's preposterous," adding, "Even if it's an elder's wish, no one would agree to this." However, Winford cuts his words and approves of Elder's Vaughn's decision, while Delbert bickers with Winford about how he could let a countryside peasant become an elder. Sir Kay adds fuel to the fire and agrees as well. Giving a death stare, Delbert doesn't take this well, and that's when the woman head knight refuses to approve this, justifying that becoming an elder is not something he can decide on a whim, apologizing to Vaughn as she can't allow it. Then Delbert asks the last Master Knight Bernard, hoping that he would disagree, but then Winford approaches him and reminds him that these children helped them. In their darkest hours, so many of their friends died in the battle, yet they could do nothing. Getting emotional, Winford says that all they need to do is repay what they owe them. A tense moment unfolds as everyone waits for Bernard to speak, and the guy finally speaks in favor of Vaughn's decision. Delbert twists his head out of frustration, blabbering that it's utter foolishness. After that, the head elder states that, since Vaughn has passed down the position to Gary Blueblood, he will not be punished, but the others will. That's when Gary raises his hand and passes his elder's seat to Dan, asking the Master Knights if they agree. The three Master Knights, Caden, Winford, and Bernard, without any reluctance agree to this, making Delbert and the woman knight grit their teeth in anger. Now, since Gary has passed his position to Dan, the head announces that he won't be punished either. Just like that, Dan passes his seat to Monk, and this continues until it comes to Sylvia. Meanwhile, a suspicion flickers in Ray's mind as he peeks at Elder Gibby, wondering why that old coot settles down after the old man Vaughn passes over his seat and creates absolutely no drama, which leads him to think about what is going on in his head. After Martha Woodwork passes her seat to Sylvia Hart, this way no one is punished. And since things have ended this way, And Hey Sylvia is about to pass the elder's seat to Gary again. Elder Vaughn tells her to let it pass, revealing that once the seat of an elder is passed to someone else, the same person cannot obtain it once more. Hereby the elder announces Sylvia as one of the 6 elders of the Avrian Academy. In the dorm, everyone seems to be creating a fuss about what just happened earlier and how Elder Bob made this choice. Too casually, Martha argues with Dan, asking if he doesn't agree that Sylvia is a better fit for an elder and thinks she'll be just fine. Objecting, Gary interrupts and expresses his opinion, saying that a single elder seat is not bound to change that much. But he admits that if Elder Vaughn wouldn't have stood up for them, they all would have been expelled from the academy. At that moment, Monk lets them know that everyone is keeping an eye on them, so he advises them not to act rashly, inferring that if things are really as Gary anticipated, then Sylvia is in the most danger. Lying in bed, Ray lets out that now that old man Vaughn is out of the picture, there aren't any elders who are partial to protesting against students. At most, they're neutral and believe that as an outsider, Sylvia is certainly going to get targeted. Meanwhile, Dan and Martha worry about this situation. Our guy turns after Vaughn passed on his seat, concluding that he probably thought that Sylvia was an easier nut to crack. Nonetheless, our guy contemplates that the day wasn't a complete waste, as they discovered that the elders and the master knights aren't completely unified in their opinions, which leads him to think that this might be an opportunity for him to spread the influence. On the Crimson Wings at midnight, we witness something pulsing with an eerie movement, slithering its way into Ray's dorm. The thing appears to be a dark shadow that creeps up on Ray. As he falls asleep, the ominous shadow places its hands on his face, and the voice mutters that it found him. Suddenly, the shadow begins to entangle his body as our guy struggles in his sleep. Strangely, a guy who's engulfed by that shadow asks Ray to run, and that's when our guy snaps open his eyes in shock, starting to scream out of fear as he witnesses a shadow in front of him. Just then, everyone in the dorm room wakes up and peeks in bewilderment as they stare at Ray, who jerks awake. Out of terror, Ray is attacked by the plague of shadow, and as he tries to resist, his friends show up and help him fight it. But as Gary is about to attack it, our guy tries to stop him, and he gets hit by it instead. Fortunately, he is saved by Kyle. Sylvia attacks it and sees a human inside the shadow as it escapes out of the dorm, while the students try to stop it. Hearing the fuss, Winford, along with Sir Kay, comes in, wondering what's going on and asking everyone if they are all right. Sylvia lets him know that Ray was attacked, but since he was quick to react, he wasn't hurt. Kay interrogated him about the person who attacked him, but Ray confessed that he couldn't tell who it was. Winford orders the knight to report this incident to the elders immediately and dispatch 2 teams to find the culprit, and also keep 1 team patrolling outside the dorm rooms to ensure the safety of students. On the other hand, Ray wonders that he didn't see the face, but from its voice, he could tell that it was his pops coming out of the dorm. Winford inspects that things might get worse than they imagine now, and based on the description given by students about the intruder, who didn't seem like an ordinary infected person, but a shadow warrior. Realizing that things are getting intense at the front line too, Winford stresses over the situation and about the report he got about the platoons being surrounded by shadow beasts. Kay asks him about his take on the incident, and he thinks the academy is in tatters now, as they don't know who to trust. Now, with that, they decide to wait and see if something happens. Later at night, Ray calls out Jay on the roof, as he wonders why he called him this late. He tells him to let the twins know that they, guys, can invite anyone trustworthy to join the Crimson Wings. From now on, he then permits him the right to sign the contracts under his supervision, since he wants the Crimson Wings to become stronger quickly. Our guy states that he needs enough power for a revolution. In the morning, in the former Elder Vaughn's office, we see Sylvia and him having a conversation about the Shadow Warrior, as she informs Vaughn that she doesn't know what a Shadow Warrior is. He affirms to her that it's normal not to know them since they're rare, and even he has come across them a few times in their life. Shadow Warriors are basically weapons, controlled by the plague of shadows. They're not like those who are infected by elixirs. If someone is stronger than most and doesn't die within a year of being infected by the plague, their consciousness will be taken by the plague, and they will become their puppets. Moving like a ghost, they are difficult to track, making them natural assassins. And their bodies are covered with a layer of shadow, making them impermeable to a source of danger. According to Sylvia, if that's the matter, then they should be rare, and they wouldn't be out to achieve anything unimportant. Elder Vaughn agrees with her and thinks that Ray is one of their targets, since it's certain they know the prophecy, and reassures her that other elders already know about the incident, and they might have already guessed the objective of a shadow warrior, although no one has made a move yet, since the power of many is greater than one. So no matter what she plans, she needs supporters. While Sylvia and Vaughn seem to be having a conversation in the office, a deliberate knock disrupts their focus, and it turns out that Ray is here to pay a visit. Seeing that Ray's here, the old man excuses himself, saying that he has to leave to meet the head elder and talk to him. As he leaves, our guy walks up to Sylvia as she wonders what brought him here, and he says that he needs her help to leave the city. Try to convince him that he was just attacked yesterday, and people still have eyes on him. Sylvia doesn't think it's a good idea. He insists on her by saying that he needs to hunt down more beasts to become strong, and that stopping here is going to put his life in danger anyway, taking advantage of her feelings for him. He uses a desperate tone to which she becomes flustered and agrees on the condition that he has to be back before the sunset. Thanking her, he feels bad for doing this, but he has to find his father before anyone else does. He then leaves the city, and since the underground area must be heavily guarded, in the office Sylvia is left worried as Elder Vaughn comes back, only to find that Ray has left already, and she asks him for help. The old man says that it's not impossible, but it's difficult with that. She leaves to gather her team and asks Vaughn to teach them how to kill the Shadow Warrior. She ponders that she can't always be protected by Ray, therefore taking this action is necessary. And now that she's an elder, she has to protect everyone. Since they're now checking the temporary pass, where's certification of trade approval from? The traders are questioning about the goods being traded, and even the time of arrival and departure time. Seeing this, our guy realizes even if he uses glamour, he can't manage to get out. But then a man on a cart shows up, asking him if he's Ray Talon and instructs him to get on the cart, since Lady Sylvia ordered him to take him out of the city. On the other hand, Sylvia instructs her team to prepare for the mission, since he has to find that god and that shadow warrior who wanted to kill his friend, so it can't be left free just then. Monks suggest trapping it underground, so that it's harder for it to leave. And Dan asks if it's fine not to let Ray know about this. Martha thinks it's for the better that they don't tell Ray about this, because if the Shadow Warrior sees him again, then that will be dangerous. Kyle thinks they're worrying too much, since Ray is the strongest among them. That's why Sylvia says that they have to work together. Just like Elder Vaughn said Shadow Warriors have weaknesses too, they have a chance to kill it if their plan works. Elder Vaughn then advises them to stick to their backup plan when their attacks fall short, and assures them he will be waiting outside the red gates. The moment they leave the underground area, they will be safe. Ray, on the other hand, comes out from hiding, as the man on the cart lets him know that he will be waiting for him before the sunset, outside the forest, reckoning about the time till sunset. Our guy thinks it's less, but then he starts looking for the Shadow Warrior, using his dragon's eye, and witnesses some people hunting in the forest. Terrified, the girl shrieks at her brother for coming this deep into the forest, while the brother tells her to retreat slowly, while he will keep an eye on it. Suddenly, they're attacked by the snake monster as it smacks them with its tail, and as they smash away, Ray appears from behind and catches hold of them. Being saved by our boy the blonde kid suggests to Ray, who's transformed into Ness, that they should run as this snake is an intermediate rank, so they don't need to fight it. However, Ray instructs to pipe down for a bit, and he goes on to fight the monster. Our guy grabs the snake, pinching hard, making it go berserk. Meanwhile, a few moments later, thinking if this is all it has got, our boy tightly strangles the snake monster, gripping it to death as the monster collapses on the ground, while the kids are amazed by his powers and assume that he must be a high-ranking adventurer. Ray asks their names, and the boy introduces himself as Taffy and his little sister Candy. Hearing this, Ray is quite surprised to see adventures at their age, and speculates from the looks of it that these kids don't seem well off. wondering if Amy will be like her at this age. Summoning weapons out of his magical pocket. Our guy hands them weapons and warns them not to stray too far. Next time, delighted by the weapons. The kids are overwhelmed as it's too precious of a gift, but Ray affirms that these weapons are not expensive. Besides, he doesn't have any use for them. So he lets those two have it, showing their gratitude. Taffy asks his name, and our boy tells him to call him Ness, leaving as he has urgent business to attend to. As he's leaving, Candy calls out to Mr. Ness and informs him that the beasts in the forests have been very aggressive lately, warning him not to go deeper into the forest. Ray then questions if this is something that just started happening today. Candy tells him that there are adventurers who are active around these parts. Plus, in the past, they'd come across beginner rank beasts in packs, but that's not the case today. While our boy thanks them for the heads up and leaves, the kids ask him to find them at the village in the west, if he gets the chance after that. Ray, scampering into the forest, immediately suspects that the beasts must be acting abnormally because some trespassed into the forest, leading him to surmise that it's his dad. The next scene takes us to the avian prison, where the night guards are mumbling about the strange decisions. The shadow slips its way from between the crack of the door. Just then the night guards spot Elder Vaughn coming their way, and his fellow partner reminds him, the night, that he's not the Elder anymore. The guard informs Sir Vaughn that they've already asked everyone to leave, to which Vaughn tells the two night guards to get some rest, while they object Vaughn taking off his cloak. Dramatically asks them to just follow the orders, and assures them that he's still got the semblance of usefulness. So, if anything happens, the presence of the guards is going to drag him down. With all the guards gone, Vaughn signals to Sylvia and the others, when suddenly someone sneaks up on them. It turns out to be Jay, who lets out that it's just as the boss predicted, while Sloth and Badger come along too. Jay then reveals that the boss asked to follow them, since they might need their help. And Martha guesses that Ray must have sensed something deep down. Just then Badger asks them to stop acting as strangers and tell them whenever they're going to do something like this. Next time, Dan seems to be delighted by their arrival, and Kyle thinks they're true bros, as Sylvia is assured to have them here as well, since they have new comrades. She redistributes their responsibilities and positions. Entering the prison, Sylvia makes everyone understand to hold on to the gems used for communication and light, assuring her team members to backtrack immediately if they get lost, as Elder Vaughn will be waiting for them here on top of the staircase. The team trudges down the stairs, while Vaughn predicts that the Shadow Warrior is close to God by now. However, he tells them not to rush, reminding them that there are still barriers set by the mages in the past, so it's hard to infiltrate in such a short time. He gives them final instructions to remember that Shadow Warriors work best in the dark, so do as they planned and not act in urgency. Climbing down the staircase, Jay is left astounded to think that he'd been avian for 3 years. Yet he didn't know this LED to the underground area. Meanwhile, the twins sense something strange after that. Impressed Monk thinks that it's only right as she's an elder now. During this, Gary asks Sylvia the reason behind the god hidden under Avrian, but she doesn't seem to have an answer to that, claiming that Elder Vaughn provided her with a lot of information. She infers that she'll confirm it with the Elder once she goes back. In the next moment, the most peculiar thing happens when the gate has already been opened. Freaking out, Monk assumes that Ray did it, but Sylvia knows that it can't happen since Ray already left the city, concluding that it must be someone else. Sylvia ponders that it's strange, as according to Vaughn, only elders know how to open the gates, leaving her who it could really be. That's when Gary alerts everyone to hold on to their weapons, and they enter the gates. It appears to be the same place they were last time, and hope they won't come across a Minotaurus or anything similar. But Gary lets out that it's not impossible. They came across lots of prison cells the last they were here, doubting if these prisons were ever used to imprison humans. Suddenly, something forcefully bumps into Dan with a thrust. That's when they witness a bunch of monsters, with their eyes glowing in the dark. And Gary responds to Sloth that this place might just be used to imprison creatures like these. Jay Gree comes through and strikes a powerful hit at the Claw Pocket's head, and they realize that it's an advanced rank beast. At that, worried, Sylvia warns them to be careful, as it looks like the dragon-like creature is infected, and from the looks of it, it's in the early stages. Meanwhile, Martha also keeps shooting arrows. Jay is still fighting off with the claw pocket, and in one final blow, he smacks it with his sword and manages to kill it. Watching Jay's unmatched strength, Dan wonders what in the world is his upper limit. But it doesn't end here, and matters worsen when Sylvia informs them. In the cave leading to the underground area, we witness Ray walking into the cave when he suddenly watches his team members' status being changed. Through his dragon system, he watches Jay Gree's chi being used up rapidly, and this leads him to wonder if they've stumbled into trouble. The scene then switches back to Jay, who uses his immense power and, strikingly, blows all of the beasts away in one blow. While Jay finds it fun to fight a pack of advanced beasts, Gary reminds the big guy that he isn't on a leisurely hunting trip, and Monk agrees with him, saying they can't tire themselves out here. But Dan lets out that it's an easy thing for him to say, asking how else they're supposed to deal with these beasts. Martha and Sylvia seem to be working together to bring down the claw pockets. As Badger wonders what the reason is, Sloth answers to stop the disturbance. At that moment, the Crimson Wings members are contacted by Ray through the screen, and he asks them if they are in trouble. Badger is quite impressed to know that Nest detects their status, while Sloth spills that they're in trouble. Without further ado, Nest lends them his strength as chi begins pouring into their bodies, and they can feel the endless power. While Jay is more than delighted as he realizes that it's Ray, thanking him for looking out for them. But Ray clarifies that he's not done yet when he activates the Dragon Roar, and Monk feels that something stronger is here as Gary slashes one of the beasts. His eyes land on Jay, and he's left stunned. Firing up with power, Jay seems to be gushing with utter excitement, thinking that it's freaking awesome when he gets even more power, and fur begins to appear on his back as he soars with his sword to hit the beast. Seeing him fighting like a beast, Kyle suddenly feels that beasts are weaker, and Badger agrees, as it's much easier to deal with them now, killing most of the claw pockets. They assume that there's going to be a lot of advanced cores left, so they'll consider this payment for their troubles. But it's not the time for them to be excited, and they recall that this isn't their objective. Just then Sylvia tells everyone to move ahead with the plan, while the Shadow gives Jay a gift. But Badger shrieks at the Shadow, clarifying they don't need its disgusting gifts, with a malicious smirk on its face. The Shadow challenges them to try and kill it. That's when Kyle and Monk leap towards it to trap it, while Gary sneak attacks from behind. As Kyle and Monk fail to trap the Shadow, however, it is also not effective. And Sylvia deduces that it's just as they predicted, but she counts on Dan as he's next to make the move. Now it seems to be Dan's turn, and he braces himself with his spear, topped off with a crystal. In the next scene, it is revealed to us that Elder Vaughn unveils a very secret on how to kill that Shadow Warrior. To Sylvia and the others he reveals that to kill a Shadow Warrior, they must kill the human who is being controlled. It occurs that the Shadow Warrior's body is covered with an armor of shadow, so regular weapons can't pierce it easily. Even if they did, it did recover easily. For this reason, Elder Vaughn lets out that they need Heaven's Light, which appears to be blue crystal. We are then revealed that Heaven's Light, the natural enemy of the Plague of Shadows, can help them momentarily break the defenses of the Shadow Warrior, and that's the only chance to strike, adding to let the Shadow Warrior focus on defending. In the present scene, they all attack the Shadow at once, not giving it a chance to relax. With relentless attacks following the old man's plan, when the Shadow Warrior is being attacked from all fronts, it uses its shadows to defend passively. When any part of its defense gets thinner, the team knows that that's their chance to strike. While the team is keeping the Shadow distracted, Dan appears from behind and pierces the Heaven's Light in the Shadow's body with his spear. For a few seconds, the face of the guy is revealed, who's covered by the Shadow and shrieks loudly out of pain. Suddenly, the guy goes berserk, and Dan flings away with a thrust with his spear, realizing that the Heaven's Light didn't penetrate through its body. Recalling what the old man Vaughn said, if Heaven's Light can't slay the Shadow Warrior, someone will have to follow up immediately, concluding that will be their final chance. That's when Sylvia makes her move, and all her teammates seem to be counting on her, as their eyes are fixated on her move. Soaring from above, Sylvia with great force strikes her sword at the Shadow, while Kyle asks in a desperate voice if her attack worked, reveals that she failed miserably. The Shadow Warrior somehow seems more frantic and terrifying. Flabbergasted, they all decide to go with a backup plan, and Gary shouts at everyone to run away. Now, getting reminded that Elder Vaughn said, if everything fails, flee. They'll have to count on him for the rest. With that, the Shadow Warrior asks where they're going, and casts something at them. That makes all of their moments come to a halt, as they stumble on the ground, feeling such a strong pressure. They all seem to be struggling, and Monk assumes that the shadow can control their actions, casting such a strong force. The Shadow Warrior reminds them that they haven't received its gift, yet feeling guilt. Sylvia, in her head, apologizes to Ray as this is all she can do for him, and closes her eyes shut with fear as she's about to get attacked by the shadow. However, things take a 3 o'clock. 60 turn degrees when our guy arrives at the scene and heads straight for the Shadow Warrior. Left in disbelief, Sylvia shouts and asks what he's doing here since he left the city, but Ray does not listen to anything. Meanwhile, Ray smacks his sword. The thrilling counterattack continues while Gary shouts at Ray, warning him not to engage with it head-on. Without a flinch, our guy effortlessly dodges the attack and gets to know that the shadow's weakness is its back, as Ray, without a thought, is about to attack its back. The beast's claw pockets await him, calling him out as they're worried sick about him. The Shadow Warrior then aims the sword at our guy. The sword halts. That's when the Shadow Warrior is caught off guard. Ray seems to be wearing a blue locket, and the light beams through it, affecting the warrior's shadow. The lights disperse when suddenly the Shadow Warrior spits out black blood. Just then, in a dramatic turn of events, Ness emerges behind the shadow out of nowhere and pierces the heart out of the man who's covered by the shadow, while Sylvia recognizes that it's Ness. Dan and Kyle are left in utter shock to see that clenching the heart out of the shadow is working. Jade is excited to see his boss, while the Shadow Warrior is left bewildered. When Ness appears out of the blue with tears streaming down his face, Ness apologizes to his dad, thinking that he'd taken his father's heart out, and affirms that he won't have to suffer anymore. With that, the red-haired Ray slices the shadow's head off with his sword as it flings away, and Ness, holding the heart, feels sorry for his father. As soon as the warrior's shadow is annihilated, suddenly the place begins to rumble. Signaling an earthquake, the crack forms in the walls, and the wild shadows seem to be gathering again. The twins alert everyone to get out of here, and while everyone is leaving, Gary calls out to Ray to retreat quickly. Ray joins them, but Sylvia screams at Ness to escape with them. However, Ness tells her to go ahead, mentioning that he has something to take care of, and instructs Jay to take them away. Taking his orders, Jay grabs Sylvia's hand and scampers away, assuring her that Ness is stronger than them, so he'll be fine. On the other hand, our guy with a heavy heart burns his father's body to ashes and cries. He then recalls the time when his mother, Scarlet, gave him the blue locket, going through the excruciating moment of pain. He always thought he could protect everyone, but at this moment, the realization dawns on him that he's still being protected by his friends. As the cascade of tears streams down Ray's face, Gary wonders where the water is coming from. As he's running behind Ray, crying like a baby, our guy breaking down near his father's body, he finally bids him farewell. The scene then switches to the team, who's rushing their way back to Elder Vaughn, and Gary immediately informs him that the shadow is catching up to them. Vaughn asks them to go ahead and handle the shadow on his own as the terrifying shadows approach him. Vaughn flaunts his strength and scares them away with his bold strength, striking a powerful blow. He then manages to drive the shadows away for now. On the contrary, Gary and the other saves safely get out of the prison's red gates, and they are all saved from the verge of death. Catching their breaths, Monk can't help but wonder how Ness got in there, while Kyle finally realizes how tough the shadow plague is. Feeling dubious, Dan assumes that Elder Vaughn must have let him in. Meanwhile, Jay discreetly approaches Ray and asks if he should take him away. First panicking, Jay tells him that Gary is approaching them, but our guy seems to be zoned out. It appears that Ray uses the ability of magic teleportation, and that's how he was able to appear twice in one place. As the magic ends, Ray comes back to his original form, while Gary questions his sudden appearance underground. Jay tries to drift him away, saying to let the boss rest for a while as he's tired. But then Ray finally speaks and utters to Jay that, let him talk to Gary alone. After that, they both go somewhere quiet. And Gary assures Ray that Sylvia and Jay have taken everyone back. Plus Vaughn and the Master Knight are handling the rest. He then asks Ray if he cares to share his secret with him. Ray then opens up and asks Gary how he coped when he heard about Amy's death. Gary responds that he never coped with it, even though his life seems unchanged and the city's gears keep turning. Not a single day passes that he thinks about revenge. From a day he learned about Amy's death, his heart felt hollow and clutching his chest. Gary emotionally affirms that maybe killing and murdering would make him feel better, but he doesn't know if it will ever heal. Listening to this, our guy concludes that it seems like that only by avenging he'll find peace, while Gary gets curious and asks why he's asking this. All of a sudden, Ray overlooks it and assures him that he'll have the chance to tell everything to him eventually, but before that, he invites Gary to the organization to help them defeat the shadows. Upon hearing about the organization, Gary immediately catches on that it's the same organization that Jay and the twins have already joined, agreeing. Ray informs him that the leader is Ness. However, in a couple of seconds, our boy is exposed when Gary asks him to drop his lousy lie, revealing that he's Ness and he knows it. Freaking out, our guy bombards him with questions, while Gary lets out that he wasn't sure at first, but he caught him off guard after seeing his reaction. Laying his observations, Gary then explains that the Black Belt Knight's fighting style is rare enough, let alone one who can use magic. Being the true friend, he bets that in the entire Avrian city, no one, in fact, the entire Allure kingdom, there's no one like Ray, caught him in the act. Gary throws his arms around Ray and asks him about his plans, while our guy gives in and decides to tell everything to this buddy, as this time he owes him one. Well, at least our main character has a real friend like Gary, who can see through his actions. The scene then takes us inside the office, where Sir Caden is left in disbelief after hearing that the Shadow Warrior was taken out, while Winford confirms if Ness did. This alone, that's when Elder Vaughn corroborates that from what the trainees said, Ness did defeat the Shadow. And Ray helped a bit too, given that Ness first fought Mothram and then killed the Shadow Warrior. Caden is quite impressed by that young man, while Winford asks Vaughn if he knows Ness's background, letting out that he sent someone to investigate him before, but they found nothing upon hearing this. Vaughn also reveals some news. He's heard that a young man named Ness has formed an organization called Crimson Wings and is recruiting now. As far as he knows, Vaughn states that many of their good students have already joined them, like Ray and Jay, plus they seem to be getting along well for now. Kay is shocked to hear that Ray has joined the organization, and Winford gets concerned as Ray is highly respected in the academy, so it might create a fuss if the higher UPS get to know about this. Understanding his concerns, Vaughn plans to attend the next offline gathering of the Crimson Wings and wishes to have a talk with that young man Ness, while Winford finds it inappropriate as Vaughn isn't an elder anymore. Vaughn affirms that he's just an ordinary citizen now, so it's inappropriate, and reminds them both to report the Shadow Warrior incident to the head elder to avoid certain people twisting the truth. The next scene takes us to the suburbs where Bernard, the Master Knight, seems to be walking towards a house. As he creaks the door open, Bernard asks why they called him here so urgently and asks them the matter. It turns out to be Master Knight Delbert along with Knight Rose. Appearing worried, Delbert informs Bernard that they're in trouble and asks if his Knight squad is guarding the Dragon Knight's tomb. Tonight, Bernard asks what's going on, and Rose reveals that they received a tip-off that the city will be attacked by Dark Guild again tonight, and Delbert adds that the Dragon Knight's tomb will be the first target. Freaking out, Bernard questions what they are waiting for and shrieks that they should alert the entire city. Trying to leave Knight, Rose blocks his way and asks Bernardo to wait, which strikes a suspicion into him. That's when Delbert lets out that their forces are scattered across the front lines, villages and passes. Plus, they don't have enough troops to fight the Dark Guild, not to mention that they still have to follow the Elder's orders. accentuating that they can't protect the entire academy due to what happened in the last attack. At that moment, Delbert exposes his true self and confesses that he's dealt with the Dark Guild. In addition, Delbert mumbles that he'll let the Dark Guild into the city and give them 2 seats on the Council of Elders. So as long as they integrate into Aryan, they won't harm anyone else. Having enough of his blabbering shit, Bernard lashes out at him and asks if he's gone crazy to make a deal with those beasts. Hopping mad, Bernard anticipates the consequences, uttering that if they get into the city, they'll slaughter them all. And once the gates open, it'll be an open bloodbath. Asking Delbert if he's blind enough to see this simple truth. The old man seems to have enough of his madness, and as he's moving towards the door, Delbert brutally stabs him in the back with his sword. As the blood splatters, Bernard, on the brink of his death, realizes that he's been fooled by this monster, while with a malicious grin on his face. Delbert erupts that war means bloodshed. While the female knight thought he'd hesitate a bit, Delbert, without a single trace of guilt on his face, justifies that he isn't happy to kill his old friend, but he didn't listen to him. As the poor old guy mercilessly lies on the ground, the blonde knight asserts that Bernardo should be happy, that his men didn't die in vain, and informs Ross that Bernardo's men are now under her commands. He then heads back to report to Elder Gibby, and it turns out his son Harry. Delbert witnesses this horrific incident, seeing Lord Bernardo dead, and wonders what his father is up to. The scene then switches to Ray and Gary, who are walking back to the academy. Gary asks him if he didn't encounter God this time, as he came in from outside the city, and Ray agrees, finding it strange, unless the god moved ahead of time. Judging from the time of Gary's battle, Ray assumes that his father, the infected one, must have sneaked in from the prison side. However, when he entered the cave, our guy noticed that both the iron gate and the entrance to that church were open. Finding it mysterious, Gary freaks out. He tells Ray that the entrance on the prison side was open too, and the door was open when they went down. So he thought it was done by the Shadow Warrior. That's when our guy reveals that before going into the cave, he met 2 adventurers who said that the beasts in the forest were restless, as if there were signs of intruders. As our guy is getting onto something, Gary asks what he saw under the church this time, and our guy states that the place where the god was kept was empty. So he walked further and found countless cave entrances in that hall, guessing the god might have moved into another cave. Ray then describes that underground place as a huge ant nest that is hard to navigate without a map, disclosing that there are countless interconnected passages inside, with the protection of magical barriers. He cannot even manifest where they lead. Listening to this, Gary is impressed as Ray managed to find them in the cave, even in such conditions, but our guy makes it clear that he got lucky as he could sense Jay's location. Otherwise, they might not have met. Even after wandering underground for 3 days, suddenly they witness a lot of knights rushing somewhere and wonder what they're doing so late. Meanwhile, Ray hopes that nothing bad happens. Sensing someone, he suddenly asks that person to come out, knowing that he's there to their surprise. It turns out to be Harry Delbert pulling his sword. Gary asks why he's here, and Harry justifies that he wasn't following them. But Gary doesn't seem to believe his nonsense, and Ray steps forwards, asking him why he was following them. That's when Harry reveals that something worse is coming. The scene then switches to the Dragon Knight's tomb, where the Master Knight Rose announces that they have received orders from Lord Bernardo, that the Dragon Knight's tomb is under their guard tonight, so they can return to camps. But the knights don't believe such orders, stating that before Lord Bernardo left, he made it clear that without his orders, they are not supposed to leave their posts. The knights suggest to Lord Rose that they should wait for Bernardo to come personally, but Lord Rose asks him if he's defying military orders. The knight clarifies that unless Lord Bernardo gives an order himself, he cannot comply, thinking that it's a waste of Bernardo's good intentions. Rose pierces her sword through the knight's body, killing him on the spot, witnessing their comrade's death. The other knights warn Lord Rose that Bernardo won't let this slide, and at that moment Lord Rose's knights begin shooting arrows at them, eventually wiping out all of Bernardo's men. After that, the knight asks Lord Rose what they should do with their bodies, but Rose affirms that they don't need to bother, as it will be the same by morning. commanding him to get to work. It appears that Lord Rose has just helped the Dark Guild infiltrate into the city through this passageway. And as the members emerge from the secret path, they thank Lord Rose, however. It turns out that not only does the Dark Guild appear, but they also seem to bring something terrifying with them as they let out. That dragging these big guys through the dark underground took quite an effort, and assures Rose that Lord Mothram will reward her. That's when 2 chained minotauruses and 2 claw pocket beasts, infected with the plague of shadows, are dragged out of the passageway, and the Dark Guild members affirm that they will enjoy their freedom. Soon the scene then flips to Gary, who kicks the door open with a burst, scaring the life out of his roommates, who seem to be relaxing and ask everyone to get up, while Dan and Monk's soul nearly leave their bodies. Sylvia freaks out and asks if something happened to Ray, but our guy emerges from behind and thanks her for the concern. After that, Gary, in a state of panic, confesses that they're about to have trouble, and Ray backs him up, revealing that Lord Bernardo was killed, asking everyone to grab their weapons and put on their armor, with a serious look on his face. Our guy mentions that the Dark Guild is back, evoking terror in everyone, as this news stirs up a storm of fear into them. At dawn, the 2 knights guarding the academy are ambushed by the shadows, and it instantly annihilates them, as the blood splatters all over the wall. The Dark Guild members then rush into the academy. Inside the head elder's office, the knight tries to warn the old man, but the head seems to know what's coming. In a few seconds, the Dark Guild people barge into the head elder's room, and one of them lets out that he didn't expect him to be such a light sleeper, asking what keeps him up all night. Laughing, the old man responds that they'll understand when they get his age. Sleep slips away from him every day, just like life, advising the young ones to take the chance to sleep in more often. Putting the paper down, the head asks, what's the reason they've come to him this early in the morning? One of the guild members assumes that the old man already knows what they're here for, not beating around the bush. He lets out that the god has been moved, believing that the head would know where she is. The old man utters, of course they're here for the god, putting up an act. The head elder tries to remember where he sent the goddess, and thinks being old is such a hassle. He then apologizes to the young man. The knight protecting the head elder draws out his sword, and the head concludes that the Dark Guild is well prepared this time. That's when more of the Dark Guild guys burst into his room, crashing through the glass windows, and the head elders give an eerie stare, saying that the young folks, it's a tough mission. The scene then takes us to somewhere underground, where Winford seems to be burning a map, adding that now no one can say where the god is hidden. Sir Caden, who's also along with him, agrees that no one can find out, unless they personally bring the elders here. But at least they need to remember the way back. As they're walking, Kay asks Winford what he thinks will happen next, and Winford mumbles that it's hard to say, since Mothram invaded the academy. He won't leave easily without achieving his goal, that's for sure. He recalls that Mothram clearly had the chance to kill everyone, but it seemed like something more important distracted him, while Kay believes that he will come back. Sensing something behind them, Kay calls out Winford, signaling him about something, and that's when they are attacked by a slime snake. In the meantime, someone emerges from behind as Winford hears the clacking of armors. Shocked, Winford yells at the Black Knights, and believed that they were supposed to guard the elders. Caden lets out that he disgraced the honor of knights, but the guy yanking out his sword clarifies that they're fighting for honor. The scene then switches to Avian City, which is being bombarded with relentless enemy attack. The knights are in a state of fright, since monsters have entered the city, and they are wreaking havoc. It occurs that the Dark Guild has released the monsters into the city, when we witness a terrifying Minotaurus smacking a knight to death with its immense power that he's dug into the ground. Meanwhile, Sylvia and the others seem to be observing the situation as they hide on the roof. As Sylvia is about to jump in the mouth of danger, Gary stops her, telling her not to be reckless as there are too many enemies, but she can't just stand by and watch. After that, Gary asks Ray, how's it going? And our guy is looking over the city with his dragon eyes, concluding that Harry was right. The Dark Guild came in through the Knight's Tomb, asking what he's planning to do. Ray reveals that they need to destroy the passage, to deal with the enemies in the city, asking Gary and Jay to come with him. Without reluctance, Gary and Jay gladly volunteer him, while Sylvia insists on letting them go with him. But our guy refuses and states that she needs to stay outside, adding that they need someone to distract the enemies in the tomb, so they can't let them advance too easily. Hearing this, Martha agrees with him and says to Sylvia that the fighting knights also need a leader. Sylvia then understands the situation and asks Ray to be careful. Ray then assigns Dan to find Old Man Vaughn and tell him their situation, guessing that there are other underground entrances to the academy, so Vaughn should know how to handle it. He then instructs Kyle to go find Winford and Sir Kay. As they're trustworthy, plus they need the help of a Night Master. Dan and Kyle take on their tasks, while our guy says sorry to his friend for not bringing this up earlier. Therefore, he uses the contract and lets out that he has to ask them to make a choice immediately, asking if they would like to join the Crimson Wings. Sylvia and the others are shocked by his sudden confession and realize that it's contract magic. The scene then takes us to the dragon's tomb, where the monster is half stuck inside the passage, and knights ask them to hurry and not let his big guy get stuck here, while they're dragging the monster with the chain. In a flash, an arrow pierces the monster's eye, making it go berserk. The Dark Guild member commands to control the monster quickly and not let it rampage here. A few moments later, they spot the person shooting the arrows. As they chase after her, Martha shoots 2 of the masked men down. Martha shoots 3 more arrows at the enemy when she is caught off guard by Knight Rose, who aims her arrow at Martha, knowing that she's the most talented student. Knight Rose thinks it's a pity now that she has to kill her. Suddenly, Sylvia appears from behind, and while Rose immediately shoots an arrow, it gets past her, just brushes against her cheek. Dodging the attack, Sylvia aims straight for her neck and incredibly slashes the sword across her neck as the blood starts dripping. Sylvia bids farewell to Knight Rose. Well, at least she did something impressive for once, finding Martha and Sylvia. The Dark Guild members are unable to find him when Ray and Gary emerge, attacking the guild members arriving at the secret passage. Gary suggests that they should just blow up the entrance, but our guy reminds him that they still have a king-level beast, and a few rubble pieces won't stop them for long, so they need to block this path completely. Meanwhile, Ray ponders that they wouldn't want them to succeed. Suddenly, more enemies barge out of the passage. That's when Jay, being pumped up, glides in with a bang and attacks the enemy, while Gary wonders why the big guy gets so excited when fighting. That's when Ray and Gary also make a move on the opposite sides to fight the enemy as their swords clank. Gary lets out that they can't keep fighting like this, as they don't know how many enemies are behind them. At that moment, our guy activates the Dragon Eye and glances that the enemies behind them haven't caught up yet, so now is a good chance to enter the passage. Ray asks Jay to help them clear the way and lend him his strength. This makes Jay feel like he's over the moon, as he feels better and better, while the chi is absorbed, concluding that it's a werewolf. Well, appears to be the big guy, Jay, who transforms into a werewolf physically, as the fur appears on his body, and it even scares the shit out of the enemy. While they tremble with fear, the werewolf holds one of the minions by the neck, which strikes fear into others. And in the meantime, Gary asks where they're chasing them, and Ray assures them that they're almost there. As Jay throws the enemy down the bridge, they both appear, and Gary's eyes widen, as he didn't expect such a huge canyon underground. Just then, our guy anticipates that as long as they destroy the bridge, they can stop the enemy from advancing. After that, Ray asks Jay to stop chasing them, and the big guy answers in werewolf language, while he appreciates Jay for his good job. Gary couldn't understand what this guy is even saying, and Gary is surprised that there's no way this big guy fainted. As Ray holds him, he deduces that it might be the side effect of physical change, and asks Gary to take care of him, as we'll regain consciousness soon. Using his dragon eyes, our guy could luckily see the people behind them. However, his eyes witnessed that more people were fighting at a distance. The scene then switches to Caden and Winford, who seem to be fighting with the traitors. While their swords clank, Winford contemplates that it's bad. A war. Attrition against 3 black armored knights isn't in their favor, and if they don't come up with something, they will be defeated to make matter worse. Kay informs Winford that they've been surrounded by more dark guild henchmen, who emerge and block their way. It appears that night, Winford and Serkay are blocked by the Dark Guild members. One of the guild members tells Winford that he's out of luck and instructs him to take them to the god, so maybe they'll spare their lives. While Serkay is convinced that the Dark Guild's target is the academy, Winford mumbles that it looks like they won't make it out alive because he has no plans to lead them where the god is. Suddenly, one of the guild members tries to warn their leader about something, and as he chooses to ignore it, a torrent of fire hits the Dark Guild members, while the leader of the Dark Guild gang commands his knights to deal with Ray first. Our guy then guides Winford and Serkay to run towards a stone bridge, while he himself deals with the Dark Guild knights. As he's fighting them using his fire magic, Ray presumes that these black armored knights are unexpectedly strong, and they can't go head-to-head. Just like that, our guy, along with Kay and Winford, runs across the stone bridge and meets with Gary, who's holding a red stone. After that, while Winford insists that they should go help Ray, but Gary stops him and reveals to them that Ray has got a plan, so they better not intrude. On the other hand, our boy uses a magic substitute, and his multiple clones fight the knights at once, while Ray's instructors are left, surprised to witness his substitute magic. Our red-haired fella freezes the armored knight's sword with his magic. Frost freeze, just as Ray strategically blocks the black armored knight with his frost magic. By freezing their feet, he yells at Gary to pull out the next move. At that moment, Gary flings the red stone he was holding, and the leader of the guild notices that it's an explosive stone, with his feet being choked by the frost as soon as the stone explodes with brute force. Even Ray is astonished by such strong energy that even his substitute gets blasted away. Abruptly, our guy gets caught off guard as the Dark Guild guy lands a kick, pushing Ray off the bridge. As he plummets, the Dark Guild guy, who is also Lord Gibby's underling, sends his regards to Ray Talon. And just like that, he pierces his sword through our guy. Moments later, the stone bridge explodes into pieces, while the Dark Guild guy tortures Ray down there to make sure he dies. As they both tumble down the bridge, smirking, our guy apologizes, as he states that he won't be able to accompany him down there. And in that split second, Ray uses his skill of teleportation. That makes his real body turn into a substitute, while the real body teleports. Just like that, that evil Dark Guild guy meets his destined fate as he falls into the hollow pit. The bridge crumbles due to the explosion. As they scream, fortunately, Ray is saved by Winford and Serkay, who interrogate him for being here underground. Our guy affirms that he needs some time to recover, while Gary informs him about the Dark Guild invading their academy, once again revealing that they are here to block their advance. Upon hearing this, Winford believes that, since they're targeting the underground passage of the Dragon Knights, Tomb Bernardo will be in a tough fight. Not knowing that his friend died a brutal death, Gary gloomily confesses that they received news about Lord Bernardo, that he was killed by Delbert. As soon as the words pound in Winford's ears, he is shaken to the core and his eyes bulge with disbelief. The scene then switches to the head elder's office, where all the Dark Guild members are annihilated. Sneaking out of the door, the head spots an elder with his face covered in blood, and his eyes reflect the horror of the moment, as he reveals that Elder Zora was killed. The elder appears to be Elder Jean, who's approaching the head elder in a terrible state. While the head asks who did this to him, Elder Jean unveils that it was his Black Knight, following Gibby's orders, adding that Elder Zora was attacked by his own bodyguard, finding it unbelievable. The head elder is appalled to discover that Gibby was a traitor, as he thought he was just a supporter of bloodline theory, but he never expected him to go this far, blaming his oversight. He then tells Elder Jean to let his guards take him to a safer place, while he plans to go find Gibby himself. Suddenly, Jin's eyes glow strangely, and he utters that it's not necessary, while the head elder consoles Jean, saying that it's not the time to give up. Suddenly, Elder Jin's hand emerges, lighting and strikes the head elder along with his guard, smashing them away trembling. The head elder bleeding at the mouth didn't expect it would him and realizes that he's always been here, to everyone's surprise. It turns out to be Mothra as he takes off his mask, and he confesses that he came back, not long after he expelled him from the academy. adding that the elder's position is a valuable asset, that he'd gladly keep changing his face in Elder Jin's again. The head, in a state of shock, asks about Elder Jin, and Mothram tells him that the old man was quite insignificant, so he just sent him where he belonged. Traumatized by all the strange turn of events, the head elder is not in a good state as he's also gravely injured. After that, Mothram, using his lighting power, warns the old man that he's running out of time, asking him where he hid the divine artifact, and the head elder makes it clear that he will never get this information from him, knowing that it's true. It appears that the head elder is now on the brink of his death, that even emerges out of the academy, while he assumes that he missed the best part of the fight. Gary assures him that he didn't. Getting out, Ray contacts Sylvia and informs her that they're out now, asking her to report the situation. That's when Sylvia answers and reveals that the situation isn't looking good. Besides the Dragon Knight's tomb, the Dark Guild also ambushes 2 other underground entrances, concluding that Arian is about to fall. Hearing this, our guy's eyes widen, revealing a look of pure shock. Acting in a hurry, they all scamper toward the academy, and Ray asks Sylvia about her location, informing her that they're on their way. Rushing, Winfred states that the Black Knight betrayed them, so they need to check on the elder's safety first. After that, Winfred and Caden change their path and assure Ray that they'll find a way to meet up later. Reaching at the academy's entrance, they are welcomed by more Dark Guild henchmen, and Kay asks Winfred not to get tangled up with them, killing all the hurdles along the way. They arrive to witness something more unexpected. Kay and Winfred find Harry Delbert. Winfred yells at him, asking if he killed Delbert. Appearing sad, Harry confesses that he didn't want to do this either, but his father made the wrong choice, causing irreversible consequences. We then witnessed the head elder, along with his guard, annihilated brutally by Mothra with holes in bodies that were caused by the lightning attack. On the contrary, Sylvia, Monk, and the others are surrounded by the Dark Guild members, and Sylvia tells them to wait since Dan went to get help, so he will be back soon. Meanwhile, they wait for Dan. They are disrupted by an explosion in the academy. In a flash, the Minotaur is about to attack Sylvia from behind when Ray, riding on his wolf noir, arrives just in time. Attacking the bee, Sylvia is delighted to see him, while Gary and Jay also make their way, slashing the enemy, and are glad to see that no one got hurt. In the meantime, Dan also comes, along with Vaughn and the hospital director. Abruptly, a voice commands them to drop their weapons. It turns out to be Elder Gibby, who's standing on top of the academy. He asks everyone to stop the pointless resistance, stating that from today, this academy will be reborn. While the knights are shocked to see that it's Elder Gibby, they are baffled as to why Gibby is asking them to stop. Someone interrupts and reveals that Gibby is from the Pure Blood Guild. Gibby gives a speech that the bloodline of knights is noble by birth, and Avrian Academy exists to train knights, not peasants, while the knights are surrounded by so many rebels, the Dark Guild men. Gibby makes it clear that reform always comes with bloodshed, adding that those filthy bloodlines can't exist in his academy. At that moment, Ray commands Jay that he needs him to get him close to that person, referring to Gibby laughing hysterically. The evil vibe exudes from Elder Gibby, as announces that things will change from today, commanding to kill those lowlifes. That's when Martha, Monk, and Gary get in action and kill the Dark Guild minions, while Jay Gree turns into a werewolf once again, striking fear into his enemies. The werewolf effortlessly kills the enemy, while Sylvia wonders if Jay is a werewolf, and Martha thinks that it's amazing as she's only seen this in books. Monk is also astonished and gets the reason why Jay's strength is extraordinary, not expecting such a beast in his academy. Gibby freaks out and instructs to kill him immediately. Just then, Jay picks Ray in his big werewolf hand and flings him like a catapult. Witnessing the red-haired boy gliding towards him, Gibby asks his men to stop him, but our guy slashes them with his sword and stands in front of Gibby after making a perfect landing. Shitting his pants, Gibby asks him to stay away, but Ray grabs him by the neck and gets him on the brink of falling as he's about to throw him down. But before that, Gibby pleads with him to let him go and promises to spare Ray's life, while our guy tells him to save his words for the dead, the elder, teetering on the edge of falling. asks what he can do for him, and even offers an elder's position if he wants one. But our guy cuts to the chase and asks him, who's leading the pure blood? Terrified, the elder doesn't seem to know, saying that he's never seen their face. Magic Dragon's Truth, which uses 20 mana points to make the target reveal true information, controlled by the ability. Gibby reveals that he's the leader of Pure Bloods. Ray then asks him if he was the one to send the Shadow Warrior to kill him, but Gibby refuses, answering that he follows orders from the Dark Guild. Upon hearing this, our guy realizes that the Dark Guild is involved. Too curious, he then questions if Mothram is the leader of the Dark Guild, and what is their connection to the Shadow Plague. Gibby responds that he's never seen the leader of the Dark Guild, nor does he know what truly the Plague of Shadows is. He adds that it's something far more powerful than humans, and he just follows orders. Ray surmises the Pure Blood is just a puppet, and seeing that now Elder Gibby is useless to him, he releases the hold of him, and Gibby plummets as he screams helplessly, while the knights are flabbergasted to witness that Elder Gibby is taken down by that red-haired boy and dies just like that. The hospital director is quite impressed to see Ray and praises Vaughn for training him like that. But Vaughn lets out that it's hard to say he taught him something like that. Just then Sylvia moves up the stairs and makes a speech, calling out the knights, and how they saw that the leader of the Pure Bloods was a coward, concluding they can defeat them. She reminds them that a few months ago, they suffered from a devastating attack. Their friends and family died in battle, and today they face the same situation. But she gives them hope, as the Dark Guild minions are kind of scared to see knights standing in their favor. The other one clarifies that it's just a cornered beast fighting back, reminding them that their goal is to take the gate. That's when another guy lets out that Elder Gibby's is dead, so there's no reason to keep fighting. The white mass member states that now that Gibby is dead, they're the leaders, and asks if he wants to follow Gibby. Then he can join him, killing his member by stabbing him to death. After that, he repeats that their mission is to take the gate, and blabbering shit suddenly. Black clouds begin to rumble, and everyone is disrupted by a sound that seems to be coming from the city gate. At that moment, Gary glances at the cracks in the gate and screams, signaling them about the imminent danger. He shouts to get out of the way when abruptly, the city gate explodes and something big seems to be coming their way. The Dark Guild member realizes that it's the main force that took their mission. It is revealed that the Arian's gate has been breached when endless monsters barge into the city, and many Dark Guild members ride on a mammoth demon. While given the looks of their entry, it looks more like a parade than a breach. But their fancy entry is destroyed in seconds when the mammoth is provoked. As someone attacks it, the elephant monster goes on a rampage. When it tramples on the Dark Guild people that were riding on it, it appears that it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The mammoth is killed by the relentless hits as it stumbles on the ground. While the director compliments Vaughn for knowing how to pick a fight, after that Vaughn instructs the kids to leave these big guys to them and find something smaller to handle. Meanwhile, Dan and Kyle are left speechless to see Vaughn kill a colossal mammoth, like that a few moments later. The contract members, including the twins Jay, Sylvia, Monk, and the others, are charged with Ray's magic as chi is absorbed. Our guy then commands them not to panic, telling everyone to spread out and take the enemy down, while Jay, being the werewolf, is tearing the beast apart. Dan is disgusted as he deals with a slimy monster, but Kyle lets out that it's at least better than the mammoth demon. In the meantime, Ray's mana starts running low, and he immediately thinks of finding a way to replenish it. He then asks the teammates to hold on for a bit as he'll be right back, and Sylvia assures him to leave it to them. With that, our guy uses his ability, mana siphoning, absorbing the mana of the Dark Guild members, and calls them useless scum to at least do something useful. It turns out that Ray did not gather enough mana he wanted, and thinks to just go for it. On the other side, the slimy beast bodies fuse together and the twins freak out to confront a stinking snake as they can't hurt its body. Gary then infers that they have to give up on the close combat and asks Martha to hit it, while Martha needs someone to distract it for him. Our guy arrives and apologizes to keep them waiting, and Sylvia is happy to see him. There happens to be a lot of raised substitutes, or clones, which was made possible by his magic ability. With this many red-haired substitutes, They attack the slime beast together with different magics, using fireball and frost freeze. It seems that the slime monster is taking multiple hits, so he needs to take out a few more of his substitutes. As he takes them out, our guy notices that his substitute doesn't have any body resistance, and the beast attack is so strong that if the substitute gets hurt, it'll shatter, panting heavily as his energy seems to be draining out. Ray thinks of borrowing Jay's energy, but it gets too late when he is hit by the slimy monster and crashes to the ground, while Sylvia shouts to stop that snake. Our guy, going weak, presumes that he shouldn't have gotten involved in this fight. It was all pointless after all. Gasping for air, he lies helplessly on the ground, and the thought crosses his mind that he might as well just leave. However, an unexpected twist takes place when Ray stares fixedly in the sky and witnesses a miracle. That's when all of them freak out, when they peek at the surreal view of a blue dragon gliding in the sky as its roar reverberates. Flipping out, they are frightened to see that it's a dragon and think that it's impossible, as they've been gone for hundreds of years, anticipating that it's here to take its revenge on humankind. Slack-jawed Sylvia thought that dragons were extinct. Suddenly a storm takes over, and everyone alerts them to hold on tight and not to get blown away, as the storm creates a whirlwind. Ray, gaping with astonishment, realizes that this storm is the dragons doing too, unable to open their eyes. They warn everyone to lower their center of gravity back to back and not to get blown away by the fierce storm. That's when the dragon lets out a roar and spits ice. The appearance of the dragon strikes fear into the other beasts as they begin to escape, and the Dark Guild minions call him useless beasts, asking where they are running to. At that moment, those minions are also frozen by the dragon's blue breath. The dragon seems to be wiping out all the enemies and the beasts, while Dan is awestruck as he glances that it's one breath that can wipe them all out, as Kyle suggests that they better run away. Gary hurriedly asks Dan and Kyle to follow them underground. However, Vaughn mumbles and assures the kids not to be afraid, as the dragon won't hurt them. The elder then states that he didn't expect Avrian's legend to become reality. Scared to death, Dan asks the old man how he's so certain that the dragon won't go on a rampage, stating that everyone knows dragons are evil creatures, while Kyle freaks out that they should hide with Gary for now. Old man Vaughn mentions that it's not a dragon they imagine, and before he can complete his sentence, Ray interrupts him and lets out that it's a wyvern, leaving the old man astounded. It is then revealed to us that a wyvern is like a close relative of dragons, and they mainly differ in two ways: size and limbs. Dragons are usually 2 to 3 times larger than wyverns, and they have separate limbs that can merge with their wings as needed. In addition, the wyvern's 4 limbs are naturally connected to its wings. Our guy contemplates that. When Dan shouted earlier that it was a dragon, he really thought he'd see his kin again. But unfortunately, it seems that the dragon race is truly extinct. At that moment, Vaughn states a prediction that when the Academy faces life or death, there will be a divine companion descending from the sky on a storm to protect the Academy in the place of gods. As the dragon descends, its wings settling on the ground, the old man tells them that they must pay their respects to it, kneeling to bow the dragon. Vaughn then expresses his gratitude to the wyvern and thanks it for saving them. The dragon seems to speak and introduces itself as Glack, unfolding that it's here to fulfill the promise with the gods. Glack concludes that it has completed the mission, so from today, it owes them nothing. While Vaughn bows and thanks Glack for keeping his promise, Dan is convinced that Glack sounds like a female and starts to believe that gods are female. Martha then asks him to shut up, and abruptly, Glack mumbles that it seems some humans don't appreciate its arrival, as Dan thinks that. He's made Glack upset by his foolish and rude remarks, when Gary's eyes land on Ray, who's not bowing to respect Glack, and asks him what he's doing. That's when our guy utters that he's grateful for Glack, that it saved his life, making it clear that he won't bow to a guy below him, leaving everyone speechless. Putting everyone on edge, Dan is low-key. Scared, shitless thinking Ray has gone crazy, while Kyle suggests they should get ready to make a run for it. But Monk is certain that Glack won't let them escape easily, and Martha seems so done with him, asking them to keep their voices down. Just then Glack enraged after being disrespected, calls them arrogant humans, and clarifies that if it were not for the pact with the gods, it could bite him to death in one go. But Ray remains unfazed and tells Glack that it's not his main concern, stating that he wants to know why it is protecting this city. Hopping mad, Wyvern asks Ray who he thinks he is. A mere human dares to human him, asking why it should answer him. At that moment, our guy lets out that he's too lazy to explain much, and asks Glack if he can read minds, telling him to go ahead and read his memories. Glack questions him who exactly he is, and Ray tells him to look for himself, and he'll know. With a suspicious look, Glack orders him to place his hand on its head, and it will enter Ray's body. Placing his hand on Glack's head, it is taken to Ray's memories as a red dragon, and gets to know that he was reborn as a human. Glack snaps open its eyes in shock, and wonders how it's possible that Ray is a mighty red dragon. Our guy then requests Glack to keep his secret to himself, and the Wyvern bows to him, telling him to be rest assured, as only they can sense their conversation. Now Glack asks forgiveness for earlier rudeness, addressing him as Sin, which was Ray's name as a red dragon. But our guy reveals that he doesn't go by that name anymore, and asks him to call him Ray. When the city was being built, that day it was attacked by other beasts and got severely injured. Glack fell on a mountain near the city, barely clinging to life, however. Back then a god found Glack, and brought it a special fruit that takes hundreds of years to grow. Deep in the forest, that fruit, which looks similar to the skin of a red dragon, extended its life, and in return, Glack promised to protect this city after the god left. Witnessing this, Gary wonders if he's seeing this as he just saw, Glack bowing to Ray. But Sylvia corroborates that he isn't imagining things. The Wyvern did really bow to him. Meanwhile, Martha is left baffled, thinking, why is this happening? Feeling dubious, old man Vaughn himself is left in disbelief as he thinks, this can't be right given the Wyvern's status. It should be an equal exchange with the god, leaving him to wonder why it is acting like a servant to Ray. The hospital director anticipates that the red-haired boy could really be a prophesied one. On the other hand, as the sun is about to set soon, Glack informs Ray that scattered beasts will threaten its territory at night, so it must return. Glack reveals that it lives on the mountains not far from the academy, so Ray would be able to find him, while our guy thanks the Wyvern for its help. Before the Wyvern departs, it unravels one more thing about a magician it saw in Ray's memory, the one who defeated him. Glack ascertains that she's the one Ray is looking for. To put it bluntly, she is the god, while our guy appears to be in a state of shock. Wyvern further affirms that he's headed in the right direction, and if Ray meets the goddess, maybe he'll be able to find the answers he's looking for. After Glack soars away with a goodbye, our guy finally fetches some new clues, recalling that statue in the church. Ray gets why it looked so familiar, and realizes that it was the magician who killed him as a dragon. However, a question flickers in his mind, wondering if that magician saved wyverns, and why she slaughtered their dragon clan. Plus, if she's the god, he wonders what that giant crystal was they saw back in the church passage that almost showed him the future. Well, it looks like it's time to leave Avrian, as Ray concludes that there might not be any more clues here. That's when Gary runs to him and asks what he was talking about with Wyvern just now, asking why his attitude towards him is so strange. Overlooking his questions, our guy cuts to the chase and asks Gary if he wants to leave Avrian to check out Roland's magic academy with him. It turns out that Gary had been waiting for his moment for too long. As the fierce determination flashes through his eyes, it is then narrated by our main character that the cost of the war was enormous, as Avrian was on the brink of collapse. He kept it simple. He offers them to accept the contract, to join the Crimson Wings and stay in Avrian, where they can choose to leave. Meanwhile, half of the people chose to leave, and this was the result within his expectations. After that, Ray ponders that since upgrading to Dragon Knight, experience has become more difficult. Even intermediate beast crystals aren't helping much anymore, as more awakens to magic. Maintaining Nessa's image with glamour continuously drains mana, and it's starting to run low. Our guy thinks of finding a breakthrough. Just then, his thoughts are disrupted when Sir Kay, along with Vaughn and Winford, approaches him. Ray asks them how it went, And Vaughn informs him that after the knight's recommendation, Winford and Kay have been chosen as substitutes for the Council of Elders. Sighing, Kay does not seem so happy as he thinks he's fit to be an elder, but he seems to have no choice in these arduous times. Winford adds that if they refuse, another person like Gibby might appear, and a flash of guilt momentarily marred his expression when he admits that he was unavoidably responsible for Bernardo and the head elder's deaths. Ray then asks him if he found any clues about who killed the head elder, and Winford elucidates that it's strange, as the wounds on the head elder and the black armored knight aren't sword wounds but burn marks. He describes that those wounds were fatal, and there were hardly any injuries on them. That's when Old Man Vaughn mentions that it's not possible, unless it was an ambush by someone they trusted, which leads Ray to guess that it might be Gibby. But Vaughn refuses, and utters that Gibby isn't capable of that level of power. The injury was a result of magic, and this makes him worried about it, as it's a bigger problem. Our guy then suspects that Mothram could be one behind this, and the old man agrees that it's highly probable, while the invasion appears to be orchestrated by the Pure Bloods. Actually, it's the Dark Guild pulling the strings behind the scene, getting in the right direction. Vaughn infers that the rebellious Black Armored Knights were sent to track down traces of God. Gibby caused chaos in the city, but Mothram himself never showed up from start to finish. How did he get so close to the head elder? Ray then lets out that they should investigate slowly, as the fox will show its tail eventually. Now that Winford and Kay are elders, he assumes that Sylvia can feel a bit more at ease. Our guy then asks the old man if he's going back to his position, convincing him that they can seize this moment to abolish those wretched rules. But Vaughn denies it, saying that he's had enough of being an elder, adding that he wants to do something more interesting. He then assures them that Elder Jean and Humphrey are still around. They've always been neutral, with the assistance of the three young elders. Vaughn thinks they should be stable for a while. What they don't know is that Elder Jean is dead. Nonetheless, since Winford, Vaughn, and Kay are the ones he trusts, Ray gets right on point with them, confessing that he hasn't told many people about him being Ness. Except them, he then lets out that Avrian needs a leader like Ness, and he needs a team to follow him. Ray doesn't expect them to decide now, but he mentions that when he returns to Avrian next time, everyone in the council can voluntarily join the Crimson Wings. Winford thanks him for respecting them, assuring him that they'll consider it carefully, while Vaughn is proud of his amazing student, and doesn't mind joining right now. After that, Sir Kay asks Ray if he has decided to leave already, and our guy responds that he can't be an Aryan forever. Plus, he needs to find the truth of the Plague of Shadows and some personal matters. For that reason, he's planning a trip to Roland Magic Academy, as Vaughn guesses that he's going to Roland to meet God. The old man discloses something shocking. Since Kay and Winford have become elders, and they would have gotten to know about this sooner or later, Vaughn decides to tell them now. The old man then reveals that most people have heard of the god at Roland Academy, but only a few know there's also a trace of God in Aryan. Pointing to Ray, Vaughn lets out that he's already met the god of Avrian, and as the prophesied one, he needs to meet the remaining gods. Upon hearing this, Winford freaks out, as he thought that the god at Roland Magic Academy was just a cover, while Sir Kay curiously asks if there are two gods, but there seems to be more, when Vaughn reveals dramatic twists that mention that the gods of Avrian and Roland Academy are both real, adding that besides there's also a third god in this world. This came in like a bolt from the blue. This jaw-dropping plot twist leaves them slack-jawed, and Kay enunciates that their god is not the only one, as curiosity gets the best of him. Ray impatiently asks Vaughn where the third is, and the old man tells him not to rush, asking him to listen to his story. The god prophesied that a disaster would befall the future generations, and the world would be destroyed. To deal with all of this, she divided her power into three, so that if one day the god's power is destroyed, the remaining part will be a catalyst for her to lead humanity's counterattack. Furthermore, the god's power was attached to 3 crystal gems, one of which was left in Arian's underground labyrinth, whereas the other 2 were transported to the magical capital, Roland City at that time. The threat of the dragons had been eliminated. Human society reached its peaks. The Allure Kingdom was not divided, and the knights of Avrian City were unstoppable, while on the other side of the continent, Roland's city gathered countless powerful mages, and the god that was protected in these two places was almost foolproof. However, something unexpected happened. When the transport fleet encountered a strong storm at sea, and a transport ship along with a crystal sank into the ocean. To put it more bluntly, this was nature's call. Whenever humans think they are omnipotent, nature's power reminds them how insignificant they are. Hearing this, Winford frantically asks if the third god sank into the ocean. But old man Vaughn lets out that it was indeed a good plan, and asks him to hold their horses. As there's more to it, Vaughn tells them that's what the ruler conveyed to others back then, and reveals that hundreds of years passed and over time, except for a few at the top. No one knew about the existence of the third god. However, since it was a major issue, the head elder secretly arranged for nearby fleets to salvage it. After the salvage, to avoid suspicion, the third crystal was placed nearby, in a bustling trade area with abundant waterways. That's when the realization dawns on them, and Winford, in utter shock, concludes that the third god is in the merchant city Kelberg. Ray is also baffled after hearing about Kelberg. After that, Sir K explains that Kelberg is on the main route between major city-states, plus with developed waterways and convenient trade. It's a hub for merchants since caravans need protection. There's a bounty hall for adventure quests, attracting many adventure guilds, making a mixed place. While Winford still can't believe the god was placed here, he believes that since it's on the way to the Roland Magic Academy, Ray also needs to stay there. Old Man Van also informs Ray that, since the prophecy of the god appeared over 10 years ago, the red-haired child became their hope to prevent the world's destruction. He then makes it clear that the prophesied child will meet the three gods at the right time, and they will give him new guidance. Clenching his fist, Ray clarifies that he doesn't wish to save this ridiculous world. However, destroying the shadow is a must, and if God can help him, he's willing to meet her. At night, in the elder's office, Sylvia freaks out when she gets to know that Ray's planning to leave Avrian. Our guy justifies that won't stay here forever as he has a lot to do. But Sylvia tries to make him understand that they just finished a battle, and Avery needs his leadership, getting to know his secret. Sylvia is overwhelmed, and Ray apologizes for hiding it from her, hoping that she will understand his situation. Step closer, Sylvia embraces him into a hug, assuring him that she understands him and feels for him, as it must have been tough to be through it all alone. With pain flashing across his eyes, our guy affirms that he's used to being alone, and hopes that the war with the shadows ends soon. Knowing that she can't him, Sylvia asks him to promise her not to linger too long in Kelberg on his journey to Roland Academy. She then reveals that she just received a report about multiple deaths near Kelbury City, and the bounty hall has issued the highest bounty notice, disclosing that a weapon capable of destroying a town has appeared there, known as a dragon bone hammer. As soon as Ray hears this, his eyes flicker with terror. The next scene takes us in front of Avrian City Gate. On a beautiful day, Ray's gaze meets Sylvia, who's looking at him. Her eyes hint a jest telling him not to leave, ignoring the pain in her eyes. He leaves while Sylvia deep down begs him not to go, as tears start streaming down her face, galloping. Something doesn't settle with Gary when he annoyingly asks Ray why he brings this big guy, Jay along objecting to how big he is and stands out, appearing as enthusiastic as ever. Jay clarifies that he goes wherever the boss goes. Besides, he expresses that Avrian is boring at the moment, and he doesn't want to stay in that place. With that, Ray accentuates that on his journey. They expect to encounter many dangers, and with Jay around, he can help them solve a lot of problems. The scene then travels back to the elder's office, where Sylvia tells him about the weapon, the dragon bone hammer, and Ray asks her if it has something to do with dragons. That's when Sylvia reveals that the legend has it. It was a weapon once used by a dragon knight, and it is made from the spine of a dragon. She further asserts that although it has not yet been fully unleashed, it has already caused devastating damage to many villages, showing him the picture of the weapon. Sylvia asks him to promise her not to stay in Kelberg for too long. As she gets concerned, Ray assures her that their destination is Roland Academy, so they'll stay in Kelberg for one night. yanking out of the flashback. Our guy glances at the weapon's picture. He seems to have bought with him, and apologizes to Sylvia as it seems he can't keep her promise. Suddenly Ray senses something, and Jay sniffs something, while our guy asks them to ignore it for now. Gary realizes the reason why the prices in town have gone up recently. It looks like the merchants are afraid to go out and restock. The looters hiding inside the trees think that they're in luck today, but one of them suspects that they might have noticed them. But another member of their team dismisses the thought, saying it's impossible, clearly because of the hearing training. Sighing deeply, our guy suggests that once they settle, they'll let Sylvia know this path needs clearing. A few moments later, the raiders make an ambush attack as they jump from the trees and clang their sword at Jay first. However, this doesn't affect the big guy as he remains unfazed, and this strikes a fear into the enemies. That's when Jay pulls out his sword that's just like him, mumbling that this kid looks the weakest, so they should take him down first. This makes the poor guy pissed and gritting his teeth in fury. Gary utters that these guys are making it hard for him to stay happy, giving them a deadly stare. He twitches his face as if he would kick their ass right now. Taking the chance, Ray uses his physical strength and lands a powerful kick to one of them, and punches the life out of the other bastard, scared for their life. The whiny bitches run away after getting a good smacking, and Jay asks them to bring someone stronger next time. Entering the tavern, they hear someone talking about the heroic moments and the beast crystal he got from a mid-level monster he killed. Ray pauses for a moment as his eyes land on someone familiar, and it turns out to be Taffy and Candy, the little adventurers he met as Ness at the forest earlier, who were smitten by a beast crystal. Inside the tavern, Ray asks the owner for a room, but with an unsettling gaze. The owner refuses and says that they're full, so they can find somewhere else to stay. Lashing out, Gary discloses that the sign outside says that there are rooms available, but the guy makes it clear that they don't welcome redheads, and that will drive away his customers. Suddenly, a guy in the inn recognizes the mark on Jay's hand, realizing that they're from the Crimson Wings. Gary whispers to Ray that it looks like the escaped Pure Blood members spread a lot of rumors about him. Abruptly, someone spurts water on Gary's face, making his blood boil as he asks who did this. It turns out to be the boy Taffy, who warns them to get out of their town, clarifying that the Crimson Wings aren't welcome here. But Candy asks him not to provoke them, admitting he's pretty bold. Gary threatens him that he's going to regret it, but Taffy, getting egoistical, lets out that they don't look much older than them, so there's no need to be scared of them. As Gary is very much pissed, Ray insists that they leave and tells him not to mind the kids. However, as they are about to leave, they bump into some bastards in the tavern, and the guy who recognizes Ray and his two friends informs his boss that they're the ones he told him about. The boss, with no front teeth, sides with the kids, saying that's a disgrace to him, how his team members get beaten by 3 kids, and then comes complaining to him. On the other hand, a guy in the inn asks the customer to be cooperative, who refuses to pay, claiming that he already paid yesterday. But the worker lashes out at him, reminding him it was for yesterday, and it's just a silver coin, so it won't kill him to pay. The customer then tosses the coins in the bucket. After that, the boss apologizes to Ray on behalf of his men for causing him trouble clearing the misunderstanding. The toothless guy gets straight to the point, letting out that his protection isn't expensive. It's just 1 silver coin, and he guarantees no one will touch them in Gaburo Town, while the bald guy interrupts and asks if Big Brother is going to let them off. Like this, one of his mates asks him to shut up and to just listen to him, revealing that Big Brother is with the Crimson Wing, so they have to follow the rules. The boss then gives an ugly, toothless smile and decides to give youngsters a chance to make mistakes. Hearing this, Gary and Jay, after giving an incredulous gaze, burst into laughter as the guy claims that he's from Crimson Wings. Laughing hysterically, Gary suggests to Ray that they should keep the money in that barrel for travel expenses. Watching them laugh, the bald guy loses it and asks if they have a death wish, threatening them that Big Brother will notify the troops in Avrian to wipe them all out. Ray mockingly says that he's starting to feel scared. At that moment, the toothless Big Brother rolls up his sleeves and shows them the weird-ass red crimson mark on his arm with funny-looking eyes, while the guy tells the kids they better behave. Our guy sneers at his foolish attempt, Ray then grabs his neck and goes starkly raving mad, as he asks the leader if he's from the Crimson Wings, because he hasn't seen him before. As his underlings freak out to see their big brother in trouble, the menace flashes across Ray's eyes as he gives a piercing stare, a stare that could kill, questioning who he just said he was going to kill. In a flash, our guy burns the leader to death, and a strike of fear gushes through his men when they peek at the red-haired monster, wondering if the rumors about Avrian are true. Just then Ray declares that impersonating members of the Crimson Wings will have to pay the price. Frightened to death, the underlings run for their lives as they rush outside the tavern. However, they can't escape our guy's power, and he burns them at a distance as they scream in agony. Gary tries to make the people understand that these people were just pretending to be from the Crimson Wings, to cause trouble so they don't have to be afraid. While the people in the inn look terrified, Ray asks Gary to forget it, and Jay follows his boss as they are about to leave. Someone stops them. It turns out to be Taffy and Candy, who thank the three of them, and our guy smiles at them. The night falls, and with their horses tied with trees, they make a stop at the lawn on the edge of the town. As the dawn breaks, illuminating the sky, Ray wakes Jay up as it's time for them to set off, while Jay snores like a bear. Gary loudly calls him a dumb dog, telling him to let's hit the road. Already at noon, they seem to have continued their journey, riding on their horses, and Gary lets out a sigh, wanting to run into a high-level beast on the road to do some hunting. But there's nothing. Jay thinks a few bandits would be nice too, because yesterday's fight didn't quite amuse him. Ray, disguised as Ness, informs them that high-level beasts usually don't appear near the city, states which means they're almost there. In the meantime, they arrive at Kelberg City. As they take a peek at the breathtaking view from the cliff, amazed to see the big city and the ocean, they thought that Avrian was big enough. But their thoughts changed after looking at Kelberg City. Our guy excitedly admits that it's his first time seeing a bustling city, while Jay is thrilled as he's distracted by the smell of food and asks to get something to eat. Gary asks him if he's making the Crimson Wings an official guild, and Ray agrees, reasoning that registering as an official guild makes it easier to recruit members and take on higher-level quests. But it turns out that Ray has an ulterior motive, as he thinks to himself that he'll have the chance to stop by the guild hall to check on the dragon. Bow and Hammer, meanwhile, Jay seems to be chanting for his mealtime. Gary, excited to see what weapons are worth picking, waves Ness goodbye and asks to meet at the city gate later. Our guy tells them to take their time as he can find them. Later, Jay, at the food market, that he doesn't have as big an appetite as Jay, and seems to be intrigued in peeking at lustrous weapons. He looks at a beautiful sword with sparkly eyes and asks the price, when someone at the same time asks for the cost of the sword. It turns out to be a royal woman in a black cloak. The girl miserably ignores Gary's presence, and the poor boy is low-key pissed. The lady then asks the price for the sword, and the vendor, appreciating the lady for having a great eye, lets out that this sword just arrived yesterday and is a rare weapon. The vendor reveals that this sword is called White Falcon and is crafted from a high-level demon bird's beast. Its sword chi can cut stone and slice through iron, revealing the price to be 1 gold coin. The woman asks the man to wrap the sword for her, while Gary immediately interrupts and agrees to pay 5 silver coins, along with 1 gold coin, but then the girl offers 2 gold coins, making the blonde boy freak out, and he rushes to Jay to bring the money, shouting that he offers 2 gold coins and 5 silver coins. In haste, Gary asks Jay to borrow some gold coins, exclaiming that he saw an amazing weapon, while the big guy, still stuffing food in his mouth, gives him the money, rushing back to the vendor. Poor Gary gets to know from the vendor that the girl took the sword, paying 3 gold coins, which leaves him slack-jawed, calling her a damn woman. His eyes land on something magical hidden under that woman's cloak, and catches up to her, corroborating if she's a mage, while the woman admits that she's a mage. Gary asks her why she needs the sword when she can't use it, and the girl responds that she's giving it to her father for his collection. Besides, she clarifies that she can buy whatever she wants, asking him to get away as she has things to do. Gary pleads with her, saying that he really needs that sword, and even claims to offer more money if she considers giving it to him. The girl then states that if he wants the sword so badly, they can have a contest at that moment. She calls out a guy named Bird from the crowd, She introduces her follower Berg and accentuates that if Gary manages to beat Berg, the sword will be his. As the blonde kid is kind of startled to see the big guy, he asks the woman about how they're going to compete too, which she replies that it's arm wrestling, and one round decides the winner. In addition, the woman states if Gary loses, he has to give 3 gold coins, and the blonde boy agrees. But he insists on finding a helper since she found one too well. We all know which big guy Gary's going to find. Inside the tavern, the people are gossiping about Berg, who's arm wrestling with some random kid who turns out to be Jay Gree. Most of the people in the inn bet on Berg, but one of them bets a silver coin on the kid Jay, as everyone is rooting for Gerg, as that big guy has never lost here. The wrestling contest begins, and within a few seconds, Jay, while everyone is left stunned, Gary, feeling over the moon, wins the sword left in disbelief. The woman asks Berg if he forgot to use his breath, but the big guy justifies that he used all his strength, Loki thinking that Jay's a monster. Leaving the tavern, Jay lets out that his opponent wasn't even that strong, as he almost broke his bone, while Gary couldn't help but admit that the big guy has skills, praising that he's the second strongest he's ever seen besides Ray. Suddenly the woman, guessing that they're not from the city, questions which guild he is from. Without reluctance, Gary answers that they're from Crimson Wings. A suspicion flickers in the woman's mind, as she contemplates that she's never heard of the guild name and hopes they won't cause trouble for their city. On the contrary, Ray finally arrives at the Kelberg Adventurers Guild Hall, and to his expectations, it's quite large. Our guy is shocked to see so many people inside the guild hall, and just then, a staff member at the Kelberg Adventurers Guild Hall named Fanjo asks the black-haired boy Ness how he can assist him. The boy claims that he's here to register a guild, and Fan informs him that it'll cost him 5 gold coins. He then suggests that if the number of adventurers in the guild is less than 10, it's more effective to join another guild first. Clearing that money isn't an issue. Our boy seems to be in a hurry and asks when it can be registered, as he wants to take on some guild missions quickly. The girl who's registering affirms that they will handle this as soon as possible, and all the formalities can be completed today. The girl then asks what the name would be like for his guild, and Ness reveals it to be Crimson Wings. The girl is flattered by that name, and she confesses it is quite unique, while our boy tells her to go with it, as he doesn't care what others think. After that, Fanjo asks Mr. Ness if he has any specific type of mission in mind, saying that he can recommend some to him. But Ray already seems to have one in mind, disclosing that he heard about a guy who destroyed several towns nearby, corroborating if anyone has taken that task. Fanjo realizes that he's talking about the rank mission and gets why he was in a hurry to register. Fan informs him that quite a few people have come for it lately, and to Ray's disappointment, that case seems to have been resolved. Showing him the picture of VC who caused the incident, Joe states that initially it was just AB level quest and didn't get much attention. But later there were more casualty reports near the city. In addition, a week ago, a high-level adventurer was killed while hunting the criminal, which caught the mayor's attention. For this reason, they sent the city's 2 largest guilds to hunt down the criminal, and caught him eventually. Deep down, our guy seems to be regretting as it was just a moment too late, and asks Fan about the weapon. The warhammer infused with mana the criminal had, assuming they must have had a tough fight. Fan unfolds that it went unexpectedly smoothly, and both guilds were fully prepared, as they had learned about the weapon's power. However, Fan reveals that when the guild members saw him, Vicey the criminal immediately fell to his knees and started crying. Vici claimed that he was controlled by the demonic power of the warhammer, and that going on a rampage wasn't his intention. After that, our guy asks what's happening with the criminal right now, and Fan informs him that he's been locked up in the dungeon, waiting for the judge's verdict, guessing that it's going to be a death penalty. Ness then thanks him for the info. Walking away, Ray finds it dubious that a guy destroying a village was caught so easily, raising his suspicions that the dragon bow and hammer might be in Kelberg's hands. No matter what, our guy gets adamant to find the chance and meet that criminal, to ask where he got that weapon. Ray, along with Gary and Jay, arrive at the prison. Our guy lets out that they need to sneak in quietly, ask the questions, and sneak out quietly, making it sound so simple. Ray discloses that he investigated, Most of the guards here are from Avrian, certain that they can handle it with black belt skills. But Gary seems to be concerned about the big guy, as he stands out everywhere. Our boy asks Jay to stand outside and keep watch. While poor Jay is disappointed for not going with the boss, Ray asks Gary about his new sword, and the blonde boy excitedly tells him about the details of the sword. But his excitement is short-lived when our boy asks him to let Jay hold on to the sword, as it's eye-catching after that. The night guards seem to be talking about how many more days they have guard here, as they have already caught the culprit, so might as well execute early. But his partner mumbles that it's not that simple unfolding, that he's heard there's another reason to keep that person alive. In the meantime, as they're busy talking, Ray and Gary furtively sneak in like a breeze, and the guards feel like a cold wind just flew by, not even getting a slight hint. And Ray finds that person's location through his dragon eye, notices that someone's here, and strangely, he recognizes a smell. And it turns out to be Berg and that young lady. Finding the prison right ahead, Gary is startled to see a person inside the cell on the brink of death, as he lies lifelessly watching his hands stick to that warhammer. Ray informs Jay that they found the item, but it's tricky. That's when the big guy reports to them that someone's coming inside. He tells this to Gary, who panics as it's a dead end here, and suggests that they hide in the cell next door. Tearing the door apart, they both quickly manage to get inside the cell, and Ray assures Gary that they are not here for them, so they just have to keep a low profile. The young lady is escorted to the criminal's prison, and the guards assure her that he won't escape, given that the prisoner is well guarded. She then gets to know that Vici hasn't said anything yet, and the guard inform her that he seems very weak. Meanwhile, Ray and Gary secretly peek at them, and the blonde boy recognizes that it's the same woman he got his sword from. Suddenly, the woman freaks out and lashes out at the guards for treating the prisoner like this, reminding them that they don't have a tradition of mistreating prisoners, while she gets angry at them for locking him near the furnace as he's about to die. The guard justifies that she has misunderstood this, revealing that it was his own request. At that moment, Vici, hysterically looking possessed, blabbers that they were so worried he'd be lonely, so they brought a woman for him to enjoy. The guards assure the woman that this guy is perfectly fine, while Gary senses that it's weird, wondering how someone can survive in such heat. Ray, seeing through the prisoner with his dragon eye, gets afraid that he's becoming less and less human. After that, the young lady is glad that Vici can still talk, and asks him to confess the reason for committing crimes near Kelberg, sneering maliciously. Vici utters that it's obvious he needs to kill them all. The guards believe that he's a lunatic, and tell him that the Supreme Judge will announce his death sentence soon if it weren't for the mayor's kindness. The other guard lets out that he wouldn't mind causing a little accident here. The mayor's daughter then interrogates Vici, asking him to confess his true intentions, and promises that he'll get a free trial. As wickedness flashes across his face, Vici calls them fools and makes it clear that no one can judge him. He then reveals that once he breaks free from the prison, the shadow will descend and not even God can escape it, thinking that he's gone crazy. The guards suppose that he's lost his mind, and infer that they're far pretty from Roland City, adding that to find God, he should have been captured and taken to Roland. The daughter realizes that she's only wasting her time here, and decides to leave abruptly. Vici starts acting strange and gets berserk, while the guards warn him to sit down, or else they won't hold back. Vici, with a war hammer attached to his hand, tells all of the small fries to get out of his way, blowing an attack at them. Vici gets out of control as the purple aura emerges out of him, and, laughing frantically, he keeps uttering destruction. Witnessing this, Berg asks the lady to hurry and leave, but she refuses, saying that she can't let this guy mess around, suddenly surged with unmatched strength. Vici asks them to die, calling them a puppet of God, when the lady pulls out her magic wand, attacking him, but it turns out that Vici was faking the attack, and grasps that it might get out of control if this continues. Just then, someone strikes fire toward Vici and asks the lady to move aside, and let them handle it as the fireball hits right at Vici. He furiously asks who goes there, and that's when Ray and Gary, hiding their faces, show themselves up with their swords, muttering there from the Crimson Wings. The mayor's daughter immediately recognizes Gary, the one who took his sword, and asks him why he's here. Gary informs her that there's a reason for that and makes it clear that he didn't steal the sword, but want it, telling them to skip the chit-chat as they've got a problem here. Ray asks the big guy Berg if he wants the lady out, now's the time, but she plans to stay after that. Our boy asks her to cover him, to let him get close to Vicey, and the lady Rogers that telling him to quit the rambling. Meanwhile, Vicey seems to be going off the rails, as he keeps muttering that they're going to die, and no one can stop it as he makes destruction with the Warhammer. Our main character notices that the weapon keeps feeding him energy, given that he's so much power. The woman keeps giving him cover, and Ray gradually gets closer to Vicey. He presumes that going head-to-head isn't smart, so they need to weaken his power first. At that moment, our boy stretches his hand to touch Vizzy's body and activates mana siphoning to absorb his power. Just then, Vizzy screams that it's his power, is surprised to see that he's a mage. Suddenly, our boy witnesses Vicey being held by the shadows and begging him to save him, while the guy is screaming in agony as if he's burning. Ray notices the stuff on him is a plague of shadows, when suddenly Vicey turns into a terrifying shadow, witnessing this bone-chilling sight. Our guy tries to convince himself that they're all illusions. Ray keeps absorbing his energy when he witnesses a dragon behind Vicey and blacks out instantly. Our guy then opens his eyes in a fancy room, and just as he rolls his sleeves, he witnesses a dragon scale on half of his hand. Suddenly, a deliberate knock on the door alerts him, and he hides his hand immediately. Just then, the mayor's daughter, along with Gary, enters the room, and she informs Ray that he'd been unconscious for days, asking him not to move too much yet. Ray then asks about the whereabouts, when Gary tells him that they're in the mayor's house, and this lady is the mayor's daughter, Lily. Our guy then thanks her for the help, and Lily thanks Ray instead for saving her. Since he's awake, Lily seems to have some questions for him. She states that as the city's administrator, she has to investigate any events or organizations that may pose a threat to the public. Lily informs him that she looked into Crimson Wings and found out they were the ones who took over Avrian recently, making her curious as to what brings the leader of the Crimson Wings, a person with both mage and knight identities here, deciding not to explain himself. Ray only assures her that he's not her enemy and lets out that he's tracking that murderer, just interested in his weapon, adding that he heard that weapon originally belonged to the Avrian dragon. Knight, hoping that it's enough to satisfy Lily's curiosity, she reveals that her father's friend in Avrian also assured her that he's trustworthy, suggesting they can work together. Standing up, Ray is surprised to hear that. And what's even more shocking is when Lily reveals his name to be Winford, one of the Aryan's elders. Shocked, Gary asks Lily, in disbelief, that she never told him that she secretly contacted him. Lily justifies that she got the reply this morning, and besides, she had to make sure they were really trustworthy. After that, our boy mutters that she mentioned cooperation earlier, suspecting that the person in the prison escaped. Nodding, Lily notifies Ray that the guy, although his magic weakened him, it still couldn't stop him, and he slipped away. She speculates that Vicey is infected by the Plague of Shadows, but they can't determine if it's related to the weapon or not, since they both want to catch him. Lily thinks they can take action together, but Gary assumes that the guy must have left the city by now, and finding him in such a big city is like a needle in a haystack. But Lily tells him not to worry, since they brought in an expert who specializes in shadow plague situations, adding that he was once a knight of Avrian, while Gary supposes that it could be one of the pure blood guys. Lily bursts his assumption and reveals that when he became famous, pure blood was still a small, insignificant guild, unraveling that he was called the chronicler of history, named Lenny Steele later. Ray and Gary call Sylvia to tell her about Lenny Steele. Utterly shocked, Sylvia guesses that if Lenny were still alive, he'd be over 200 years old, and corroborates with Ray. If Lily's really talking about Lenny Steele himself, our boy also felt the name was familiar when he first heard it. Ray asks her not to worry so much, and they'll get their answers once they meet him. But Sylvia bawls at him for lying to her and breaking her promise, reminding Ray that he told her he wouldn't stay in Kelberg for too long. But now they are after the Warhammer. Freaking out, she mutters that if Lord Winford hadn't received the letter, She would have been unaware of this. While our boy laughs it off, Sylvia gets a little emotional and requests him not to hide things from her in the future, knowing that she can't change his decisions. She insists to at least let her help when he needs it. Peeking from behind, Gary could sense the romance in the air, while Ray weirdly nods and thanks her. The next day, at the Kelberg Guild Hall, Lily along with Jay, and our guy explains to her that he didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble, as Lily thinks that it's a smart decision. Our boy contemplates that it's less mana to just change part of the body, and since she already figured out Nessa's truth, there's no point in hiding it further. But what Ray's more concerned about is why. Dragon scales appeared on his arms, something that never happened before. That's when a chilling thought crosses his mind, that there might be a possibility his body could be gradually returning to its original state, after the influence of the dragon bone hammer. In that case, he is determined to find it out. Opening the gate, Lily is delighted to see someone in there, and it turns out to be Fan Joe, who lets out. Since it's a special mission personally LED by Miss Lily, they should be more proactive. While the other Scar guy thought it was just the two guilds, Lily states that it's important to make adjustments. Ray recognizes Fan, the guy who received him before. Just then, Lily introduces Fan Joe from the Fallen Angels Guild and Kirk from the Shattered Guild. She then introduces Ray, Gary, and Jay from Avrian, who belong to the Crimson Wings Guild, and Fan Joe taking it as a coincidence. Mumbles that Mr. Ness came to the hall to register a guild recently, and he was the one who received him, requesting them to greet Ness for him being a jerk. The Scar guy, Kirk, seems doubtful when he asks Lily if these kids are up to the task, and if can he expect them not to slow down. That's when Lily feels the need to politely tell Kirk something, affirming that they're the strongest. And for this reason, she invited them to join their team, adding that she'd like him to respect them as much as he respects her. She then gives him a deadly stare. Witnessing her sinister side, it scares the life out of three of them. And Jay feels like that girl is kind of fierce, while Gary hopes she doesn't get mad at them. In the meantime, someone arrives and apologizes for his tardy arrival, hoping he didn't miss anything. It turns out to be Lenny Steele, saying that he got lost as there were so many people in the hall. Peeking at Lenny, Ray is left in disbelief to see him, wondering that he was supposed to be 200 years old, and they presume that he must be a fake, given that he looks not much older than Winford. Excited to see the kids from Avrian, Lenny seems to know already that their minds are flooded with curious questions about him, ensuring they have plenty of time together. So he'll slowly baffle Gary, is honored to meet the old guy, and tells him that he's read many of his books. While Lenny giggles at this, as he did not expect him to be such a keen learner. Nonetheless, as everyone seems to have arrived, Lily skips the small talk and gets to business, swishing her magic wand. Lenny compliments Lily for casting the wind barrier magic nicely. Surprised Fan Joe lets out that he thought it was private enough here, asking if it's that secret. But Lily seems to be extra cautious, as this mission involves top-level secrets, clarifying that she doesn't want any leaks. However, a suspicion flickers in Ray's mind when he conjectures that there's more to it, as Lily won't be that cautious just to catch someone, deciding to wait and see what she has in mind. After that, Lily notifies them about the latest news about finding Visai's traces, adding that the guy's power has been leveled up, and he's confirmed to be injected with the Shadow Plague. While Fanjo knows how tricky the Plague of Shadows is, and Kirk is more concerned about where to find Visai, the girl reveals that they're heading to the White Tower, leaving their jaws dropped, startled by the sudden announcement. Kirk recalls that the place is a forbidden area, and that's the reason why Lily said it's a secret mission, because they're not only hunting that demon, but also avoiding the guards. She bluntly says whoever wants out can right now. But before that, she needs their promise that even if they are thrown into a dungeon, not a word about today's conversation is revealed. That's when Lenny affirms that their loyalty to her is clear, since they're here, and insists on telling them what's inside the tower. A tense moment unfolds when Lily reveals that the reason the White Tower is forbidden is because that's where God resides. Knocked for a loop, their eyes widen with shock as they hear this. But Ray seems to have predicted this already and knew what was coming. This confession sparks a debate among them, when Joe can't bring himself to believe that God can be in Kelberg, remembering that she's in Roland City. Just as everyone says, But Gary seems to be adamant that God is an Avrian, and Kirk sneering. Mothers. That he'd rather believe she's in Kelberg than in a place like that. Lenny sneaks up on Ray, freaks him out, and he asks the old man what he's doing. Judging from his expressions, Lenny is convinced that Ray seems to know more. But our guy refuses, and utters that he doesn't know more than the old guy does, seeing that it's such a big deal. Kirk suggests that they should not keep this from their guild members. At least the leader should know. And Fan agrees, saying that they have to leverage more of the guild's power. But Lily clarifies that there's no need for that, informing. When she specifically requested them for the two major guilds, she instructs them to just tell them. They're not allowed to ask about the mission details. Lenny adds that dealing with the shadow isn't about having more people. It's like hunting, and scaring the prey won't make it show up easily. He then says if someone sets a big trap first, it's hard to say who the prey is. Feeling rebellious, Kirk asks if they don't trust their guild members. But Lenny just clears it up that he doesn't trust human nature. After that, Lily further discloses that based on the current info, they suspect Vitsi plans to act against the god, but with the White Tower heavily guarded. Let alone how he learned the god's location. They believe even if he wants to enter the White Tower, he needs someone inside. She then expresses that from now on, they'll move together. Feeling dubious, Gary presumes that she's really just planning to keep an eye on them, covering it up by saying they'll act together. While Ray feels something off about the last-minute notice, to avoid leaks at night, they leave for the mission. And Gary asks why they're at the front yard, when they're supposed to the White Tower. Just then Lily reminds him that she mentioned earlier that, since the White Tower is heavily guarded, they need another way in reaching the garden of her place. Berg bows to her, and Lily asks him if her father has already left. Berg reports to her that he went to attend the business dinner, as per his schedule, and has also sent the servants away as she instructed. As their eyes land on the statue, Gary feels like it looks familiar, and Ray, knowing that this mage killed him as a dragon, lets out that it's a bonus find entering the garden. Fanjo concerningly asks Lily if the mayor knows about this plan, but Lily suggests the fewer people know, the better. Besides, her father is stubborn upon hearing this. Jay and Kirk already seem done with her and how outspoken she is. After that, Lily calls out Big Guy Jay and asks him to lend a hand in pushing the statue. As the secret path unravels beneath the statue, she states that this tunnel leads directly to the warehouse, under the White Tower, warning them to keep quiet, so the guards won't notice entering the path. Lenny reminds them that being a part of the privileged class has its perks and comes with strict rules, yet always leaves a back door for themselves. Lily thanks him for the reminder and agrees that without a back door, they'd be at the mercy of threats and unable to protect people. Walking underground, Gary expresses that he's not a fan, and Fan guesses that he must have had some unpleasant memories underground, having traumatizing experiences. The guy doesn't wish to relive those. Suddenly, Jay starts sniffing and creeped out. Kirk, getting rude again, asks the big guy whose pet he is and why he's always twitching his silly nose. Being a werewolf, Jay responds that he'll never understand, saying that he smells something different. Alert Ray asks him if something is wrong, and the big guy signals that there's something ahead. While our guy uses his dragon eye to scan the area, one of them lets out that the warehouse mainly stores grains, so no one usually comes in except for rats. And Kirk, making fun of Jay, thinks that it's great since they have got a dog to help catch rats. After Ray scans the underground granary, Gary is surprised to know that he didn't find any suspicious training, assuming that Jay is just too sensitive. Ray says that he didn't see anything, but he knows that Jay is always right, so they better be careful. Later they halt at the big door. Just then Gary decides to volunteer, and Lenny is quite impressed to see the black belt skills, saying that it's quite rare indeed. While Kurt jokes around that they're now rice-stealing rats. As soon as the gates open, suddenly they're welcomed by a deadly attack. Like a bolt of lightning, Ray rushes to save Gary and grabs him away. But it appears that Kurt gets hurt as he's bleeding, claiming that he felt like something pierced his ribs. Flabbergasted fan Joe freaks out as he can't see it clearly, making him guess that it is a beast. At that moment, everything gets clear when they witness a tiger bat monster soaring their way, which makes their eyes bulge with horror. The tiger bat seems to be flying their way again. And while Jay and Gary braces to deal with it, Lenny shouts at Berg and Joe, who are carrying the injured Kirk, to get inside quickly. The beast with its colossal claws holds off their swords, and just as Ray is about to attack, Lenny at a fiery speed strikes the beast, making it bleed watching him fight so impressively. Gary is amazed to see that the old man can fight so well, and our guy is left in disbelief, as Lenny seems to be handling it barehanded, beating the crap out of the tiger bat. And Joe asks Lily how serious the wound is. As Lily assures him that the wound looks all right, she lets out that she has never seen that kind of beast, not knowing whether it's poisonous or not. At that moment, old man Lenny barges in and gives the good news that tiger bats are fast, but not poisonous. Taking a sigh of relief, Lily concludes that Kirk dodged a bullet. A few moments later, and shockingly, reveals that this is a token from their Fallen Angels Guild, asking where he got it. The old guy then lets out that he found this ring on the tiger bat, and it seems like they found a clue to the traitor. Looking mad, Gary accuses Fan of letting the beast in, but Fan tries to reason with him, that they've been together since daytime, and even shows that he has his token ring with him. Plus Joe lets out that if he was the one to let the beast in. Getting more suspicious, Gary corners him mumbling he must possess many rings and maybe prepared it to clear his name. And Fan reveals that it's the area code, representing the East Tower District in Kelberg City. Same as him, while Lily seems to suspect the number 0001. Fan says that they can't say for all the numbers, but this one he seems to know who it is. Suddenly, someone starts clapping from behind and emerges from behind a rock in an unexpected turn of events. The traitor turns out to be the Angel Fallen Guild leader Mark. Surprised that they know this much about the Dark Guild, Mark was planning to play along a bit more. But it seems unnecessary now watching his leader. Fan Joe can't seem to believe his eyes. And Lily is also appalled to think that Mark would betray them. She insults the guild leader and says how shameful he is to work for the Dark Guild. Mark does agree that serving her is nobler than serving the Dark Guild. Just then Lily asks to save his blabber for the dungeon, and since he's joined the Dark Guild, he should have known the risks. As she pulls out her magic wand, Mark, sneering maliciously, asks Lily if she thought he'd show up unprepared. In a flash, a shadow appears behind Lily, and as Ray screams, signaling her about the danger, the shadow seems to burst into big bubbles. To save Lily, Berg sacrifices himself, and his body starts to corrode. After the purple liquid touches his body, peeking at the shadow, Lenny realizes what it might be, and he suddenly shrieks, warning Gary not to touch the purple liquid that falls on his handgear. In a flash of a moment, the shadow pulls an ambush attack on Lily, but Lenny slashes the shadow's hand and asks everyone to get inside the shield he's casting. Protected by the barrier, Ray questions Lenny about that thing, and he warns that these shadows are extremely dangerous. Just touching their blood can be deadly. He further reveals that they are all dying people who failed to become hosts of the Shadow Plague. He further unravels that those who the shadow successfully over will become shadow warriors, and those who fail just one step short become this type of thing that they're attacked by. Now, while the shadows keep getting frantic, exuding a malicious aura, our boy is shocked to see the shadows increasing, and Lily desperately asks Lenny if there's a way to save Berg, with a look of disappointment etched on his face. Lenny replies that he can't bring the dead back to life. As Lily mourns Berg's death and her eyes filled with tears, suddenly a shadow attempts a frantic attack on them, however with vengeance flashing across her eyes. She grips the shadow with her magic and smashes her on the ground. She fiercely makes it clear to Mark that she'll make him pay for this, while Mark, smirking, says to her that he'll be waiting, so she doesn't need to rush. Deep down, Mark seems to notice that Lily's spell range ends there, but Lenny's the real trouble. He surrounds them with multiple deadly shadows, so as long as he can't move freely, the others aren't a threat. Peeking at the shadows who are trying to get in through that shield, Vanjo assumes that Mark is aiming for a long fight with them, and Jay thinks how disgusting these guys are, asking the boss to deal with them. But Ray warns him not to rush, as these shadows are deadly, so they need to plan first. Our guy then asks Lenny how long his magic shield can last, and the old man affirms that if it's just like this, it can last until tomorrow morning. Relieved to hear this, Ray presumes that they're safe for now, but they can't be so sure about Mark. If he has more tricks up his sleeve. Plus, the guy is unaware that he uses magic. So our guy plans to probe him with a substitute. That's when a voice comes from behind asking, "Why aren't these people dead yet?" And says that if he can't do the job, he'll do it, and to everyone's surprise, it turns out to be Vici, as Vici is on the verge of losing control. Mark tells his friend not to worry, as the one thing they have plenty of his time. He informs Vici that the girl Lily is still useful, so they can't kill her. A monstrous grin spreads across his face, and Vici tells Mark to get Lily to bring that person to him, as he can't wait any longer, threatening to go and kill everyone right now. But Mark calms him down and assures that he's helping him find that person. But for now, he asks Vici to pick up someone to play with him. A hint of terror runs through Ray when he speculates who he is talking about. After that, Mark, facing towards the magic shield, asks everyone if they have heard his friend, who's itching for some fun and needs a playmate, adding that he has a proposal. He then suggests that they can take turns challenging Vici, promising his men won't interfere. He proposes that the winner gets to leave. Doubting his oddly sympathetic proposal, Lily bluntly asks what he is planning, because from what she knows, he isn't really that kind-hearted. Laughing, Mark makes it clear that Lily has to stay here nonetheless, as they have some matters to discuss. But her followers don't have to die, as he's not interested in them, so they still have a choice. Abruptly, Vici, in a frenzy of excitement, repeats, to kill that person, given that his friend here is quite impatient. Mark asks them a favor to help him calm down, muttering if none of them want to challenge him, he'll have to let go of Vici to find that person he's obsessed with. Mark anticipates they'll be stuck here until the magic shield disappears. Then it's every man for himself, live or die at that moment. Ray asks who's the person he's looking for, and Mark believes that Miss Lily might know where he is, as he met Vici in the dungeon that day. Adding up for some reason, Vici just can't stop thinking about that person. Just then, Lily immediately realizes that it's Ness, and Gary whispers to Ray that Vici is looking for him. Without a minute, our guy steps out of the shield, putting himself in jeopardy. And while everyone tries to stop, Ray assures them that he can handle this, and tells them to use this chance to come up with a plan. While Mark is glad to see that his friend has an opponent now, Ray mutters that he's really lucky, because the person he's looking for is right here. Just then, he introduces himself as Ness, and magic emerges from within, which makes Mark's jaw drop as he realizes this kid is a mage too, while Vici gets berserk, too thrilled to see Ness, as if he's going to chew him alive, calling him a good boy. Lenny is impressed, as Ray's hidden magic aura even fooled his eyes, while Fan is left in disbelief, as he recognizes that he's the leader of the Crimson Wings, wondering which one is his true form. On the other side, our guy points his sword at Vici and challenges him with a devilish grin. Vici lets out that he and his hammer have been waiting for him, and our guy blocks them off with his ice frost magic, as the flames also hit the shield. Lenny concerningly yells if they keep fighting like this, his shield won't last till dawn, and Gary shouts at Ray, telling him to hurry and finish him off just then. Lenny asks Lily if her wind barrier magic holds against that attack, but she refuses, justifying that she has never practiced using it for defense, and isolating sound with compressed is her limit. Hearing this, Lenny supposes that there might be a chance, and tells the young lady that he'll teach her something, instructing her to do what he says later. On the other side, the intense fight continues, as he swings the dragon hammer to hit Ray. Our guy blocks it with his sword, leaving Vici stunned in the next moment. Our guy grabs his neck, and with anger flickering in his eyes, he waits to see how strong his dragon power really is. Set on fire, he strikes his dragon bone hammer, and a loud explosion occurs in that place inside the shield. Lenny asks Lily how's her progress, and the girl, stressed out, tells the old man to be quiet, clarifying that she's doing her best. Watching them fight, Fan Joe is worried about Ness, asking if he can win, but Gary seems occupied by some other thing. When he asks Fan to look over at Mark, who's neither rushing to fight them nor stating his mind, a suspicion lingers in their minds, as they assume that Mark is playing them. Meanwhile, with the dragon hammer clashing with Ray's sword, he takes the chance to create his substitute, Vicey strikes dragon flames at him, while the substitute casts an ice bind. That freezes all Vicey's flame attacks. As Mark seems to be watching this, he notices that Ray is strong in combat, and his magic is versatile, presuming if they don't get rid of him, there will be future troubles. Suddenly Mark glances in the shield and realizes that Lily is missing. He immediately commands the Shadow Warrior to find her. The Shadow Warrior spots her while Lily runs for her life. She then hits the Shadow with a wind slash that manages to penetrate it, while Mark screams if she wants to get herself killed. Using her magic wand, she strikes a wind barrier and wind blast, trapping the Shadow Warrior in a whirlwind. And that's when Lenny, along with Fan Joe, takes the chance to attack Mark. Gary and Jay also leaped towards to attack him, and Mark wields his sword enfolded in purple energy. At that moment, Jay transforms into a werewolf and lets out a roar, leaving Mark stunned on the other hand. Fan Joe and Lenny seem to be fighting with the Shadow Warriors. While Fan is struggling to fight that troublesome thing, Lenny incredibly strikes punches. Suddenly, Fan notices that the shadow is self-destructing itself as it turns into a bubble and ruptures. And for this reason, he asked Vici for help, as Mark is lost in the moment of his contemplation, hoping that he can hold on until morning. Just then a powerful punch hits his face, making him crash to the ground with a thrust. It appears that Gary smacked him real good, while Mark is left flabbergasted to see such strong strengths.